expecting to find nothing but an open hallway. Instead, what he found was a hard right hand, landing flush on the bridge of his nose, knocking him down to the ground. He lay on the ground, moaning, feeling like he just got nailed with a hammer. He was then picked up by a couple of men, each grabbing one of his arms, dragging him backwards down the hallway until they finally entered another room. They sat him down in a chair and tied him up. Bridge opened his mouth to take a few deep breaths as he struggled for air. He opened his eyes wide and blinked a couple of times. He looked up at the lights, somewhat surprised he wasn't sitting in darkness. There was a man in an expensive-looking suit leaning up against the wall, just looking at him. Bridge winked at him. "You the guy in charge of these gorillas?" The guy smiled, appreciating Bridge's sense of humor at a time like this. "Charming, aren't you?" "I do my best." The man left the wall and walked over to Bridge, slapping him across the face. Bridge moved his jaw around to mask the pain. "Now that wasn't very friendly," Bridge said. The man smiled again. "It wasn't, was it? But it was kind of fun. Someone should try taking you to an amusement park or something. That's a lot more fun. How about we just stop the games and you tell me what you're doing here?" Nothing, really. I just took a wrong turn down the hallway and got lost. Honest." "You expect me to believe that?" "I wouldn't lie to you." "I know why you're here." "And why all the questions?" "I want to see how honest you are." "How are you liking my answers so far?" "Not very much. You seem like a man who likes to play games." "Me? No." Bridge shook his head. "Hate games, unless we're talking card games. I like card games, some of them anyway. Poker's my favorite, especially strip poker if you're playing with the right company. But there are plenty of other card games that are good too. Blackjack is a favorite. 5-card stud, rummy, solitaire. There are a couple of lesser-known ones that are pretty good too. I could teach you if you want." "I don't think so." "Oh, you were talking board games? Oh, well, in that case, Monopoly is a proven winner. Stratego, that's a little-known winner right there. Or Scrabble, everyone loves Scrabble. Or how about Trivial Pursuit? But there are all kinds of trivia associated with that one. You could do a music one, or a movies one, or even television. Or they even have ones for certain brands, like Star Wars, or Friends, or maybe even Garfield, you know what I mean?" The man sighed. "I think you like to talk too much." "Well, it does help to pass the time, depending on the circumstances." In this case, Bridge was just trying to keep talking to give Nicole enough of a chance to get to him. This wasn't exactly how the plan was supposed to shake out, but maybe it would still work anyway. They were in a nightclub, the owner of which had ties to several different criminal organizations. He was also responsible for stealing a rare antique that Bridge's client hired him to take back. It wasn't an especially complicated job. It was just one that required getting the owner and the rest of his men out of his office in order to snatch it. Bridge's job was supposed to be keeping everyone busy and concentrating on him, while Nicole got into the office and took the antique. This wasn't exactly how they drew it up. "So you want to tell me who you are and why you're sneaking around here?" Would you believe it if I told you my name was Bond? James Bond?" The man smiled, finding Bridge very amusing. "If you happen to get out of here in one piece, which at this point I'd say is very doubtful, you may want to think about switching careers and becoming a comedian. I think it suits you. Because being a thief, well, that's not working out for you so much." "You know, I kind of agree with that. Maybe you and me can go on tour together. I can kind of practice my ventriloquism, and you can be my dummy partner." Bridge had a huge smile on his face. "What do you say?" The man moved his mouth to the side, contemplating his next move. He tried to hold back a laugh to prevent Bridge from continuing his shtick. "So who are you, huh? What's your name? And don't give me that Bond nonsense again." "Some people call me John." "John what?" "Bon Jovi." The man folded his arms, obviously unamused. Bridge smiled, looking like he hadn't a care in the world. Inside, though, he was wondering where his girlfriend and partner was. He wasn't sure how much longer these people were going to put up with his nonsense. "Still with the games, huh?" "Games? What games? We back to that again?" The man slapped Bridge again, harder than before. "I want answers!" "I told you my name's John." Bridge looked around the room. "I had my guitar with me around here somewhere. I can't seem to find it. You want to help me look, and I can play Living on a—" "String him up!" "Wait, what? You find any ID on him?" The other men in the room shook their heads. "Nothing, boss." "Who sent you here?" "Who do you think sent me?" Bridge replied. "Was it Royster? Rosario? Dennis? Or was it that idiot Hobbs?" "That's it right there." "Hobbs?" "That's the one." The man started pacing the room, trying to think of why Hobbs would send someone there. Then he thought he might have come up with something. "Get Hobbs on the phone. I want to talk to him." "Right away, boss." Bridge turned his head, looking for a clock. He took a few more deep breaths, hoping nothing happened to Nicole, too. If something had, he knew he was up the creek. He just had to hope that she would get there soon. Another smile came across the boss's face. "While we're waiting, let's all get into a more comfortable position." "I'm kind of comfortable right here, though I could use the bathroom," Bridge said. "If you could just point me to it, I'll do my business and come right back. I give you my word I won't try to escape." "I almost hate to kill you. You're very entertaining." "If you think this is good, you should hear my second act. I'd really hate for you to kill me, too, so if we could just skip that part, I'd really appreciate it." "Unfortunately, you don't seem very amenable to talking, so we're going to try to rectify that." "I thought I was talking really well." The man laughed. "Yes, but not with anything I want to hear. String him up." Bridge looked around frantically, not liking how that sounded. "When you say string me up—" The boss pointed to the ceiling and smiled. "Up there." "Oh, no. If you kill me right now, you'd be making a really big mistake, you know." "Oh, I'm not going to kill you just yet. I still need a few things out of you first. I'm just going to hang you upside down for a while." "Oh." Bridge breathed a sigh of relief. Hanging upside down wasn't exactly his preference, but it sure was better than being dead. The guard in the room untied Bridge from the chair, though his hands and feet were still bound together, preventing him from escaping. Bridge then looked up, seeing a hook on the ceiling. "Huh. You guys do this often?" The men then pushed Bridge onto the ground. Slowly, Bridge started sliding on the floor, his feet being hoisted into the air. His head dragged and bounced against the ground a couple of times as his entire body hung upside down. The blood rushed to his head. "Wow, this is really uncomfortable." The boss smiled. "Yes, that's the point." It was made worse because Bridge couldn't move his hands and arms at all. "Hey, you think you could untie my hands? I'd really appreciate it." One of the guards came back in, phone in hand. "Hobbs." Knowing that whenever the conversation ended, it was likely going to be bad news for him, considering Hobbs would have no idea who he was. Bridge closed his eyes. He tried to calm himself and put his body at peace. It would help with the discomfort he was having, though it wouldn't help for too long. The phone conversation lasted a couple of minutes. Once the man was done, he tossed the phone back to his guard. "Well, it would seem Mr. Hobbs has no idea who you are." "And you believe him?" Bridge asked. "Yes, I tend to believe him. He's generally a bad liar." "Oh, well, that's nice." "You have one final chance to tell me who you are and what you're doing here. If not, I'm afraid we will have to part company." "I assume that means death?" "Well, yes, but unfortunately for you, a very slow and painful one. You see, I don't believe in giving my enemies the satisfaction of killing them quickly. I mean, why get it over with so soon, right?" "Well, there is something to be said for it." "No, I believe in making my enemies suffer. I want them to feel a lot of pain. I want them to know that crossing me is an extremely bad idea. It also serves as a deterrent for anyone else in the future who may be having similar thoughts. Hopefully what happens to you will dissuade them from that." "And just what's going to happen to me?" "Well, I have a man on my staff that we call the Butcher." I assume he's not one of the chefs." "No. He chops things up very differently than those in the kitchen. You see, what he will do is he will slowly take apart every piece of your body, your fingers, your toes, then your arms and legs, until he reaches your head, and then he slices your neck off its shoulders." "Sounds very unpleasant." "Oh, it is. Very unpleasant. But effective. And what makes it all the more unpleasant is that you'll be awake for the entire thing. Well, I should clarify, you'll be awake and feel as much pain as your body will withstand before you pass out due to shock. You see, we will not kill you and then dismember you. We dismember you until you just die." "I don't suppose I have time to write my will or anything, do I?" "I believe it's much too late for that." "Too bad. I wanted to leave my stamp collection to my nephew." The boss nodded to one of his men to start the proceedings. The first thing they would do was get Bridge down. Then they would start with the cutting. The man was just about to get Bridge down when the man known as the extractor had an idea to try to delay things. He'd rather hang upside down for a while than get fed to the butcher. Wait. If you kill me now, you're not going to get it back." The guard stopped and looked back at his boss, who seemed unconcerned with words at this point. "Get on with it," the boss said. "He's bluffing. He's got nothing." "Well, no, I don't. But my partner does." The boss put his hand up to stop his employee from going any further. He walked closer to Bridge. "What partner?" Bridge smiled as he breathed heavily. Well, the one I have. The one who took something from your office." "You're bluffing." "Huh, wouldn't you like to know?" The boss looked at his guard. "We didn't see anyone else, boss." "Go check it, now." As his guards left, the boss tilted his head to look at his prisoner sideways. "You better hope nothing of mine is missing." "Oh, yeah? Why? You gonna kill me twice or something?" The boss laughed. "No, I'll just make sure I prolong your death as long as humanly possible to make sure you get the maximum pain effect. Anyone ever tell you you're kind of a sadistic and evil type of guy? Only the few dozen who got chopped up and fed to the sharks." "Huh, interesting." The guard made his way to the office. The door was unlocked, which was unusual. It was always locked when the boss wasn't in it. He took his gun out and opened the door, expecting to find some kind of trouble when he walked in. He didn't get any, though, at least not initially. It was a medium-sized office, a couple 100 square feet or so, and somewhat dimly lit. He tried to flick on the light switch, but no lights came on. He walked over to the desk, not seeing anything out of place or missing. Then he went to the wide 5-shelf bookcase that housed some collectibles and antiques on it. His eyes immediately went to the top shelf, focusing on the hole that used to be occupied by something. He frantically looked at the rest of the bookcase, seeing if it was somewhere else, or if anything else was missing. There wasn't, though. Only the one thing was missing. After a minute of searching, the man stood up, surprised to hear the door closing. He turned and saw the outline of a woman standing there. "Who are you?" "Me? I just came in to see what the commotion was about." "What commotion?" "Well, I thought I heard someone ruffling through things. Thought maybe someone had broken in." "Well, nobody did. Get out of here." "Oh, okay." The man looked at the woman, wondering if maybe she was the partner that they'd been told about. But if she was, he figured she wouldn't still be there, or she would have tried to attack him by now. His guard wasn't raised to the highest level yet, but he was still on alert with her. "Looking for something?" "It's not your business," the guard said. "Leave now." "Oh, sure." Nicole then knelt down and reached into a bag that she had set on the floor. It wouldn't be this, would it? She revealed a small statue covered in solid gold, worth close to $1 million. "Give me that." The man started walking closer to it. "Well, if you insist." Nicole tossed the statue into the air, and the guard flailed to catch it in time before it hit the ground. He knew his boss would be extremely unhappy if it broke. Catching it was his first priority. But as soon as the statue fell into his hands, Nicole drop-kicked him in the legs, taking them out. He fell hard onto the floor, though he was still clutching the statue. Nicole then proceeded to unleash a few more kicks, strategically aimed to take the man out of commission. Within a minute, the man was effectively out. Nicole took hold of the statue again and placed it in the bag. She picked up the bag and went to the door, peeking out into the hallway. She sighed. "Where are you, Luke?" She knew she needed to look for her partner, but she didn't want to just wander the halls aimlessly, not knowing where she was going. That was a good way to get caught. But she wasn't sure she had any other choice at the moment. She then looked back at the man on the floor. If this man was sent to retrieve the statue or anything else, eventually someone would come looking for him. Maybe that would be the way to find Bridge. She could follow them and have them show her the way. She just had to hope it wouldn't take too long. Wherever Bridge was, she knew he was in trouble. Nicole looked a little further down the hall and saw another door that she thought was a maintenance closet. She remembered reading the sign on the door on the way to the office. After looking both ways to make sure the coast was clear, Nicole exited the office and scurried down the hallway until she got to the maintenance closet. Luckily, it wasn't usually locked when people were around. She opened the door and snuck inside, keeping the door open just a hair so she could see anyone coming or going. "Come on," she whispered, wanting someone to appear soon. She knew the more time that passed, the more of a chance that when she found Bridge, he wouldn't be alive. That is, if she even found him at all. Chapter 2. "Boss, you should have been back by now," one of the guards said. Bridge laughed. "Told you. He found my partner and now he's dead. I told you what would happen, but you didn't listen to me." The boss walked over to Bridge again and slapped his face. "Tell me who's out there." "Or what? He'll hang me upside down? Oh, wait.
Tell me or we'll commence with the butcher right this second."
Yeah. Do what you gotta do, dude." The boss looked at one of his men.
"Get me the butcher, and bring him here."
"Uh-oh," Bridge said.
"You will tell me what I need to know, or you will be without several of your limbs very quickly."
"You're gonna do it anyway, so nah, I'm good."
"You really think you can withstand the punishment?"
"Listen, man, I think a little 5-year-old Boy Scout troop could give me more punishment than you could. I doubt you could even put enough pain on a—"
"Enough! You, my friend, are going to die extra slowly."
"Is there any other way to go?"
"Amusing to the last minute, eh?"
"Canadian now?"
The guard came back over to the boss.
"I still can't get him."
He held his phone out. It just kept ringing. "Go check on him."
The boss motioned to 2 of his men to go look. Less than 20 seconds later, there was a knock on the door. Another of the guards went over to answer. A large, burly man walked in with 2 equally large duffel bags. Bridge closed his eyes and said a prayer. He didn't have to be told who that was. His appearance gave it away.
"What you got for me, boss?"
the large man asked. The boss smiled and held his arm out, directing him to Bridge.
"What we have is a man that I want to die painfully and slowly and painfully as possible. Do you understand?"
"I got this. No worries."
"I never do with you."
"If I could just make one suggestion," Bridge said.
"No more talk from you,"
the boss said. As the butcher took out a few grisly-looking tools and walked towards Bridge's hanging body, he knew he had to try every possible thing available to him to prevent himself from losing any body parts. But if you kill me now, or dismember me, you won't be able to bargain." The boss grabbed the butcher's arm to stop him from cutting too early.
"Bargain for what?"
"Well, if my partner's still out there, then he'll have taken your statue by now, which means you've lost it. Maybe you could still get it back."
"How?"
"You have me to trade."
"Are you saying I could trade your life to get the statue back?"
"If that's what it takes to prevent any fingers from flying off, then yeah." The boss looked like he was genuinely contemplating the proposition. It appeared to be a hard decision for him. Finally, he stopped moving around, looking like he had come to a decision.
"Well, Mr. Whoever you are, I understand your terms."
"Great," Bridge said with a smile, thankful to have made a deal. "Just cut me down from here, and we'll start figuring out the exchange."
"Unfortunately for you, I reject them."
"What?"
"Boss, that statue was a lot of money," the butcher said.
"Over $1 million, another guard said.
"Inconsequential," the boss said. "It's only money. It's only a statue. I can get another one."
"But you worked for 6 months to get that one."
The boss smiled. "And all the hard work in obtaining it, all the hard work in keeping it, all the money I have spent to get it, the value I'll have lost for it, it will all be worth it to see you taken apart piece by piece."
"That's not how this was supposed to go," Bridge mumbled.
"You see, you have irritated me so much to this point that there is no money imaginable that would stop me from the immense pleasure I will get out of watching you bleed." Bridge knew there was nothing else he could say to stop the painful execution he was about to face. "Commence."
"Boss, should we wait till the boys get back just to be sure?"
the guard asked.
"Sure of what?"
"About the statue?"
"No, it's irrelevant at this point."
Nicole noticed 2 men dressed in suits coming down the hallway toward her. She slipped back into the darkness of the closet as they passed. She peeked out the door and watched them go into the office. She retreated back into the closet again, waiting for the men to speed past her again. Within a few seconds, the 2 men, along with the one she had previously taken care of, came running down the hallway, zipping past her. Nicole immediately exited the closet and started following them.
They turned a corner, went down another hallway, then knocked on a door at the end of the hall on their left. The door opened, and they were quickly let in. After making sure there was no one else in the hallway, Nicole went up to the door. She set her bag down on the floor, then reached inside and pulled out 2 pistols. Knowing that there were at least 4 people in the room, and likely more, she readied herself for action. She kept the pistol lowered by her legs as she took one last look around. With no activity in the hallway, she knocked on the door. The door opened. It was one of the men she just saw walking in the hallway. With no time to waste and no games worth playing, Nicole took the pistol clenched in her left hand and smashed it in the man's face. As the man dropped to a knee and put his hand on his face to ease the pain, Nicole kicked the door wide open and rushed through it. She saw a man in front of her reaching for a weapon. She fired, putting the guard down. She turned to her left to see a large man with some type of object in his hands coming after her. Nicole took a few steps back and fired a couple of rounds into the man's midsection, putting the butcher down. She spun around to see if there was anyone else who was interested in trying her. No one seemed to be, though. Including the boss, there were 4 other men, all of whom were frozen, with their hands in the air. She then saw Bridge hanging there. Bridge smiled. "Hey." "You done just hanging around?" Bridge laughed. "Amusing. Took you long enough to get here. I was just about to lose a few digits." With her gun pointed at one of the guards, she motioned to Bridge with it. "Get him down." The boss tried to interject. "I would caution you against—" "Shut up," Nicole said. "I'm not interested in anything you have to say. And the next person who opens their mouth will get a bullet through it. Everyone understand?" Afraid of saying anything now, all the men just nodded. One of the guards looked at their boss, waiting for direction. They were ready to fight or stand down on their boss's orders. The boss just nodded at Bridge's body, letting them know to get him down. He wasn't ready to lose any more men, including himself. The guards grabbed a ladder and went over to Bridge to start cutting him loose. As the one started undoing the rope around his ankles, Nicole wanted to make sure that Bridge wasn't hurt on the way down. "Slowly. If he drops, so will you." Another guard grabbed Bridge around the shoulders to prevent him from falling as his restraints were removed. Once the ropes were untied, the guard caught Bridge before he fell, gently bringing him to the ground, where he then undid the ties around his wrists. Bridge wasted no time in getting back to his feet and then scurrying over to his girlfriend. "Are you ready to get out of here?" Nicole asked. Yeah, I'd say so." "Everyone down on the floor, and take your clothes off." "What?" the boss replied. "What did I say about not talking? This—" Nicole pointed her gun at him, letting him know she would use it. Not that there should have been a doubt with the dead bodies on the floor. With an expression that could have killed, the boss reluctantly motioned to his men to comply while he did the same. "Nick, you really think now's the time for that?" Bridge asked. "Aren't I good enough?" Nicole rolled her eyes. "They can't chase us if they're naked." "Who says?" "Well, they'd have nowhere to hide their weapons." "Is that a play on words?" Nicole laughed. I doubt they'd have any secret weapons." "You get the statue?" "Yeah, I got it. Of course I got it." It wasn't long before all the men had their clothes off. "Go round up their stuff." As the naked men sat up against the wall, spread out across the room, Bridge collected their belongings and retreated back behind Nicole. "Are you planning on something special with these?" "See if one of them has a lighter or something," Nicole answered. "What are you going to do, burn them?" Nicole only responded with a smile. That was her intention. Bridge quickly rifled through the pockets of the clothes, putting them on the floor when he was done with each piece. After going through half of them, he finally came across a lighter. He threw the rest of the clothes onto the pile. "Would you like to do the honors?" Bridge asked. "No, that's okay. It's all you." Bridge lit the first article of clothing on fire and stood there, watching it slowly spread. "I won't forget this," the boss said, ignoring the orders to be silent. "For your sake? You better," Nicole said. "Because if we ever see you again, you'll be the next one to catch a bullet. Just forget all this happened and let it go, because you won't find us anyway." "We'll see." Once the stack of clothes was firmly on fire, Bridge was ready to go. "I think now's a good time," Nicole agreed. "Grab the bag." Bridge picked up the bag and went over to the door. slowly opening it as he stuck his head outside. The coast was clear.
"We're good."
Nicole backed her way over to the door, making sure nobody was too quick to follow. They left, then flew down the hallway toward the back exit, where their getaway car was waiting. The boss looked at the guards.
"What are you waiting for? Get us some clothes."
The guard got up and looked at himself.
"But no excuses. Just get it."
As Bridge and Nicole got into their car, they quickly started it and sped off. They checked for the next few minutes to see if they were being pursued, but they weren't.
"Man, that was way too close," Bridge said.
"Well, not for me. I mean, I had my part down." Bridge looked at her with a cynical eye.
"Uh-huh.
"I did. I wasn't the one hanging upside down.
My job was to keep them busy, and I did.
Your job was to make sure they were occupied, so I had time to get the statue without them walking in on me."
"Well, I did that."
"You weren't supposed to get caught in the process?"
"Well, you know, things happen."
"Once again, I have to save you. Maybe they should start calling me the extractor."
"Don't start that again."
"What? I'm just saying."
"Don't start."
Nicole then looked out the window. "Where are we going anyway?"
"Airport."
"Why? Thought we were lying low for a few days."
"That was before. Best time to get us out of here is right now while they're still looking for some new clothes to wear. If we wait a couple of days like we originally planned, they're going to have the airport staked out. You got everything packed, right?"
"In the trunk."
"Good. It's time to go home."
"And what am I going to get when we get there?"
"What do you mean?"
"Well, I did technically save you, right?"
"Yeah."
"Well, I think I should get compensated in some way. I should get some type of reward, shouldn't I?" Bridge laughed and shook his head. He already knew the type of reward she wanted.
"And what type of reward are you looking for?"
"Oh, I've got a few things in mind."
"I'm sure you do, Nick. I'm sure you do."
Chapter 3. Bridge could feel his body shaking as he slept. He turned over, but the shaking continued. His eyes fluttered, looking directly at the light shining in through the window. "Hey, honey."
"Oh, not now, Nick, please."
"Luke?"
"Please, I just want to sleep. I mean, 2 times last night. Isn't that enough?"
"What? It's never enough."
"Just another hour. I promise I'll give it to you later."
"Promise?"
"Promise."
"Okay, good." A second later, Nicole shook his arm again.
"Nick, I told you I'd give it to you later."
"And I'm very appreciative that you offered, and believe me, I will take you up on that."
"Good."
"But that's not what I'm here for." Bridge's eyes opened wide, shocked to hear those words.
"You're not?"
"No."
"But that's what you're always here for."
"Yeah, well, not this time." Bridge sat up, the sheets covering the lower half of his body. He looked and sounded concerned about his girlfriend's condition. He put his hand on her forehead to check for a fever.
"Are you all right? You feeling okay?"
Nicole laughed. She supposed he had a right to think something was wrong. "I'm fine."
"Are you sure? I mean, nothing's wrong?"
"Nothing's wrong. We've got a case to start working on."
"Oh."
Bridge started to lay down, then jumped back up to a sitting position.
"What do you mean we have a case? No, we don't."
Yes, we do. We've been hired. I've already vetted the guy."
"Oh, no, Nick, come on. We just got back 2 days ago."
Bridge brought the sheets all the way up over his head, not wanting to hear anything else about it. Nicole quickly took them off his head. "A case is a case, and a person that needs help is a person that needs help, regardless of your recovery timeline."
"I thought we agreed that we would always take at least a week between cases to kind of recharge our batteries."
"My batteries are charged," Nicole replied.
"Really? I mean, 2 days."
"You got something else to do?"
"Yes."
"Like what?"
"I don't know. Stuff."
"Look, we both know all you're going to do is look at your stock portfolio, watch TV, and look at porn sites."
"I do not look at porn sites. I don't need to when I have you."
Nicole smiled. "True. But anyway, 2 days is plenty of time to recharge your batteries." Bridge grunted. He knew it was a lost cause, since she took the job anyway. But it was a way for him to vent about it.
"What's the job?"
"Missing person."
"Oh, no. I hate missing person cases. You know that."
"Well, she's not exactly missing. She kinda is, but kinda not." Bridge looked at her strangely. You want to try that again?
Well, they kind of know where she is. General vicinity, anyway.
Oh, really? And where's that?
Nicole smiled. Well, we'll find out when our client gets here.
And when is that?
Nicole looked at the time. Should be about 5 minutes now? Bridge jumped out of bed.
5 minutes? Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Nicole admired his body as he went over to his dresser to pick out some clothes. Well, I did tell you sooner. You chose to lay there for a few minutes and pull the sheets over your head like you were a pouting 2-year-old.
That's like 2 minutes sooner.
Nicole shrugged. It's still sooner.
5 minutes.
Nicole hated when he rushed to put clothes on. Take your time. Don't put clothes on my account. As Bridge finished putting his clothes on, he had more questions about their new job.
So do we know where we're headed or not?
Maybe.
Nick, what kind of answer is that? We either do or we don't. So which is it?
Well... Bridge was getting the hint that there was something she was avoiding telling him.
Nick?
Yes?
What is it that you're trying not to tell me?
Nothing, dear. You look good in that outfit, you know.
Thanks. Where are we going, Nicole?
Nicole pointed her thumb toward the other room. Just out to the main room when our client gets here. Bridge gritted his teeth.
Nicole, where are we going?
The other room. You know, the one we use out there.
You know what I'm asking. Don't be cute.
But I play cute well, don't I?
You do. Sometimes too well. Where is this job taking us, Nicole?
Nicole took a deep breath, knowing she couldn't hide it from him much longer. Well, it's not for certain yet. Bridge shuffled his jaw around from side to side, tired of playing word games.
Nicole?
There is a small possibility, very, very small, like tiny, like extremely minuscule, so small that there's almost no possible chance that it could actually happen.
I'm getting angry here.
Are you okay?
Just tell me.
Okay, well, like I was saying...
Without stalling?
Nicole tucked her head between her shoulders as she braced for the negative reaction. There's a small chance that it could be in Mexico?
No.
But it's likely that it's not?
No.
Bridge went over to the bed and fell face first onto it.
No.
It might not be.
What are the chances?
Small.
In exact percentages?
Maybe 50-50?
That's not small.
It's not a majority either.
Nick?
I can't help it where the case goes.
Why's it gotta be Mexico?
Well, it might not be. We don't know yet. Bridge took a deep breath, then picked himself off the bed and sat on the edge of it.
Where's the alternative?
Venezuela.
Oh, great. So we can go back to the home of, what's-his-face? The guy had to jump out from the balcony onto the helicopter. The drug lord.
Well, I doubt he'd be involved again.
They're probably still looking for us down there. Me, to be specific. They only got a glimpse of you from the chopper.
Either way, it'll be fine.
Oh, so you say. We either go to Mexico again or we go back to Venezuela. Heck of a choice there, Nick.
Nicole shrugged, seeming unconcerned about it. It is what it is. Whining about it won't do any good.
I'm not whining.
You're whining.
I'm just venting.
Oh, sounds like whining to me.
You couldn't get us a case to Russia or North Korea or Iran or some peaceful place like that. It's got to be Mexico or Venezuela.
Nicole smiled. Luke?
Yeah?
You're still whining.
Bridge grunted again. I hate this job.
You love it.
I hate it.
You're good at it.
Doesn't mean I love it.
So quit.
I can't.
Why?
I'm too good at it.
Nicole rolled her eyes and shook her head. She looked at the time again. We should head out there. He should be here any minute.
Why's it gotta be Mexico?
Luke, stop your crying and let's go. Nicole grabbed his hand and led him out of the bedroom. As soon as they got to the main room, there was a knock on the door. That should be him. Bridge put his finger on his lips.
Shh. If you stay really quiet, he might think we're not here.
Oh, stop. Put your big boy pants on and man up. If it's Mexico, just deal with it. As Nicole went to the door to answer it, Bridge shook his head and whispered,
Mexico.
Chapter 4. Mr. Dermott walked into the room, looking like a man who was visibly shaken and out of answers. It wasn't a comfortable position for him, or one that he was accustomed to. He was a very successful businessman, with his net worth in the millions. He was used to having the answers. He was rarely out of them. But this was different. With the safety of his daughter at stake, he had nowhere else to go. Nicole greeted him with a warm smile and a handshake, then led him over to the middle of the room where Bridge had taken up a chair. Bridge still looked a little disinterested, but it could have just been the thought of going back to Mexico that was still on his mind. Once Dermott got within distance, the two men shook hands. One look at his potential client's suit was enough to let Bridge know he was well off. Not that it had any bearing on whether he accepted the job or not. Dermott sat down, still looking uncomfortable. He squirmed in his seat as he struggled on where to begin. "You are Mr. Bridge?" "I am." Dermott turned his head as Nicole came over and sat down next to her boyfriend. "I told your associate here about everything. I like to hear everything for myself. Helps to clear up any misunderstandings. That way I get the whole picture from the horse's mouth." Dermott nodded as he rubbed his sweaty hands together. "It's about my daughter. Her name's Ava. She went missing a few weeks ago." "Where?"
"Miami. She went down there with a couple of friends. Her friends came back without her."
"Did you call the police?"
"I was instructed not to."
"Ransom?"
Dermott nodded, like he was ashamed to admit it. $100,000.
"And you didn't pay?"
"I did." Dermott sighed and slapped both of his knees in frustration. "That's the hard part. I did pay it. All of it. All $100,000 of it. And it didn't make one damn bit of difference."
"Why didn't you go to the police?"
"They said if I went to the police, they'd kill her. They wouldn't even bother with a ransom. They'd just cut bait and leave, move on to someone else. They said all they wanted was the money. Once they had it, they'd let Ava go, safe and sound."
"Didn't play out that way?"
"No. I gave them the money like they'd asked, in cash. Then I waited for Ava to be released. It's now 2 weeks later, and I'm still waiting."
Bridge looked at Nicole, knowing he had to ask a hard question. It was one that nobody wanted to hear. "I hate to suggest what I'm about to say, but it needs to be said. In many kidnapping cases, they don't release the prisoner. After the kidnappers get what they want, they dispose of—"
Bridge didn't finish his thought, figuring it was clear enough what he was implying. Dermott quickly pushed back on the idea, though. "She's alive. I got word yesterday."
"Word?"
"An email to my private business email address. They want $200,000 this time."
"How do you know it's the same people?"
"They reference the first payoff."
"Why come to us?"
"Because I know that they will not release my daughter, no matter how much money I pay them. I assume they're going to keep stringing me along, asking me for money knowing that I'm going to pay."
"That first one might have been a test, to see if you'd go to the police or not. Now they know you didn't. They might figure you for a good mark."
"That's what I figure, too."
"Why not go to the cops this time?"
"Same reason as before. They said if I go to the cops this time, they'll send her head home in a basket. They won't try again. I just can't take that risk."
"Employing us is still a risk."
Dermott put his hands up. "A calculated one. I did some checking, asked around. I got several recommendations from people who led me to you. They all said the same thing, that you were the best. If anyone could help me out of this situation, it'd be you."
"What about the men who did this? Do you know any names?"
Dermott shook his head. "No real ones anyway. I can show you all the communications I've had with them. Everything was signed with a code name to let me know it was the same people."
"What code name?"
"Every email I got was from someone named Gemini."
"Gemini?"
"Yeah."
"What about voicemails, phone calls, in person, anything like that?"
"Never had any phone calls, only emails. Every email would tell me what they wanted me to do or where to go. If I deviated from that, the deal was off."
"You still have the emails?"
"Of course. I've saved everything." Dermott reached into his pocket and removed a flash drive that he handed over. "Everything's on there."
"Okay. We'll check it. Is she still in Miami?"
"I'm not sure. I don't think so."
"Why not?"
"You'll see in the last email they sent me. They wanted to make sure my passport was up to date."
"Is it?"
"Yes. I travel frequently for business, sometimes internationally as well." Bridge turned his head toward his girlfriend.
"Why'd you assume this was in Venezuela or Mexico?"
Dermott answered instead. Because they specifically mentioned those 2 countries in their last email, as you will see.
Wonder why?
I have traveled to both countries before. Maybe because they think I'll be familiar with the spots.
Could be. What can you tell me about your daughter?
She is... Dermott sighed. She can be a handful.
How so?
She's 18. We're a privileged family. We have money, wealth, and no restrictions, and she knows it. I've done my best to raise her the best way I can, but sometimes I feel like I haven't done a good enough job.
Mom?
Her mother died when she was 8. Maybe it would have been better if I was home more instead of traveling, focusing on business, making money, but I guess that's hindsight.
Are you saying she's been hard to handle?
Dermott looked away for a moment and nodded. Yes. When she was 14, she was acting like she was 25. Constant boyfriends, going out to parties, staying up late, hardly ever home, preferring to hang with her friends instead of me. Obviously, school's barely a consideration for her.
Has she graduated?
High school, yes. She has no intentions of going any further with it.
What about your business?
She's content on living off the money that she's given.
How much is that?
I used to give her whatever she wanted. I gave Ava her own bank card, which she could use at will.
Used to?
In order to try to combat some of her behaviors and try to mold her into a more responsible person, I switched to giving her a specific amount of money every week.
Which is how much?
$250.
So $1,000 a month?
Yes. That's quite a drop, Nicole said. From an unlimited amount, any time she wants it, to $250 a week. I just didn't know what else to do to try to rein her in. Talking to her was like... Dermott didn't finish his sentence. It felt like all he was doing was criticizing his daughter. Though she had faults and a way of life that he didn't like, he still loved her and would do anything to get her back. I love her. She's my only daughter. He ran his hand over his mouth, hoping that he hadn't seen the last of her.
What exactly are you wanting us to do?
Bridge asked. I want you to find her.
And make the exchange for you? Just take her without giving money? What?
They will only accept the money from me. They've made that clear. There can be no one other than me handing over the money.
So you want us to find her before that exchange is supposed to take place?
That's what I hope. I'd rather not give them the money, knowing what's likely to happen after the last time I handed over money.
When's the next drop?
I don't know yet. They said I'd get another email either tonight or tomorrow giving me further instructions.
If it's within the next 2 or 3 days, it's not going to give us much time.
I know that, and I'm not expecting miracles, but I guess I'm hoping for one anyway.
To be clear, you want us to find where Ava is, take her away from whoever has her, and bring her back to you before you're able to give them money.
That's my hope.
Are you able to pay in case we're not able to do that? I can't make a promise that we can.
Yes, the money is not an issue. If I have to pay it, then I will. I would just prefer not to give those savages any more than they've already gotten. Plus, if they don't give her back after the second time, there's no guarantee there'll be a third attempt. Bridge took a deep breath before giving the next piece of advice, but he thought it was important.
We're going to go under the assumption that Ava's still alive. But just because they're demanding a second ransom, it doesn't mean that she's still alive. They might just figure that you'll be willing to pay it under the slightest hopes that she is.
Dermott looked down at the floor. He wanted to counter the assertion, but he knew he couldn't. Realistically, he knew that was a possibility, whether he wanted to admit it or not. I can't think like that. I know it's possible, but until there's some kind of proof to suggest otherwise, I have to go under the assumption that she's alive. I have to. We'll do what we can, Nicole said. As far as your fees are concerned, you have a blank check. Whatever you need, whatever you want, you've got it. As I said before, money is not an issue. I can give you as much as you need. All that matters is that I get Ava back.
That could be helpful, Bridge said, especially in a situation like this, where time is of the essence. We can't really afford to wait and stake people out. In order to get information quickly, we might have to resort to getting it from less than reputable sources.
Whatever it takes.
Unfortunately, with some of them, the only thing that matters is money.
However much it takes, I can afford it. I won't go bankrupt any time soon. I'm worth millions. My company's worth millions. Money's not an issue. Do whatever it takes.
That'll be helpful.
Does this mean that you'll take the job?
Bridge looked at his girlfriend and nodded. "We'll take the job."
"Thank you," Dermott replied. "Thank you."
"Don't thank us yet. Thank us when we get Ava back."
"When can you get started?"
"We're already on the clock."
Dermott sighed with relief. He then reached into his pocket again and took out a small piece of paper that was folded. He unfolded it and handed it to Bridge. "It's a check for $50,000. Is that enough to get you started?"
Bridge nodded. "It's plenty."
"If you need more, just let me know. Like I said, however much it takes, I don't care how much."
"Understood. There's one more thing. As soon as you get that email later, we'll need to see it. The very second you get it."
"Absolutely. What will we do after that?"
"Depending on what it says, hopefully we pounce."
Chapter 5. Nicole stuck the flash drive into the USB port of her laptop. Within a few moments, the folder containing the emails sent to Ava Dermott appeared. There were 8 of them in total. Bridge sat down next to his girlfriend, and they read the emails together.
"Ava Dermott, we have your daughter. We will return her to you safely and unharmed if you agree to give us $100,000. If you go to the police with this, or attempt to bring anyone into this other than yourself, we will send Ava's head home in a basket. We will not try again. We will not give second chances. Her life depends on what you do from here on out. If we hear a listening device, see a police uniform, suspect an undercover detective, we will immediately abandon everything and kill her. If you agree to these terms, reply to this email indicating you understand the conditions. Gemini."
Nicole looked at her boyfriend. "What do you think?"
"Smart," Bridge answered. "Sounds cold, methodical, not a hint of desperation."
"It almost sounds like they don't really need the money. I mean, not trying a second attempt almost indicates the money's not important."
"They're more worried about getting caught than they are about getting the money. Probably means they're not hard up for cash."
"Could mean money's not the main motive."
"I agree. Might be something personal against Dermott."
"Which one?"
"The father," Bridge replied. "Might be more about punishing him."
"Let's see what the rest say." Nicole pulled up the next email.
"I agree to all your terms. The only thing that matters is that you return my daughter unharmed. I will not bring in the police as long as you release my daughter. Just name the time and place, and I will be there. Ava Dermott." "What's the timestamp on that?" Bridge asked.
Dermott replied 34 minutes later.
"Hit the next one. Take a flight down to Miami tomorrow. Check in at the Green Palm Hotel at exactly 4 o'clock. Bring the money in a suitcase. Once you check into your room, put the suitcase down on the bed, then leave the room and go down to the bar. At the far right of the bar, at the last possible seat, you will leave your keycard underneath a drink that is sitting there. You will then walk out of the bar and stand outside by the front door. Someone will be watching you the entire time. If you do not follow these instructions exactly, you will not see your daughter again. Once we have confirmed the money is there in its entirety and you have pulled no tricks, we will give you further instructions. Respond with your agreement. Gemini."
"What do you make of that?" Nicole asked.
"Interesting."
"In what way?"
Bridge read over the message again. It's obviously a hotel that they're familiar with.
"Leave the keycard under a drink. How do they know that spot will be available?"
"I'm sure they'll probably have somebody sit next to that spot, making sure they leave it open for Dermott to do his part."
"These guys don't seem dumb."
"No, they don't. Hit the next one."
"I will be there tomorrow as you requested. I guarantee I will pull no tricks. Just keep Ava safe. Ava Dermott."
"Next one," Bridge said.
"Next one looks like it's after the attempted exchange."
"You did not follow instructions exactly as we described. You were late. Although the money is here, we did not appreciate having to wait for it. We will contact you again if we decide to go through with our end. Gemini."
"And then Dermott's response?" Nicole said. "I checked in at 4:05. There was a line. Then I waited to be led up to the room. Everything was done per your instructions. I want my daughter back. I fulfilled my end of the deal. I did not involve the police, and you have your money. Please release Ava."
"They keep saying we," Bridge said.
"What?"
"We. Every email. It's we. We. There's definitely more than one. It's not just one individual."
"They could just be saying we in general terms, or to throw him off in case he decides to check it out."
"Maybe. But what about the part where they have someone watching him?"
"Might just be saying it to scare him. Make sure that he complies fully."
"I don't think so. I don't think you take those kinds of chances.
They probably had someone sitting at the bar waiting for Dermott to put his key under the drink. But what if Dermott doesn't go outside? What if he waits in the lobby, sees someone else come out of the bar, and follows him up to the room? Then the plan starts going sideways. If there was a second guy, he was probably outside. Then when he saw Dermott exit the hotel, he let his partner know it was okay to take the key. So probably at least two of them. What's Gemini mean, anyway? Horoscope? I assume it's not a last name. Nicole chuckled. Yeah, I doubt we'd get lucky enough with that kind of stupidity, signing their own name to it. Never know. Nicole brought up a website to explain it all. Gemini, twins, May 21st through June 20th. Energetic, quick-witted, passionate, and extremely intelligent. Gemini are adept at blending into different groups. Nicole took a look at her boyfriend. What a face of confusion as he looked at the website she brought up. Something wrong? What does any of this even mean? Twins? Does this mean there's two of them? Does it mean they really are twins? Like Jack and John Smith, born at the same time? What does any of this mean? Nicole shrugged. I don't know, I'm not a horoscope girl. Bridge wiped his forehead and shook his head. All right, let's move to the next email. Think about this Gemini stuff later. Okay, next one is the last one that Dermott received. Ava is still alive, and she'll remain that way as long as you stick to the program. We'll give you another opportunity to get her back. This one will involve extra effort on your part. This time we want $200,000. Same way that it was delivered the last time. Cash and a suitcase. Hope your passport is in order. Gemini. Wait, was that it? Bridge asked. That doesn't say anything about Mexico or Venezuela. There's more. I will comply with your instructions again, but I need assurances that my daughter will be released this time. I need to know where I'm going. Bodie Dermott. He got a response, Nicole said. As long as you follow the instructions properly and to the exact specifications we tell you, she will be released. If not, then we won't. Again, if there's any involvement from authorities, we will cut our losses and move on without the money. We will be somewhere south of the border. Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Venezuela, or maybe even Mexico. Just be ready to go when we tell you. You'll get another email soon, Gemini. Well, we know it's not Puerto Rico, Bridge said. Why's that? Since it's a U.S. territory, you don't need a passport to go there if you're a U.S. citizen. Maybe they're just saying he needs a passport to throw him off track in the real spot? Never know. I kind of doubt it, though. If that were the case, why even bring it up? Since you don't need a passport, it wouldn't even be a concern. It's really not throwing anyone off. True. South of the border. The only time people really say that is when they're going to Mexico. Usually. That it? That's it so far. Bridge leaned forward on the table and put his hands on the sides of his temples, trying to figure out what was going on here. Something wasn't sitting right with him. Something was off. He just couldn't place it yet. What's the next move? Nicole asked. Bridge leaned back and folded his arms across his chest. He stared at Nicole. She wasn't sure what his problem was, but it sure looked like he had one. What? Why does this seem weird? Nicole shrugged. 'Cause it is weird? I don't know. Kidnapping and ransom aren't exactly normal. No, not that. I mean the way this has all happened. What's strange about it? I can't put my finger on it. The fact that it's all done through email? No, that's not it. Everything we do these days is electronically. People don't just drop notes in a mailbox these days. I can check to see where those emails came from. Nicole immediately started typing on her computer to see if she could get a location from them. Probably turn up empty. If they're smart enough to pull this off, they're probably smart enough to use some kind of VPN or disguise their real location somehow. Maybe, but they're not as smart as they seem. As Nicole researched that, Bridge started replaying the conversation with Dermott in his mind. It was there. That's where something was throwing him off. Something that didn't quite fit with everything else that was going on. After going through it a few times, it finally hit him. Miami. Friends. That's where the disconnect was. Bridge snapped his fingers. That's it. What's it? What's bothering me? I just figured it out. Care to share? Dermott said Ava went down to Miami with a few of her friends. Yeah. Her friends came back without her. Why? Nicole stopped typing and looked at him. Because she was kidnapped? Bridge shook his head. He wasn't buying it. If you're 18 and down in Miami with 3 or 4 of your girlfriends and one of them goes missing,
Would you really expect that the rest of them wouldn't say a word about it? They'd be frantic. They'd be talking to everyone, including the cops.
Maybe they got instructions to not say anything except to Ava's father.
But he didn't say that. He said he got an email saying that Ava was kidnapped and asking for money. I'm sorry, if I'm a kidnapper, I'm not relying on 3 18-year-old girls to keep their mouths shut in Miami and the entire flight back to New York.
If that's the case, then they didn't know.
How could they not know? They were together.
Nicole scratched her nose, then her eyebrow. I don't know. What do you think?
I have no idea. That's why I'm asking.
I think you need to make a phone call.
Bridge nodded. I think you're right.
He thought about the passports.
I think I need to make a couple of them.
His first call was to Brody Dermott, to ask him about the friends that came back from Miami without Ava.
I have a few questions for you that I overlooked before, Bridge said.
Sure.
You said Ava's friends came back from Miami without her. Did they not know about her being kidnapped?
Well, they went down together for about a week. They were supposed to come back together.
Have you talked to them since then?
No, I don't talk to her friends much. Only if I see them around the house, which is rare because they're usually out.
So how'd you know that they were back?
What do you mean? That they might have been kidnapped too?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just trying to get a picture in my mind as far as the timeline and how everything happened.
Oh. Well, I mean, I guess it was just a figure of speech on my part. I haven't spoken to her friends. I just assumed that they'd come back when they were supposed to.
So you don't know for sure if they're back or still in Miami?
Not specifically, no.
They haven't called, asking where Ava is?
Not to my knowledge. I don't believe they even have my number. If they're concerned about Ava, they would probably be trying to call her on her cell.
They wouldn't think it's odd for her to be gone for a few weeks out of the blue?
As I told you before, Mr. Bridge, Ava is not what you call conventional. It's not out of her character to just go somewhere for a week without telling anyone. Even me. I'm sure her friends know that as well.
And she's only 18?
She'll be 19 next month. Ever since she turned 18, she thought it was her right to go wherever she wanted, whenever she wanted. As I said, she's very headstrong.
Okay, well, thanks for the info.
Has it been any help?
It just might be. Can you send me a quick email in the next few minutes detailing as much as you know about when Ava went down? Day, time, flight number, who she went with, hotel, anything like that?
I can do that. After the call was over, Bridge swung the phone down by his side and stared at the wall for a moment. Nicole looked over at him. I know that look.
What look? Bridge asked.
That look that you think something more is going on than meets the eye?
Bridge laughed. Oh, that look.
Yeah, so what is it?
I want to check on her friends. Make sure they're back in New York.
Why?
I also want to retrace their steps the entire way. From the flight down to the hotel they were staying at, to the bills they racked up, to the time they were supposed to be done.
Why?
Because I have a hard time believing her friends came back without her knowing she was in trouble.
Unless they didn't know.
Maybe. Dermott's sending us an email with some of that info. Let's start tracking it down. Somebody out there knows something. It's up to us to find them.
Chapter 6. Bridge put the phone against his ear again. Who are you calling now?
Bridge smiled. Our friendly Federal Intelligence man.
Nicole laughed. He's not going to like that.
I know, he never does. If he would only ever... Hello?
The first thing Bridge heard was a sigh. Hap already knew what he wanted. Maybe not the specific topic, but he knew it was something. Bridge rarely, if ever, called to shoot the breeze.
Yes, what do you want? Now what kind of greeting's that? Bridge asked.
The kind that people get when they always want something out of me?
Well, that's not true.
Which part?
Either.
So what do you want?
What makes you think I want something?
Because it's you.
Well, you're wrong.
So you don't want anything?
Nope.
Not a thing?
Not a single thing. Just calling to say hi.
I don't believe that.
Hi.
What do you want, Luke?
Nothing, just called to say hi. Hi.
Hey. What else?
Are you doing all right? Feeling good? Everybody good? Wife, kids, boss, coworkers, friends, enemies, criminals, everyone you know, all good?
Hap still knew he wanted something. Bridge was just trying to be clever about it.
Everyone's fantastic. Good, well, that's all I wanted. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
Hap was still skeptical. No, really, just wanted to see how you were.
I'm good.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.
Bridge hung up, then stood there for a minute. He looked confident. "You want to tell me what that was about?" Nicole asked.
He said I never called just to say hi, so I wanted to prove that I do.
"You're going to call him back in a minute again, aren't you?"
Bridge flashed a wide smile. Sure am. Then he'll never be able to say I don't call just to say hi, 'cause I just did.
That's kind of not really true.
I didn't ask one question business-related when I just called.
Only 'cause he probably called you out on it.
Whatever the reason, all I did was see how he was doing. That's it. Now I'll call for something else.
It's kind of a loophole, I think.
Loopholes are still legal.
Sometimes. Bridge dialed Hap's number again and put the phone against his ear.
Hey, buddy, how's it going?
What do you want now?
I was just wondering if you could check on something for me.
See, I knew it. I knew it. I knew you were calling because you wanted something.
That's not true. You said I never call unless I want something. Well, the last time I called, I just wanted to say hi.
You did that deliberately.
Last time I called, I didn't want anything. This time, I do. See, it's not every time.
Luke, the last time you called was 2 minutes ago, not 2 weeks.
So, does that matter?
I'm sure it doesn't in your mind.
Anyway, back to what I was calling for, and I appreciate you offering to help.
Wait a minute. I didn't offer anything.
Sure you did, don't you remember?
No.
The last time we talked, you said you're glad to help, and any time you can be of more help, to let you know.
I don't remember saying that.
Well, you did.
When?
2 weeks ago last Tuesday.
How do you remember the day?
Because I was so flattered and taken back that you offered that I remembered the date.
I think you're lying.
I would never.
Oh, you would if you got something out of it.
You know, I'm almost insulted that you think our friendship is only based on me wanting something all the time.
Just 95% of it.
You are so off base on this. I ask you things because I trust you more than anyone else. Outside of Nicole, that is. And because you're the best FBI agent I have on my contact list.
How many other FBI agents do you have on your contact list?
Just you. Hey, when you get the best, why shop around? See, you should be flattered that I only take my business to you.
Flattered, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, sure. So what do you want? Just get it over with and tell me.
Well, since you're kind enough to offer, I was wondering if you could look up a passport for me.
A passport? What do you want to know about it?
I want to know if there are any hits on it leaving the country.
Who you got?
Ava Dermott, 18 years old, last seen in Miami.
Your next case, I take it?
Looks that way.
Think she's out of the country?
Could be.
Kidnapped?
Possibly.
If she was, I doubt they paraded her through the border.
I know.
I'll check on it. I'll get back to you.
The sooner the better if you can. She's the daughter of Bodie Dermott. He's apparently a billionaire.
Apparently?
Well, I don't take many people at face value anymore. But I don't really have doubts that he is. Anything you can dig up on the family would be appreciated.
How much time you have on this?
Really don't know. There was already an exchange of money once. The other side didn't fulfill their end of the deal.
And now?
Looks like they might try again. Just don't know where.
Out of the country?
Looks like that's possible.
I'll get back to you soon.
As soon as Bridge got off the phone, Nicole summoned him over to the desk, where she was still working.
You got something?
I got the names of the other girls Ava went down to Miami with.
How many?
3, Nicole answered.
How'd you manage that?
Just check the flight manifests. They all sat together, one row behind the other.
And?
And what?
Anything interesting about it?
Nicole shrugged. Looks like the 3 girls came back to New York a week later.
You sure?
Nicole nodded. Positive. They were on flights back to New York, and I've checked their social media pages. They've all posted to their respective accounts in the past few days. All in New York.
You're sure?
No, I'm lying. Why do you ask? You sound like you're thinking about something.
I was thinking, if this was some kind of trick, then
the friends would be in on it, and would come back like nothing happened?
Something like that.
That's a terrible thing to think. To think that a girl would pull something like that on her own father? That's terrible.
Bridge shrugged. Well, we are in a terrible kind of business.
Still, that's terrible. And what would she need to do that for anyway?
You heard it. The father was cutting her off. She wanted to get back at him. And they're not that close to begin with.
He's still giving her $1,000 a month. That's pretty good money for not having to do anything to earn it except walk around.
Well, when you're used to having an unlimited pocketbook, then you're only getting $250 a week. That can be a blow to the ego.
Nicole shook her head. No, don't even go there. This isn't her.
Anything on these girls' social media pages about Ava? Talking to her, missing her, wondering where she was, anything?
No, except the one. Nicole pulled up the page. She posts a picture of her and Ava down in Florida, lounging by a pool. Then she captions it by saying, "Wish I was still down there with you." That makes it seem like the story checks out, doesn't it? That Ava stayed behind for whatever reason and they all knew about it.
Maybe.
I don't know how we're going to find this girl before the next ransom is supposed to take place. We've got no leads and no idea where to go.
Especially since Dermott can't think of anyone he's got an issue with that would want to do something like this to him.
It's going to be tough. Bridge rubbed his face with both hands and yawned.
Okay, check the flight manifest and see if there was anyone else on the plane down that also stayed at the same hotel as Ava.
Thinking maybe they followed her down?
Anything's possible at this point. Then let's hit up her credit cards, ATM withdrawals, whatever's got her name on it, especially in the days after her friends left. Maybe we can get some clues there.
I'm on it. They didn't get too far into their search before Bridge's phone rang again. Bridge looked at it and smiled.
"It's our friendly neighborhood FBI agent," he said happily.
Nicole shook her head. "You know, one of these days you're going to tease him too much and he's going to belt you."
Bridge laughed. "Not over the phone, he's not."
"He'll wait until you're within arm's reach."
"Possible, but it's too much fun to stop."
Bridge then put the phone to his ear.
"Yo, Hapster, what's shaking?"
Hap didn't bother responding. He was just used to it. "Ran the hits on Ava Dermott's passport."
"And?"
"No hits."
"Damn."
"What were you looking for?"
"Wasn't looking for anything. Just was hoping."
"For what?"
"Something unexpected."
"If this girl's been kidnapped, you really didn't think they were just going to go right through a border and have her flash her passport, did you?" What's bugging you about this?"
"I don't know. Maybe it's just because I don't have many answers. Only questions."
"Well, what exactly is the deal?" Bridge explained everything they knew up to that point, and while he didn't relay every message word for word, he said the gist of them. "From everything you've said, this was planned. It's not a random event. She was targeted, and likely has been for a while."
"You don't think maybe she spouted off while she was down there about how much money her family had?" Bridge asked. "Maybe the wrong person heard it, decided to do something?"
"Unlikely. That'd be a spur-of-the-moment thing. This sounds like too much planning's been involved."
"Yeah, you're probably right."
"You say she stayed back on her own while her friends went back home?"
"Well, I mean, that's how it looks so far."
"Ask her friends about it?"
"Could, but if they don't know what's up, then they start panicking, telling people, putting it on social media, then the kidnappers find out. That could be a problem."
"Yeah. I'll tell you what it sounds like to me."
"Okay."
"Sounds to me like she stayed behind to either meet with someone or stay with someone."
Her friends were going back.
"Exactly. You're telling me an 18-year-old woman wanted to stay behind without her friends in a city where she doesn't know anyone? Doesn't make sense to me."
"Maybe she was having a good time."
"Then she'd have her friends stay with her."
"Maybe they had to work."
"I'm not buying it," Hap answered. "She traded one group of people for another. I'm almost sure of it. Now maybe she knew these other people well. Or person, if it's just one. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she thought she was staying back with some good people and they turned on her. But I'd be willing to bet just about anything that she wasn't staying behind by herself."
"Maybe a boyfriend."
"Could be. When'd you say Dermott's getting the next email?"
"Probably tonight or tomorrow," Bridge replied.
"Looks like you're going to have a long night."
"You're telling me."
"What are you going to do if they wind up in Mexico?"
"Oh, don't start. I've already heard enough of that already."
Hap laughed, hearing the teasing Nicole was giving her boyfriend over it in his mind. "I'll tell you what. I'll run some quick checks on her, see if I can come up with anything of note. If I do, I'll send it your way."
"I appreciate that."
Bridge hung up and tossed his phone down on the desk. "I take it he didn't come up with anything?" Nicole asked.
"Nada. No hits on her passport."
"Not really surprising."
"No, just disappointing."
"Well, now that the easy way to find her has been eliminated, guess we gotta go to work." Chapter 7. It was a little after 10 o'clock, and they'd been going at it all day without much luck finding any clues. They were close to winding it down and getting ready for bed, knowing they would likely have another long day tomorrow.
"Are you ready to wrap this up?" Bridge asked.
He yawned and rubbed his face. then looked over at his girlfriend, who appeared to not hear him. She was staring at the computer screen of her laptop. Bridge nudged her arm. "Hey, you hear me?" "What?" She looked at him briefly before turning her attention back to the computer. "Ready to wrap it up? We should get some sleep. We'll probably be on the move tomorrow if Dermott gets the next email on where to go." "Yeah, in a little bit." "You seem preoccupied. You got something?" "Yeah, I think so." "What?" "A name."
"What kind of name?"
"There's one person on the same flight that Ava and her friends took from New York to Miami who also stayed at the same hotel."
"Who's that?"
"A man named Derek Hatch."
"Who's he?"
"That's what I'm trying to figure out. Now, so far, I've uncovered that he booked the hotel room for only him, no guests."
"What about the flight down?"
"Sat a few rows behind the girls. One ticket. Sat with 2 other people in the row, but they weren't together."
"Sure about that?"
"Positive. The couple he sat with were in their 60s, and they live in Florida. Hatch is from New Jersey and has been living in New York for the last few years. They're not related."
"How old?"
24.
"In the range of a possible boyfriend. Anything else to tie them together?"
"Not so far. Haven't uncovered any messages or calls between them or anything. I'm still digging."
"Any purchases that can be traced back to Ava after her friends left?"
Nicole shook her head. "No, it's clean. She either used cash or didn't make any."
"Well, if they were together, there's something that's going to tie them together."
"Here's something interesting."
"What's that?"
"Hatch checked out of his hotel room the same day that Bodie Dermott dropped off the payment."
"Now that's a coincidence."
"Isn't it?"
"They stayed at a different hotel than the one Dermott dropped the money off at, though, right?"
"Yes. There's something else interesting."
"What?"
"We assumed that Ava went missing and just never checked out of her hotel, right?"
"Yeah? I'm guessing you're about to tell me something different?"
"Oh, yeah," Nicole replied. "She checked out of her hotel, too."
"When?"
"Same day as Hatch."
"So let me get this straight. Both Ava and Hatch are on the same flight to Miami, check in on the same day at the same hotel, and then checked out at the same time as well?"
"That's the gist of it."
"And then Ava goes missing and is never heard from again?"
"Correct."
"Kinda makes you think that there's something going on there."
"Sure does."
"Maybe we need to figure out where Hatch is. Find one, maybe find the other."
Nicole nodded. "I'm thinking that might be a good bet."
"Guess we're not going to sleep any time soon now."
"We're not going to have time for more than 2 or 3 hours, probably."
"I'm going to shoot a message over to Eric, see if he can pull up anything on this guy. Maybe his passport has been hit lately."
"He's probably sleeping now."
"Maybe. Even if he is, if he sees it first thing in the morning, maybe we'll still get a heads up, depending on when Dermott gets that email."
As Nicole started digging up everything she could on Derek Hatch, Bridge's phone rang a few minutes later. Nicole snapped her head toward him. "Guess Eric's not sleeping." Bridge looked at his phone.
"It's not Eric."
"Who is it?"
"Dermott."
"The email." Bridge nodded, then answered.
"Bodie, what's up?"
"I just got the email."
"What did it say?"
"Says I'm to take a 9 a.m. flight tomorrow morning."
"To where?"
"Florida."
"Florida? Again?"
"Says I'll receive further instructions once I'm there, but it says to make sure I have my passport with me. I'll need it in Venezuela."
"Forward the email to me so we can go over it."
"Okay. What are we going to do?" Dermott asked.
"Well, if Venezuela's the place, then we'll check out the flights down there, see if we can get there ahead of you. We'll figure it out from there."
"Okay. I just hope—"
"We'll get your daughter back. Try to get a good night's sleep. You'll need it."
"Yeah, I'll send that email over to you."
"Thank you."
Bridge hung up.
"Looks like Venezuela's the place."
"Should I check email?" Nicole asked.
"Yeah, you should be sending it over."
They only had to wait a minute before it showed up in their inbox. "Here it is." They opened the email.
"Mr. Dermott, at 9 a.m. there's a flight heading to Orlando. Be on it. Once there, you will check your email for further instructions. There will be another flight from there to Venezuela, so make sure you bring your passport. We will tell you the specific flight to get on once you're in Orlando. Bring the $200,000 in your carry-on luggage. Remember, no cops or else. Gemini."
"What do you make of that?" Nicole asked.
"I don't know."
Bridge then looked at the other messages they'd printed. He spread them out on the desk to look at them. "You see something?"
"Nothing specific. They're all a little different, though."
"What do you mean?"
"In 2 of them they call him by his full name, Bodie Dermott.
"So?"
In 2 more they don't greet him with any heading. They just go right into the email."
"So?"
"This one they say Mr. And? Seems strange that it's not consistent."
"Maybe they're deliberately trying to use different wordage to throw people off the track."
"Could be. Can you check flight times for Venezuela?"
Nicole pulled up the flights. Earliest flight is 6.
Guess we'll be on it.
No, wait, that's got a couple stops. We'll get to Caracas in 12 hours at 6:16 p.m. There's another flight at 7. Wind up getting there at the same time. Smaller layovers in between stops.
How many stops?
2.
Bridge grunted. I hate layovers. Why can't these planes just fly to the place they're going without stopping?
Nicole shrugged.
I really hate stopping and getting on new planes.
Anyone ever tell you you have a lot of quirks?
Yeah.
Who?
You.
Nicole laughed. Oh.
Anyway, if we can get there after 6 and it's a 12-hour flight at best, Dermott's plane to Venezuela's not going to get there until well after hours. We should have a few hours to prepare.
Maybe more. Some flights are 17 hours. Depends on which flight they have him take down there. Wonder why they want him on specific planes.
Probably just a way for them to keep an eye on him and track him. Make sure he doesn't do anything they don't want him to.
Smart. Should I book tickets? Bridge sighed, thinking about the layovers.
Yeah.
Once they booked their plane trip to Venezuela, they went back to digging up what they could on Derek Hatch. They quickly found a police record, which spurred their interest in him that much more. It was mostly small-time stuff, though. Receiving stolen goods, theft, parking tickets, nothing that would indicate he could be a mastermind behind a kidnapping plot. According to his grades, he barely made it out of high school, Nicole said. Never went to college.
Doesn't mean he's not smart enough to do this. Just means he wasn't interested in school, and he didn't have the money to pursue it. What's he do for a living?
Auto mechanic.
An auto mechanic who suddenly becomes a kidnapper? Big leap. Where in Jersey was he from?
Hoboken.
That's what, 25-30 minutes to New York?
Something like that. Not a far drive. The place he works at is actually in New York, so he makes the drive every day.
How far exactly is the auto dealership from the Dermott house?
Half hour.
That's a long way to go for a tune-up.
Maybe the car's not the only thing he's tuning up, Nicole said with a smirk.
Well, where there's smoke, there's fire. He works in New York, where she is, half hour from their house, same flight down, same flight while there. It's not a coincidence. Even if he's not behind it, he's involved. I know he is.
It would seem that way.
Can we put her at that mechanic at any point?
Working on it.
Haven't discovered any messages between them?
No phone calls, messages, nothing. At least nothing that's public and easily available.
What do you mean?
Might have used alternate methods.
Such as?
Bridge asked. Kids today don't just text and send emails. There are messaging apps disguised as calculators, secondary phones. I could go on and on.
Bridge nodded and grunted. Doesn't make it easy.
No, but it makes it possible that they connected some other way.
Somehow this kid knows her. If we figure out how, we might be able to figure out who else is involved.
We're not going to have enough time tonight, Nicole said, looking at the time. 7 o'clock is coming early.
We'll just have to figure it out as we go, and hope we get lucky.
Chapter 8. Bodie Dermott got off his flight in Orlando and went to a waiting area, just as he was instructed to do, and checked his email. There was nothing there yet from Gemini. He looked around as he waited, knowing the email should come through shortly. They said he would get it as soon as he got off the plane. He found an empty seat and sat down until the message came through. He waited 5 more minutes before the email finally showed up. "You followed instructions well. Glad to see you're still alone. We're going to deviate slightly from the previous plans. There's another plane leaving in 1 hour from Mexico. Be on it. Flight 515 from Monterey. You will get further instructions when you land. Gemini." Dermott sighed, knowing the plan had already gone to hell. He knew Bridge and Nicole were on the flight to Venezuela. That meant they were going in the wrong direction, and likely wouldn't get there in time for the next drop. Still, he had to go through with it and push on. He forwarded the email to Bridge, and then went to the ticket counter to book the next flight. Bridge and Nicole both had their laptops open to do some work while in the air. They were about 2 hours away from landing at their second stop at the Tocumen International Airport in Panama. Seeing that he had a new alert for an email, Bridge clicked on it, seeing the forwarded message from Dermott. He sighed loudly, then balled his fist and put it up to his forehead. Nicole noticed he was clearly agitated. "What's wrong?" Bridge shifted his laptop to the side so she could read the message. "Oh, no.
We've been had."
"This is definitely not good," Nicole said. "What are we going to do?"
"Only thing we can do. As soon as we land, we gotta book a flight for Mexico."
"We won't get there in time."
"We gotta do what we can."
Nicole started checking flight times. "That plane Dermott is going to be on won't get to Mexico until about 8 o'clock.
How soon can we get there?
Checking. He heard the frustration in Nicole's sigh. 10. Bridge punched his leg with his fist. 2 hours.
2 hours. They can do just about anything they want in that time frame.
Maybe Dermott can somehow stall long enough for us to get there.
He's not going to be able to stall for 2 hours. A few minutes, maybe. Not 2 hours. These guys, whoever they are, if they think he's stalling, they'll just kill Ava and be done with it.
Maybe. It could be that they're all just talk. They might not hurt her at all.
Can't take that risk, Nick. You gotta assume that if they're willing to kidnap someone, they're willing to kill them.
Another email showed up in Bridge's inbox. It was from Hap. Bridge opened it and sighed again. He could only shake his head at the news.
What now? Nicole asked. Eric got a hit on Hatch's passport.
And?
Showed up in Mexico yesterday.
Well, at least now we know for sure that he's involved.
We've bungled this, Nick. We've completely screwed this up.
No, we haven't. We couldn't have known they'd change meeting places.
Bridge rubbed his eyes. We should have waited. We should have just went down on the same flight as Dermott to make sure nothing changed.
But then we wouldn't have gotten a head start to try to find Ava before the drop.
Well, we're not going to find her now, anyway.
If they have Dermott make the drop and they give Ava back, then it doesn't matter.
And if they don't give Ava back, they didn't last time.
Then we still have time to find her.
Unless they're done with her.
We'll find her, Nicole said. She wasn't sure if she really believed it, or whether she was just saying it to keep Bridge's head in a positive space. But in either case, she hoped that was so.
I should have waited. Should have waited to see if we got a hit on Hatch's passport. Then we might have been able to see this coming. We should have waited to go down with Dermott. We should have waited for everything.
Luke, you can't blame yourself for this. We both know in this business things happen, and things sometimes go sideways, and you can't always predict what's going to happen. But things go wrong all the time. It's just part of the deal.
Doesn't make it any easier to live with when someone's life is hanging by a thread.
All we can do is the best we can. Bridge continued thinking about everything. He reread every email that was exchanged between the two parties, retraced every step that he thought the kidnappers made, and every thought that he'd had since he took on the case in an effort to figure out how he got things wrong. As he kept reading the emails, something stuck out at him.
Why didn't I see this before?
What? Nicole asked.
Why didn't we see this?
See what?
Look at these last 2 emails.
The two of them read them together, but silently. At 9 a.m. there's a flight heading down to Orlando. Be on it. Once there, you will check your email for further instructions. There'll be another flight from there to Venezuela, so make sure you bring your passport. We will tell you the specific flight to get on once you're in Orlando. Bring the $200,000 in your carry-on luggage. Remember, no cops or else Gemini. You followed instructions well. Glad to see you're still alone. We're going to deviate slightly from the previous plans. There's another plane leaving in 1 hour for Mexico. Be on it. Flight 515 for Monterey. You will get further instructions when you land. Gemini. Nicole looked at her boyfriend strangely, obviously not seeing what he was seeing. Yeah?
Don't you see it?
Apparently not.
They had eyes on him in Orlando. Someone was there watching him.
Nicole's eyes read the emails again. Then she saw it. How did I miss that the first time?
Same way I did. Glad to see you're not alone. How would they know he was alone unless they were watching him?
It was the plan all along. Get him down to Orlando, have eyes on him to make sure he was still following directions, then have him go to Mexico.
So then wouldn't it also be likely that whoever is in Orlando watching him might also be on that plane to Mexico to continue watching him?
Nicole nodded. Could be.
I'm going to fire off an email to Hap, see if he can figure out who our target is on that plane.
Could be they just used a local lookout. Might not be anyone who's following him there.
Maybe. But if there is, it would give us a leg up on where to go once we get there.
Bridge started writing his email.
Eric, Bodie Dermott is now being rerouted to Monterey, Mexico. We're going to have to change flights once we land in Panama, which means Dermott will arrive there 2 hours before we can get there. We think someone might have been watching him at the Orlando airport. Can you check records to see who else got on that plane? It's flight 515 to Monterey. Thanks, pal. I owe you a beer. Luke.
Within a few minutes, Bridge got a reply. Luke, at this point you probably owe me an entire bar. But I'll start looking into it. I'll let you know when or if I have something. Eric. You should probably send an email back to Dermott to let him know when we'll get there, Nicole said.
Yeah. Bodie, our flight is stopping in Panama. We'll take the first flight out of there, but we won't get to Mexico until about 10 o'clock. That's 2 hours after you. It's up to you how you proceed once you get there. I can't tell you what to do. If you're able to stall long enough for us to get there, do what you can. But if you don't think you can, then do what you have to do. Trust your instincts. If you have to make a drop right away, and you think it's the only way, then do it. If something doesn't feel right or is too dangerous, then back away if you have to. Just keep us in the loop as much as you can about what's going on or where you are, so we know where to go when we land. Luke. After hitting the send button, Bridge sighed. Hope this doesn't become a disaster. It's already heading that way. We'll be all right. Hope Ava Dermott and her father will be. Once the plane landed in Panama, Bridge and Nicole immediately took the next flight out to Mexico. I hate this part. Which part? Nicole asked. Standing around and waiting. Nothing to do and no way to help. That's all we can do. I know, but I still hate it. Bridge took out his phone. Who are you calling? Eric. See if he's got anything yet. He said he'd let you know. I'm seeing early. Bridge called his friend, who answered almost immediately. You do know that I don't work for you, right? You do know that? I'm well aware. Half the time it seems like I'm more invested in your stuff than I am my own. Maybe my stuff is more interesting or more important? Hap laughed. Maybe. You able to come up with anything on that plane yet? Still narrowing it down. I've crossed a bunch of people off. Still a bunch more to account for. How much longer? It takes how long it takes, Luke. You know that. I know. Sorry for being impatient. Look, I know, I get it. There's a lot happening, a lot riding on this, and a lot that can go bad in a short amount of time. I'm working on it as fast as I can. I know, and I appreciate it. As soon as I know something, you'll know something. Thanks. By the look on his face as he swung his phone down by his side, Nicole could already tell what the answer was. But she figured she'd confirm it anyway. Nothing yet? Bridge shook his head. Nothing yet. Like I said before, might not be anyone on that plane. Maybe. But if there is, then Eric will find him. Bridge sighed. Yeah. And then we'll find him. Chapter 9. Once Bridge and Nicole stepped off the plane at the Monterey International Airport, Bridge immediately tried calling Bodie Dermott. There was no answer. While he kept trying to get a hold of him, Nicole rented a car. Bridge walked outside, standing in front of the airport until Nicole showed up with her SUV. Bridge got in, phone still pressed to his ear. Anything? Bridge shook his head. Nothing. Just keeps ringing and going to voicemail. Well, at least it's not turned off. Yeah, but if it's on, then why isn't he answering? Maybe he can't. Maybe the deal's going down right now. Then why isn't his phone off? Maybe he's got it on silent. Where do you want to go? Might as well grab a hotel and figure out our next steps. Bridge answered. Think there's a Marriott about 10 minutes away. Once they checked into the hotel and went into their room, they started setting up their equipment. Since Dermott wasn't answering his phone, Bridge thought maybe he'd send an email, since that's how they'd been communicating anyway. Maybe somehow that'd get through. Bodie, we're now here in Mexico. Tried calling you. Let me know where you are, Luke. Bridge sighed after he was done. Hope that does something. We can only do what we can do. Bridge's phone started ringing. His initial hope that it was Dermott was quickly dashed. Not that he was disappointed to hear from Hap, assuming he had some information for him, but it wasn't who he was hoping for. What's up, Eric? Got a couple possibles for you from Orlando. What are the names? First name is Diego Andujar. Flew in from Mexico to Orlando late last night. Haven't found out anything about his overnight activities or where he stayed yet, but this morning he got back on the flight to return home. Short trip. And there's another one, Hap said. Name is Anson Burkampf. What's his story? From New Jersey. I've already confirmed that he does have a relationship with your other guy. Hatch? Yeah, went to the same high school. Well, that can't be a coincidence. From what I can make out, he went down to Florida a few weeks ago. Right around the time Ava went missing? A couple days before that, I believe. Interesting. And there's been no activity on any of his credit or bank accounts, social media, nothing. Nothing until he booked that plane this morning. One-way trip? Looks like it. Found out something else that's interesting. What's that? Burkampf just got his passport about 2 months ago. Any hits on it? He's been to Mexico 3 times since then. That's the only place he's gone. Criminal record? Nothing on either guy so far. They both U.S. citizens? Burkampf is. Andujar's a Mexican citizen. So what's this all mean? Bridge asked, not really expecting an answer. Means you got some work to do. Could both these guys be in on it? I'd say that's possible. Can you forward what you got on both these guys to me? Will do. Thanks.
"How you making out down there?"
"Just got in a half-hour ago," Bridge answered. "No contact with our client yet. Don't know where he's at. Everything's quiet."
"Quiet's not good in this instance."
"I know it."
"If the drop went down already, he should have called you by now to let you know."
"I know. That's what's got me worried."
"Unless they're taking him somewhere and shutting off all communication so he doesn't know or see where he's at."
Bridge groaned, like he didn't think that was the case. But at this point he couldn't rule anything out. He finished up his conversation with Hap, then checked with Nicole to see if she came up with anything yet.
"I got nothing."
Bridge ran his hand over his head and blew air through his lips. This is the worst-case scenario.
"Maybe let's go back to the airport, start asking questions."
"I don't know. If whoever took Ava's got people at the airport and we asked the wrong person, we could blow our cover right now."
"What other choice do we have?"
Bridge shook his head. "Not many." He stood there, thinking of everything. Why didn't he send me a message? I told him to check in as soon as he got here.
"Maybe he didn't have time."
Bridge sighed. Or maybe he didn't have the opportunity.
"If there was someone on the flight with him, they might have picked him up as soon as he hit the ground."
Bridge nodded. He wrote down the names of the people Hap told him about. Eric said these 2 names were on the flight.
"What's so interesting about them?"
Andahar arrived the night before, then took the next plane back, which just happened to be the one Dermott was on, and Bergkamp is from New Jersey. Just so happens to have gone to the same high school as Hatch.
"Well, that's not a coincidence."
"No, it's not." Bridge sat down to check his email, waiting for the message from Hap to show up. Since it hadn't come yet, he wasn't ready to just sit by and do nothing. To get the most done in the shortest amount of time, he offered a plan. "I'll go back to the airport, start asking around."
"What do you want me to do?"
Nicole asked. "Dig up whatever you can on these 2 guys. Try to find out where they are, who they're with, where they're at, whatever you can. One or both of them have to be involved somehow."
"Okay. I'll see if I can pull up credit cards, phone records, things like that."
Before leaving for the airport, Bridge spent a few minutes picking up the pictures of both Andahar and Bergkamp, wanting to have something to show people at the airport. He printed out both their pictures along with one of Dermott, hoping someone saw something out of the ordinary. Bridge gave his girlfriend a kiss on the cheek before leaving.
"Let me know if you get something," Nicole said.
"I will. You do the same."
Bridge went back to the airport, armed with pictures of the 3 men, hoping someone had seen at least one of them. He went everywhere possible inside that airport. He checked with restaurant personnel, car rentals, airport workers, baggage handlers, terminal workers, even passengers who were just sitting around. If they'd been there for a while, maybe they'd seen something. Unfortunately, nobody he checked with saw anything. A few thought one or another looked familiar, but nobody could place any of them specifically. After 2 hours of searching, Bridge figured he was wasting his time. Seeing as how he hadn't gotten a call from Nicole yet, he assumed that she was striking out too. Bridge went outside and stood near the entrance, watching a few cars go by. He looked around to figure out his next move. Suddenly he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around, seeing a younger guy standing there. Bridge didn't know his face. He was probably in his late 20s or so. Judging by his attire, the man looked like he worked at the airport.
"Yeah? You the guy that was showing the pictures to everyone?"
Not sure what was about to come next, Bridge hesitantly answered.
"Yeah, that was me."
"I thought so. One of my buddies in there said you were talking to people, showing pictures to everyone."
"And?"
"He said there were 3 guys and you were asking about people acting strange."
"That's right."
"Maybe I know something. I don't know. You got those pictures?" Bridge removed the pictures from his pocket and handed them to the man, who eagerly looked them over. The first one was a picture of Bergkamp. He didn't seem to look familiar. The next one was of Andahar. The man nodded. "Yeah, I know this one. I've seen him."
"What about the last one?" Bridge asked.
The man put Andahar's picture underneath to look at the last one of Dermott. He recognized him right away. "Yeah, I know this one too."
"You're sure?"
"Oh yeah, most definitely." He pointed to Dermott's picture. "This one here, I offered to help him with his bags."
"How many did he have?"
2, I think. One he was like clutching over his shoulder."
"How long ago was this?"
"A few hours now, I think. Maybe 8 or 9, somewhere like that."
"And you said you recognized this other guy too?"
"Yeah, this guy," the man said, pointing at Andahar's picture. "He was with this other guy. I've seen him here before too. I think he flies out of here from time to time. Not sure of dates or anything."
"What about tonight? What were they doing?"
"They were getting into some car. This other guy, this third guy, I'm not sure about him. He might have been there too, but I can't say for sure. There was another guy with these two, but I didn't get a good look at his face. I only saw the back of his head. Could have been this third guy, but like I said, I can't say for sure."
"Where did they go? You see them get into a car?"
The man nodded. "Oh yeah, it was a red one."
"Get a license plate or anything?"
"No, but I know it was red. Not a bright red or anything. It was kind of darker. What's the color they say? Maroon. I think that's it."
"Which one of them was driving?"
"None of them."
"There was a fourth guy?"
The man shrugged. "I mean, I don't know if it was a guy or not, but the car pulled up, then the other three got in. The guy with the bags got in the back seat along with the guy I couldn't see. Then this other guy got in the front passenger seat."
"Car or truck?"
"Car. One of those four-door sedans."
"You didn't happen to catch the license plate, did you?"
Bridge asked, hoping to land a miracle, though he definitely wasn't holding his breath. "No, I mean, I thought it was a little strange, but I work here. You see strange stuff at the airport all the time."
Bridge laughed. "I guess you do."
"I mean, I looked at them for a few seconds, but after they got in the car, I just went on with my day, you know."
"Now that you're looking back on it, anything else you can tell me that maybe you didn't think much of at the time? Something they said, did, the way they moved, anything?"
The worker thought for a few seconds. He couldn't come up with anything else, though. "No, not really. It's just—"
"Just what?"
"The one guy, the man with the bags."
"Yeah?"
"He looked kind of nervous, anxious. Looked like he was sweating a little bit."
"See anyone pushing him? Jamming a gun into his ribs? Anything like that?"
"Nah, not that I could tell. This other dude, the one that I recognized, he was standing behind him, though. Real close-like." Bridge reached into his pocket and removed his wallet. He gave the man a little less than 1,000 pesos, or the equivalent of about $50 American.
"Appreciate the info."
"Hey, thanks," the man said with a huge smile. Bridge removed one of his business cards and handed that over, too.
"If there's anything else you remember, or anyone else who works here who suddenly remembers something, let them know there might be more of that for good information."
The man kept smiling. "Right on. You American police? You're not Mexican."
"Something like that. I'm looking for this guy with the bag. Remember to tell your friends. If anyone knows something, hit me up. Anytime. I don't care if it's in the middle of the night or anything, okay?"
The man touched his forehead and gave a half-hearted salute. "Many thanks, senor." As Bridge walked back to his car, he pulled out his phone and dialed Nicole's number. "Hey, got anything?" Nicole asked.
"Maybe. I've got a positive ID on Andahar and Dermott getting into the same vehicle as they left the airport. Now, there was also another man getting in, could be Burkhamp, but can't say for certain. There was also a fourth guy, the driver. No ID on him."
"I haven't gotten anything here yet."
"They got into a maroon four-door sedan. We'll have to put our efforts into finding that car."
"I'll start looking into it."
"We're going to need to try to pull as much footage as we can. Satellite footage, if you can get it. Footage from the airport, local roads, whatever we can get our hands on. We need to find that car."
"I've put alerts out on credit cards and phone records for Andahar, Burkhamp, and Dermott just in case they use one of them. If something pops up, we should get notified."
"Good. Let's hope something breaks soon," Bridge said. "If not, I don't have a good feeling about what we'll eventually find."
Chapter 10. By the time Bridge woke up, Nicole was already banging at her keyboard. He came over to her and kissed her. She smiled and pushed a cup of coffee toward him. "Here, just made it." Bridge took a sip, then groggily looked at the time.
"How long have you been up?"
"Hour or so."
"Why didn't you wake me?"
"Figured one of us should get some sleep."
"You didn't sleep?"
"Couple hours, I guess. I wanted to keep working on this."
"Find anything?"
"If I did, I would have woken you up." Bridge looked at his phone to see if there were any texts or voicemails. Nothing was there. He sighed.
"Dermott still hasn't checked in."
"Doesn't necessarily mean anything's wrong."
"I know you're just trying to keep me positive, and don't really mean that, because we both know what that means."
Nicole closed her eyes for a second, trying not to let any negative thoughts creep into her mind. "You never know."
"He's either dead or taken hostage himself. We both know that. There's no other reason for not checking in this long. We're coming up on what, 10, 12 hours now?"
"About that." Nicole suddenly sat up straight to pay more attention to whatever was on her screen. Bridge noticed. Nicole started typing away again. "What is it?"
"We just got a hit on a credit card."
"Whose?" Nicole turned her head to look at him.
"Bodie Dermott's."
"Where?"
"Looks like a hotel about 25 minutes from here."
"When was the hit on it?"
"This morning, room service."
Bridge quickly ran into the bedroom to get changed. Nicole was already dressed and ready. Bridge was completely dressed and ready to go in less than 2 minutes.
After coming out of the bedroom, he headed straight for the door. "Let's go. This might be the break we need." On the way to the hotel, they stopped at a local florist and picked up some flowers.
"I really don't think this is necessary," Nicole said.
"Hey, gotta play the role."
"How about we just knock on the guy's door, then when it opens, we punch his lights out?"
"Well, a good plan in its own right. What if he looks out and sees two people standing there with nothing in their hands? What compels him to open the door?"
"Me telling him I'll put some bullets through it?"
Bridge just looked at her and shook his head. "While also having its merits, I suppose. Let's just try it this way instead, huh?"
"Fine. If you want to do the whole song and dance routine first, go ahead."
"Well, I do have my dancing shoes on, so—"
"And I have my shooting shoes on."
"Why do you always do things the violent way first?"
Nicole smiled. "It's quicker."
"And messier."
She gave him a glance. "Not always."
Bridge rolled his eyes. "You're hopeless." Once they got to the hotel, they went inside and walked up to the desk, where a man was sitting there by a computer. Bridge had the yellow flowers in front of him. "Excuse me, could you tell us what room Brody Dermott is in? We've got a delivery here for him." The man checked his computer.
"Let's see, Mr. Dermott. Ah, yes, here he is. He is in room 514.
"Great, 514. Thank you." They went over to the elevator. They were the only ones who got on.
"You couldn't have gotten roses?"
Nicole asked. Bridge slowly turned his head and glared at her. "Seriously?"
"I'm just saying. I mean, if you're going to give the guy flowers, why don't you give him the good ones? I mean, what even are those things anyway?"
Bridge looked at the flowers. "I don't know. Flowers?"
"But what are they called?"
"The yellow ones?"
"Romantic guy you are."
"Hey, I walked in there, saw these ones sitting there, and said I'll take it. Who needs to know the names?" Once they got to the 5th floor, they immediately walked to room 514. Before knocking, Bridge handed the flowers to Nicole.
"What do you want me to do with them?"
Bridge shrugged. "Knock?"
"Why can't you do it?"
"It'll sound less threatening if he hears a woman's voice instead of mine."
"Who said you didn't have a woman's voice?"
"Oh, ha, very funny."
Nicole smiled.
She then looked at the flowers as if she were holding a bomb. When he thought of flowers, Nicole didn't come to mind.
"I'm not really used to these."
"They won't bite."
"How do you know?"
Bridge then looked at the door. "You ready?" He didn't get an answer right away. Nicole looked like she was deep in thought. "You ready?"
"Huh?
Something on your mind?"
"Oh, yeah, kind of."
"Is it pertinent to our business here?"
"I was just thinking I could add this to my arsenal."
"What?"
"The flowers," Nicole answered. "We could use this sometime."
"We're using it now."
"No, I mean as a weapon."
"Why does everything resort to you using it as a weapon?"
Nicole smiled and shrugged. "I'm just that kind of girl, I guess. I like my toys."
Bridge coughed. Yeah, all kinds."
"Anyway, I was thinking if we put a bomb or some type of explosive device in the center of these, it could make a really big impact."
"Yeah, along with your hand."
"Well, obviously it would be on some type of timer."
"Your mind works in weird ways."
"Tell me something I don't know. Or maybe you could put something in the middle that, after a certain amount of time, releases some type of spray or gas or something to knock out everyone in the room. That would be cool."
"Are we done thinking of different ways to destroy things yet? I mean, we do have a mission here. Of course, I don't want to let that get in the way of your happy thoughts."
"Always bringing the party down," Nicole said. "Fine, let's do this."
Bridge stepped to the side of the door against the wall, out of sight if someone looked out the peephole. Nicole then knocked on the door. She heard someone coming to the door.
"Yes?" "Flower delivery?" Nicole answered, in her most pleasant, upbeat, peppy kind of voice. "I didn't ask for any. It's for Brody Dermott, room 514. "It's okay, I'm good." "Sir, please, can I just deliver the flowers and get on my way? If I go back with them, I get in trouble. I mean, can I just give you the flowers? If you don't want them, then throw them out. I don't care. I'm just obligated to deliver them. What you do with them is your business." "Fine, hold on."
Nicole looked at her boyfriend and smiled. The door then opened slightly. The man inside was still playing it cautiously. Seeing Nicole standing there with flowers in front of her, he slowly started to drop his guard.
"Here you go,"
Nicole said, handing them over.
"I don't owe anything for these, do I?"
"Nope, all paid for already. Hope you enjoy them."
"Who are they from?"
"Someone named Luke."
"Who?"
"Me." Bridge jumped in front of the door and landed a punch to the man's nose, sending him flying backwards. Bridge and Nicole rushed into the room and closed the door, with Bridge lunging on top of the man to deliver another couple of shots to the man's face. Once he seemed like he was effectively neutralized, Bridge got up and stood over him.
"Done playing around?"
Nicole asked. "Really?
"Are we going to ask him questions or slap him around?"
I was making sure he was not a threat."
"I think he's got it."
Bridge grabbed Bergkampf by the collar and dragged him along the floor until they got to the couch. He thought about lifting him onto it, but then decided against it. He just didn't care enough to make him more comfortable. Bergkampf could do that himself. Bergkampf shook his head and felt his face to see if he was bleeding. He wasn't. But his head sure felt like it had been hit with a hammer.
"What's the big idea, man?"
"The idea, man, is we want some answers," Bridge replied.
"Who are you?"
"We're your worst nightmare if you don't come clean with what we want to know."
"Dude, this ain't right."
Bergkampf squinted and contorted his face as he got his wits together again.
"Can I sit on the couch or something?"
"Go ahead." Bergkampf pulled himself onto the couch and leaned back.
"So what do you guys want?"
"Well, considering this room is registered to Ava Dermott, and you're certainly not him, how about telling us who you are?"
"I'm his son, Derek."
Nicole walked around the back of the couch and then popped Bergkampf in the side of the head.
"Ouch!"
He held his right ear, which took most of the blow.
"What was that for?"
"That was for lying to us," Nicole said. "We already know your name."
"Well, if you know, then what are you asking for?"
"To see if you're capable of being honest. Obviously you aren't."
"Dude, man, what do you want from me? I'm not bothering nobody."
Bridge looked up at the ceiling and sighed.
"It's going to be one of those."
"What's your name, Anson?" Nicole asked. Bergkampf sighed.
"Anson Bergkampf, you happy?"
"Not really. What are you doing here?"
"I don't know, just hanging out in this room."
Nicole walked around the couch again. Bergkampf kept his eyes on her as she did. Just as she stood behind him, he turned his body around to move away from her, fearful about her doing something similar to the last time.
"Listen, dude," Bridge said. "We're both ex-CIA agents that are trained in over 100 different forms of torture and interrogation techniques that can cause extreme pain and even death in some cases."
Bergkampf's eyes flipped wide open.
"You are?"
"Yes. And unless you want us to practice a few of those techniques, if I were you, I'd answer every single question we ask as openly and honestly as possible."
"Oh, forget it," Nicole said. "Let me just get the bag. Once we put the vice on, he'll crack in 10 seconds.
"Vice?"
Bergkampf asked worriedly.
"What vice?"
"It's nothing to worry about," Bridge said. "Surgery puts your shoulder back into place after a few months."
"What?"
"Or we could just get the pliers," Nicole said.
"What pliers?"
"For his teeth or fingers?" Bridge asked.
Nicole shrugged. "Both?"
"Wait, teeth or fingers?"
Bergkampf asked. Bridge looked at their prisoner, seeing that he was close to cracking.
"You see, we have 2 different sets of pliers. One is to pull every tooth out of your mouth as painfully as possible, and the other one is to rip off the tips of your fingers."
"What? The tips of my fingers?"
"Sorry, they don't grow back. I mean, maybe with plastic surgery. They can do extraordinary things these days. But how many you lose will be up to you."
"My fingers?
Oh, don't be a wuss," Nicole said. "It's not like you're losing a hand. Well, not yet."
"Yet?"
"Well, we start with the tips of the fingers," Bridge said. "If you don't tell us anything after losing all 5 of them, and you haven't passed out from the pain, then we start moving on to other parts of the body, usually the hand."
"My entire hand? Seriously?"
"Of course, it could all be avoided if you just tell us what we want to know first," Nicole said.
"What if I tell you everything and you do it anyway?"
"Listen, going through all that takes time and effort," Bridge answered. "And we really don't have enough of either at the moment. Once you tell us what we need to know, we'll be on our way."
"And you'll be here with all your body parts still attached," Nicole added.
"So what'll it be?"
Bergkampf looked at the 2 of them. They looked crazy enough to do all of it.
"Oh, screw it, they ain't paying me enough for torture."
"Who's they?"
"Diego."
"Diego Andahar?"
Bergkampf, with a scowl on his face, nodded.
"Yeah."
"Who's the other one?"
"What?"
"You said they. Let's not play games and make me rip off a finger."
Bergkampf sighed.
"Fine, Derek."
"Hatch?"
"Yeah."
"Both in on it?"
"Yeah, the DD boys, Derek and Diego."
"How do you fit in?" Bridge asked.
"I don't, man. They just hired me to play a part. Whatever's going on is their thing."
"What part?"
"They hired me to go down to Florida and follow this guy."
"Dermott?"
"Yeah. They said just follow him, make sure he's alone, and stick with him after he landed here. So that's what I did."
"It's not that simple. Andahar was also on that plane with you. I've also got witnesses that saw the 3 of you getting into a car after leaving the airport."
Bergkamp shrugged. I don't know about what happened after that.
Bridge sighed. Get the pliers.
No, really, I didn't. All I was supposed to do after landing was escort him to the car with Diego. Then they dropped me off here at the hotel while they kept going. That's it, I swear.
Nicole folded her arms, looking extremely unhappy.
I'm not buying it. You have his credit card. You know, I'm done with this idiot. Let's just kill him instead. No, wait.
Bergkamp was getting nervous and starting to sweat profusely. He knew he had to talk fast to prevent anything else from happening to him.
So what happened was, they dropped me off here and said to stay here for a few days. But I said I didn't have the money to stay. So Diego took Dermott's wallet and gave it to me. There was a few hundred in cash plus his credit cards. It's over in the drawer over there. You can go check.
Bridge went over to the desk along the wall and pulled out the top drawer. There was the wallet. He opened it up, seeing Dermott's identification. Bridge turned back around to further question their prisoner.
Still doesn't prove anything. We already knew you had his wallet.
And who was driving that car? Nicole asked. Was it Derek?
No, Bergkamp said. It was some other guy.
What other guy?
I don't know his name. I never saw him before. Diego seemed to know him, but I didn't, I swear.
Bridge still felt like they were getting the runaround. Bergkamp knew more than he was saying. He was sure of it. He was tired of playing games, and they were wasting a lot of time they didn't have to lose. He reached inside his jacket and removed his gun, holding it in front of him to make sure that Bergkamp saw it. Bergkamp's eyes almost jumped out of his head as he saw the pistol.
What's that for?
It's for you, stupid, Bridge answered. You're not being honest with us, and to be honest with you, I've already had enough. We're just cutting our losses and moving on.
Oh, God. Okay. No, please. I can tell you more.
Bridge pointed the pistol at the man's head, hoping to scare him into talking. Well, you better make it good, and you better make it fast, because my trigger finger is itching.
Okay. I know where they might have been taking Dermott.
Keep going.
Put the gun down, please.
Bridge looked at Nicole and rolled his eyes. He then holstered his gun again. Start talking.
Okay, so they were taking him to this place. I think it was a house, or maybe an apartment. I'm not sure. Anyway, they said they were taking him there to do the exchange.
What's the address?
I don't remember.
Bridge started to take his gun out again, but was interrupted by Bergkamp's quick talking.
It's written down in the drawer there. Just take a look. It's on a yellow piece of paper folded in half.
Bridge took his hand off his gun and walked back to the desk, opening the drawer again. He saw the yellow piece of paper on the left side of the drawer. He picked it up, unfolded it to read it, then folded it again as he put it in his pocket. He walked back over to Bergkamp again. This better be legit. If we wind up going over to some chicken farm, I'm going to come back here and put a bullet in your head. And that's after I take off all your fingers and toes first.
I promise. That's where they were going.
Whose idea was all this? Nicole asked.
I don't know. Derek's the one who recruited me.
And what do you get out of it?
A couple thousand.
What about Ava? Bridge asked. Is she still alive?
Of course, man. None of us are killers. They just wanted some money.
Uh-huh. I want you to stay here for 24 hours.
What?
We've got someone watching out front. If you attempt to leave, he will stop you, and he'll do it by breaking both of your legs. He's a former MMA fighter, so you wouldn't have a chance against him.
I have to stay here? Why?
Because we need to make sure you're telling us the straight story. If not, we'll be back.
It's true, I swear.
Okay. If it is, you can leave tomorrow night with no problems.
What am I supposed to do until then?
Bridge looked around the room. You got a TV? Use it.
Fine.
The alternative is getting your legs broken.
Yeah, fine. I'll stay here.
You need to change this address?
No, that's where they were going.
It better be, for your sake. Bridge and Nicole left the hotel and went back to their car, plugging the address into their phone.
Looks like it's 25 minutes from here,
Nicole said. Single-family house on the outskirts of the city. Looks like a good spot to hold someone hostage.
Let's hope they're still there.
Let's hope we're not too late. Chapter 11. After first arriving at the address of the house that Bergkamp gave them, Bridge and Nicole sat in their car for a little bit, sizing up the situation.
How long are we going to sit here? Nicole asked.
Why do we always have this conversation when we do a stakeout?
Because you always move slowly.
And you want to rush right in and get your head blown off because you haven't intelligently assessed the situation beforehand.
I know, I get it. I'm impatient. But seriously, how long are we going to sit here for?
Until we have some idea what we're going up against, Bridge replied.
That could take forever.
Nick, we've only been here 5 minutes.
We can give it a little more time. But do the Dermotts have it? I hate to talk like this, but if they're dead already, us rushing in there now isn't going to change that. Nicole looked down. I know, but if they're not, then we need to know how many people we're dealing with. What if they have someone watching through a window? What if they have 6 other men in there? What if that front porch is booby-trapped? What if they start shooting at us before we even get halfway there? What if that building collapses? Looks kind of old and neglected. Looks like a place pulled right out of the kidnapping handbook on where to place your victims. I hope you're not suggesting we sit here for like 6 hours.
Can we just give it 30 minutes, can we?
Nicole sighed. Fine, 30 minutes, but not a minute later.
Oh, I know. At 31 minutes, you're charging in there like Theodore Roosevelt in San Juan Hill.
Nicole looked at him and shrugged, while flashing a fake smile. They sat there for the next 30 minutes, not seeing a single sign of movement. Nobody came near the house. They didn't see any curtains moving or people in the window, not even a shadow. The place looked deserted. You don't think that little weasel gave us a fake address, do you? Bridge thought about it.
I don't think so. First, he didn't pull it up out of the air. He had it written down for a reason, so this place must have some significance to either him or the group. And I really doubt he'd be coming here for personal enjoyment.
Nicole looked at the time. 30 minutes is up. Bridge looked all around to make sure there was no one else in the area.
All right, let's hit it.
You hit the back. I'll go in through the front.
Why do I hit the back?
Because if someone's watching the front, I look less threatening.
Bridge laughed. You really think so? You, Miss Bazooka, looks less threatening than me?
I'm a woman. All women look less threatening than men.
Yeah, and I got a bridge I'd like to sell you. You seen some of the mugshots of women locked up in prison? The camera would like to differ.
Just go with me, okay?
Bridge sighed. Fine, have it your way. Just give me a few minutes to get around there. If you hear shooting, then...
If you hear shooting, then it's probably me. Nicole waited for a minute to get out of the car, giving Bridge enough time to make his way around to the back of the house. The residence was located in a not-too-busy area, with only a few other houses within sight and none nearby. Nicole started walking toward the house, keeping both her hands by her side. She didn't want to keep one hand in back of her and on her gun, feeling like that would give away who she was or what she was doing there. She figured if someone had her marked, it wouldn't much matter if her hand was on the gun or not anyway. Once she got to the porch, the old rusted boards started creaking. She knocked on the door and tried to look as unassuming as possible. After a few seconds, she knocked on the door again. Then she heard a noise coming from the back of the house. She assumed that was Bridge breaking in. She sized up the door, then took a few steps back, then kicked at the handle. It looked to be old, so it didn't take much effort to kick it open. It probably would have flown open if the wind blew. As the door flew open, Nicole withdrew her weapon and stepped inside. It looked deserted. There was an old chair and a table that looked like it was about to crumble any second. There was a lot of dust and cobwebs. She started searching through the rooms.
"Nick?"
Bridge said, coming from the kitchen area.
"It's me."
"I'm in here." A second later, they were within view of each other. "Nobody back that way?"
"Looks like there are a couple of bedrooms that way."
Holding their guns in front of them, they walked down a short hallway until they reached the 2 bedrooms and bathroom. All the doors were closed. Bridge pushed the first door open. Standing in the frame of the bedroom doors, he looked around. It was empty. No furniture other than a white sheet lying on the floor. They went on to the next door. Nicole opened it, rushing inside. It was a small bathroom that had a rather strong, musty smell. There were stains on the wall and floor, probably due to a water leak at one time. Then they proceeded to the next door. Bridge pushed it open, his eyes drawn to the body lying on the floor along the far wall. It was the body of a man lying face down. They both went inside. There was nothing in there other than a small wooden chair next to the body. As Bridge went over to the body, he recognized who it was before even seeing the face. He sighed and looked at Nicole, shaking his head. He then knelt beside the body and turned him over. It was Ava Dermott. He had 2 bullet holes in the chest.
"Why?"
Nicole asked.
"Why? He was doing what they wanted. He'd done everything they asked. He gave them money, kept the police out, followed their instructions, everything. Why kill him?"
Bridge rubbed the sides of his mouth. "I don't know. Unless Ava's dead and there was nothing to exchange for the money, so they just took it."
"Burkamp said she was still alive. He also said they weren't killers."
"Yeah, well, I'd say one of his friends has taken it up a notch."
"We don't know it was them."
"It was them. It had to be." Bridge looked around. "The money's not here. Whoever killed him took it." Bridge felt Dermott's neck. "He's been dead a while. Probably since last night."
"Probably should call the police."
"No."
"Luke, we can't just leave him here without notifying anyone."
"You're right. But not until after we leave."
"Why?"
"One, you know I don't trust the police here. 2, if we wait for them, we'll have to answer a lot of questions. Plus, it'll take a while. And 3, we still have to find Ava, and that takes priority right now."
"There's nothing else we can do for Bodhi right now except to find his daughter as soon as possible."
Nicole nodded. He was right. Finding Ava was the priority. But they'd probably find her father's killers at the same time. They took a closer look around the house, searching through every room, hoping to pick up some shred of a clue, something that would indicate where Ava was, or where Hatch or Andujar were. Once they could find the scent of one, they were confident the others would be in the same place. After exhaustively looking through the house, they met back up in the empty bedroom. Neither had found anything. "Only thing in this place is a lot of dust," Nicole said. Bridge sighed and shook his head.
"There's nothing here except the body."
"Out of leads."
Bridge squinted and thought about it. "No, we're not. We still have one."
Nicole looked around at the dust and cobwebs. "Oh, yeah? I'm not seeing it, unless you think one of these spiders is going to tell us they witnessed something."
"We still got Burkhamp."
"He doesn't know anything."
"You think not?" "I bet he does."
"He might not still be there."
"I'm betting he is," Bridge said. "The guy's scared. He's nervous. Probably why they left him behind. They were worried he would screw something up."
"If that address is all he knows—"
"He should still know how to contact them."
"And do what? Set up his friends?"
"Either set up his friends or go to jail."
"He won't do it."
Bridge grinned. "He'll do it. He'll have to. I won't take no for an answer."
"Even if he's able to contact these people, they're going to be very wary of hearing from him. They're going to assume something's not right."
"Possibly. It'll be up to us to make him sound convincing."
"What are we going to say to make them want to meet?"
"I don't know, but we've got 30 minutes to get back there and think of something. Let's make the most of it."
"I don't know, Luke. I have a feeling this guy's not going to be there."
"He'll be there," Bridge said confidently. "He'll be there. He doesn't want to meet our angry ex-MMA fighter."
Bridge smiled, thinking about it.
"He'll be there."
Once they got back to the hotel, they immediately went up to room 514 again. Bridge knocked hard on the door. There was no answer. He glanced at Nicole, who he could tell was staring at him.
"What?
Still here, huh?"
"He's here," Bridge said. "Probably just in the bathroom or something."
"Uh-huh. There's a pleasant thought."
Bridge knocked even harder. "Burkhamp, I know you're in there. Open up."
They heard someone moving around inside. They came closer to the door. Then it slowly opened.
"Oh, it's you guys," Burkhamp said. "Who else would it be?" Bridge replied.
"I don't know. Thought maybe it was that MMA guy you got parked outside. You know, I looked out the window and I thought I might have seen him down there." Bridge and Nicole looked at each other. She then went over to the window and looked out. "You don't even have a view of the front from here," Nicole said. "Thought maybe he was moving around to look at me." Nicole rolled her eyes and shook her head. "Idiots," she whispered.
"Take a seat," Bridge said.
"What now?" Burkhamp asked. "Don't tell me you had a problem at that place, man, 'cause I gave it to you straight. That's where they were."
"We know. We were there."
"So what are you back here for, then? Does that mean I can go?"
"No." "You know what we found when we got there?"
Burkhamp shrugged. "I don't know. Nothing."
"Oh, we found something."
"We found Bodhi Dermott's body," Nicole said. "You know, the guy's room that you're sitting in?"
"What?"
"That's right. He was dead."
"What?"
Burkhamp's mouth fell open. "No way. That can't be right." Bridge showed him a picture of Dermott's body, which he took before they left.
"It's right. He's dead."
"Oh, man, that's a bummer. Nobody was supposed to get hurt. That's what they kept saying. They just wanted this guy's money."
"Well, they took a little bit more than that. Now they took his life."
"I can't believe it."
"Well, you better. Because you know what that means?"
"I'm off the hook?"
"No. It means you're not chumming the water."
"What?"
"Means you're going to help us."
"I already did."
"No, now you're going to help us meet these guys, these partners of yours."
"No, I can't do that." Nicole walked over and smacked Burkhamp in the face. "You can, and you will, or you'll go to jail here in Mexico for the next 50 years for the death of Bodhi Dermott."
"But I didn't do it."
"Doesn't matter. You think they'll care about that? You were seen leaving the airport with him. You're staying in his hotel room, and you had the address of the place he was murdered at. Sounds like an open and shut case to me."
"Oh, man.
I've really stepped into one, haven't I?" Bridge nodded. You have, unless you help us. And we may be persuaded to look the other way and not mention your name anywhere to anybody.
You would?
If you help us find them. Bergkamp sighed and flipped his lips together.
Man, I don't like this at all.
You don't have to. You just have to do it. And you will. Now.
Chapter 12. Bergkamp handed his phone over to Bridge, who immediately started scrolling through it. There wasn't a text message to be found. He looked through the phone contacts. There weren't any.
How are you guys communicating? Bridge asked. Telepathy?
Is that the, mind thing?
Yes.
Oh, no. We told each other to erase all texts and phone calls after we're done. You know, in case we're caught.
Thanks, I kind of figured that. Did you call them after we left earlier?
What? No, of course not. That'd only make them mad if they knew I sent you to the spot.
So why would they kill Dermott? Nicole asked.
I don't know. Maybe it wasn't them.
Really? Who else would it be?
Nobody was supposed to get hurt. They just wanted to keep taking that guy's money.
Were they actually going to exchange Ava this time?
Or were they going to keep stringing Dermott along for more money? Bridge asked.
I don't know. They kept arguing about it.
Who was?
Derek and Diego. Derek wanted to keep it going a few more times. Thought we could get a lot more money out of it.
Diego didn't?
He just wanted to get it over with and get out.
Where do you come in?
I don't, man. Listen, I just do what they tell me. I'm not involved in any decision-making or anything. They tell me where to go and what to do, and I do it. Simple as that.
Where are they right now?
Beats me. I assume they were at that house you went to.
Wait a minute, Nicole said. If you're supposed to get money, they're going to have to give you your share of it soon, right?
Yeah.
They should be contacting you soon, shouldn't they?
Yeah.
Nicole looked at her partner. Then we don't have to risk anything by having him contact them. They'll do it for us.
Yeah, but what if they decide to cut this weasel out of the picture?
Bridge replied. Oh. Nicole looked at their prisoner. Good point. I probably would have.
Hey,
Bergkamp said.
I resent that.
No offense, you're just not essential.
Oh, no problem.
Nicole rolled her eyes. How anybody could rely on this guy was beyond her. They must have another location where they're keeping Ava. They're not going back to that house with a body in it.
How about it? Bridge asked. Where else could they be staying?
No idea, dudes,
Bergkamp said, before glancing at Nicole.
And dudettes. If they got a spot, they didn't tell me.
Nicole shook her head. Like I said, non-essential.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do, Bridge said. You're going to contact one of them and ask about your payment.
Do I really?
Yes, you really.
Man, this is not going to end well, is it?
If you play this right, you might be the only one who gets out of it alive.
Really?
Bridge nodded and winked at him.
You'll be the smart one.
Bergkamp smiled.
Yeah, I'm the smart one.
Bridge looked at his girlfriend and shrugged.
But listen, if you tell them something else, like that we're here or warn them, I'm just going to put a bullet in your head and move on, got it? Then you'll be the first one dead.
Yeah, I got it. Not an interesting proposition at all.
I didn't think so either.
Bergkamp took a deep breath and held his hand out.
All right, man, let's do this. Let's get this party started.
Bridge handed him his phone.
Hey, does this mean I won't get a share of the money?
I'm afraid not.
Man, that sucks. I was really looking forward to that money, too. I had plans for it, you know.
Such as?
Well, it depends on how much they were going to give me.
You don't even know how much you were getting? Nicole asked.
Nah, they said they'd give me a good amount. Maybe 5, maybe 10 grand.
Nicole looked at the back of his head and made a face, throwing her arms up at the same time. Who did a job like this without knowing how much they were going to make?
So what were you going to do with it? Bridge asked.
I don't know. I was still contemplating.
You just said...
Bridge then waved his hand at him.
Oh, never mind. Just send the message.
What do you want me to say? And to who?
Well, which one do you usually talk to?
It's usually Derek.
Then send it to him.
What should I say?
Just tell him you were wondering about when you were going to get paid. Say it in your own way, of course.
You got it.
Bergkamp then started sending the message.
Yo, D, can't really stay in this hotel room too much longer, man. Starting to get nervous. When am I getting my cut?
He passed the phone back to Bridge.
"There you go. All sent."
Bridge read the message.
"Good. Let's see how long it takes to get an answer." "Shouldn't be long. Derek usually responds quickly."
As they waited for an answer from Hatch, Nicole went over to Bridge. "We should call Eric and let him know. That way he can start notifying people."
Bridge nodded.
"I'll do it."
"You sure?"
"Yeah, I'm the one that brought us this."
"Don't do that, Nick. You brought us the case, but what happens while we're on it isn't on you. I'm the one who took us to a different country before we knew what was happening."
"I guess we can both feel responsible together."
Bridge nodded again.
Nicole went into the bedroom as she called Hap, who picked up after the third ring.
"How's things going?" Hap asked.
Could be better." Hap could hear the sorrowful tone in her voice and immediately knew something was wrong.
"What's wrong? Find the girl?"
No, not yet."
"What is it?"
"It's Bodie Dermott. He's dead."
"What? How?"
"I don't know. We were able to track him down to some little rundown shack just outside of Monterey. When we got there, he was dead."
"How?"
"2 bullet holes in his chest."
"Oh, man. What about his daughter?"
"Still no sign of her."
"Bad news all around."
"Yeah, we're still looking."
"Who killed him?"
"We don't know yet. We're assuming one of the kidnappers, but we're just guessing at this point."
"What do you need?"
"We'll send you a picture of him for confirmation, but I guess if you want to start making notifications, we've already anonymously called the police here to tell them about the body."
"You didn't stick around?"
"You know how Luke is down here. Plus, it would be hours of us talking to people with Ava still out there."
"Yeah, that's true.
Just wanted to let you know. That way if you could coordinate with the Mexican government to return his body home." An idea then popped into Nicole's head. "You know, when you talk to the Mexican government, if you could possibly mention that you think Diego Andujar might be involved, maybe we could get a better lead on him and where he is."
"Might help."
"Just maybe. They've got Anson Burkamp here in a hotel room. We're trying to use him to meet with the rest of them to get their position, but we're not sure yet if it'll work."
"I'll get right on it."
"Thanks, Eric."
"You guys be safe down there, okay?"
"Yep."
"Hit me up if you need anything else."
"We will." Nicole then went back into the main room, where Bridge was still watching over Burkamp, who looked bored out of his mind.
"You think we could order a pizza?" Burkamp asked.
Nicole put her hand on Bridge's back. "He's working on it. He'll also check to see if local authorities can lend a hand in finding Diego." Bridge made a face, as if he couldn't believe there was a chance of that happening. "They might. Just have some faith."
"You do know where I am right now, right? Faith isn't exactly something I have a lot of down here."
"Just try. Maybe we'll get lucky."
"Yeah, I have nothing but luck when I'm down here. Bad luck."
Nicole was going to respond and ask him to think more positively, but figured it would be a wasted effort. There was nothing she could say that would change his mind. They'd just go round and round for a few minutes, telling each other the same thing. "It's been a few minutes," Nicole said. "Maybe they're cutting this guy out of the picture."
"Hey, Derek would not do that to me," Burkamp said. "Diego might, but not Derek. He's a good dude."
Bridge raised his eyebrows. They must have had different definitions of good dudes. His didn't include kidnappers, but maybe he was behind with the times.
"Good dudes don't kidnap young girls and kill their fathers." "Hey, I don't know what happened there, but I doubt Derek did it."
"Why's that?"
"He's not really the violent type. If anyone did it, it was probably Diego. Or that other guy he was with."
"What other guy?"
"You know, the one driving the car from the airport. The one I didn't know the name of. He looked a little scary."
"Scary how?"
"Just scary. Looked mean."
"He talk at all?"
"Nah, didn't need to with that ugly face of his."
"What did he look like?"
"I don't know. Just a guy."
"Real helpful," Bridge said. "Was he white, black, Latino, red hair, mustache, an eye patch, what?"
"Oh, looked Mexican. Big guy, probably like 250 pounds. Had a closely shaved mohawk. Just that strip of hair down the middle and on the back."
"I know what it is. Any other marks?"
"Didn't really study him or anything. I was instructed to keep my eyes on Dermott as we drove. That's what I did. Then they dropped me off here and said they were going to that place I told you about. And that's it."
"How long are we going to wait?" Nicole asked.
Bridge shrugged. "Till we have a better lead."
"What if it takes a while?"
"Then we'll have to figure out how to speed things up. We'll get there."
"Hope it's soon."
"One way or another. It'll come soon enough."
Chapter 13. An hour had passed since Bergkampf sent Hatch the text message. Bridge and Nicole got tired of waiting and wound up taking seats. Bergkampf didn't seem as worried about it and kept watching TV.
You know, daytime TV is as bad here as it is in the States, Bridge said. Must be a generally accepted practice everywhere.
I'm getting antsy, Nicole replied.
I'm shocked.
I mean, if he's not responding, maybe we should just move on and try something else.
Let's give it a little longer.
How much longer?
Bridge shrugged. Until I think it's time.
Nicole grunted. I hate waiting.
Really? Didn't know that.
You want me to send him another message?
Bergkampf asked. Maybe we should, Nicole said.
Bridge was ambivalent and threw his hands up. If it made her feel better and calmed her down, he was okay with it. He grabbed the phone and tossed it to Bergkampf again.
Same thing?
Bergkampf asked. Basically.
Bergkampf started texting.
Derek, everything cool, man? I don't really want to stay in this hotel much longer. When can I get my cut so I can jet? There you go.
He tossed the phone back to Bridge.
I'm getting good at this. You're a natural, kid.
Hope we get a better response from this one, Nicole said. Or any response.
Bridge sat back and stared at the TV, not really nervous. He believed a response would come soon enough. He doubted they would blow Bergkampf off completely. He didn't want to say this in front of him, but Bridge thought it was more likely that they would kill him before they blew him off. Blowing him off meant he could have loose lips and say something they wouldn't want him to. If they killed him, like they did with Dermott, they wouldn't have those same fears. And now Bridge knew they were capable of taking things that far. Now that he was thinking of it, Bridge wondered if that was what the issue was now. Maybe Hatch and Andujar were thinking of a way to get rid of Bergkampf. That would explain not talking to him yet. They were figuring out the best way to kill him. Luckily, they wouldn't have to wonder about it much longer. About 5 minutes later, the text they were expecting finally came in. When the text ringer went off on Bergkampf's phone, Bridge eagerly picked it up and read the message. Sorry it took so long to get back to you. We had to pick up and move to a different place. I'll have Diego come pick you up now. The look on Bridge's face indicated it wasn't what he wanted to hear. Nicole came over and read the message. I would have preferred he just set a spot to meet, Bridge said.
Wait, they're coming to get me?
Bergkampf asked. You got it, Junior.
Is that good?
Well, now we'll have to follow you.
Oh, is that good?
Never mind.
Just text him back and ask for an address to meet, Nicole said. Maybe he'll go for it. Bridge tilted his head, thinking it was unlikely, but it was worth a shot anyway. He started texting.
Hey, man, don't go out of your way for me. Just let me know where you're at, and I'll come right now.
He got a response right away. How you getting here without a car?
I'll rent one. I still got Dermott's credit card.
No, don't want anything linking that to us. Plus, I don't want anyone knowing where you're going. Just sit tight. Diego will be there in 20.
Okay.
Bridge looked up at the ceiling. He didn't go for it.
We'll just have to follow then, Nicole said.
They're going to be looking for us.
Won't be the first time. We've done it before.
I was just hoping for the easier way.
Doesn't usually work that way for us. Nicole then turned her head, as if she were thinking about something. Bridge noticed.
What is it?
We can't be up here when Diego comes.
Yeah?
So if we're downstairs, and we see when they get here, I can put a tracking device in their car. Then I can monitor where they're going on my tablet.
So we won't need to follow so closely and risk being spotted.
Nicole smiled. Exactly.
You're brilliant.
I do my best.
Yo, what's that mean for me?
Bergkampf asked. Nothing, Bridge answered. You just do exactly what they tell you. Don't act like anything's different. Act like we don't exist. You never met us, don't know we're here.
But I do.
Listen, if you tell them about us, they're going to blow your head off, understand? So if you think warning them about us is going to help you, it's not. They're just going to assume you're a liability, and you're going to be found lying face down somewhere like Bodie Dermott.
That's not appealing at all.
It shouldn't be. Just act like everything's normal, and you might make it out in one piece.
Might?
Just do what I say, and I guarantee I won't kill you. Can't guarantee they won't, but you'll be safe from me.
How'd I get into this?
Listen, if they have any suspicions about you at all, or you act funny, or they think something's wrong, they'll probably kill you right away and dump you somewhere. It's imperative that you understand that you must act like nothing is wrong. Can you do that?
Bergkampf saluted.
I hear you, Captain. Mission accepted.
Bridge looked at Nicole.
both of whom had reservations that he would live through this. "We should get going," Nicole said. Bridge nodded. "We're going to be downstairs when Diego comes. That way he doesn't see us in here with you. Now, just so you know, we'll be watching the front, and Butch will be watching the back." "Who's Butch?" Bergkamp asked. "That's the MMA fighter we told you about." "Oh. So if you attempt to go out the back, he will break your legs. And just to warn you, he's actually hoping you do because he hasn't hurt anyone in a while, and he's really looking forward to breaking someone's leg again." "Again? He does this often?" "Well, I wouldn't say often, but if he goes a few months without hurting someone, the next person he does hit, they usually wind up in the hospital for a while." "And when was the last time he did that?" "Oh, it's been about 6 months. So he's due." "He's definitely due," Nicole said. "Also, we bugged the room here, so if you mention anything you shouldn't while Diego's here, we'll know it." Bergkamp shot up from his seat and turned his head all around. "Where?" "It's hidden, dumbass," Nicole said. "You know, she's got some spunk to her. You know that?" "Oh, I'm well aware," Bridge replied. Bergkamp smiled. "I kind of like it." "What else?" "Oh, yeah, once you go down to Diego's car, we'll be following you. But don't turn around to look for us, 'cause you'll never see us. All you'll do is make them nervous that someone's back there. Then they'll probably kill you and throw you out of the car." "I totally won't do that. What if you guys get lost?" "We won't. We know what we're doing." "All right, then. What if you do, though? If I get the money and you're not there, do I get to keep it?" "Yes, by all means. If we're not there and you get the money, feel free to go wherever you want." "You guys won't come looking for me?" "Nope. Just do what we ask here, and you're free and clear." "Good deal. I like it." "Yeah," Nicole said. "So we're going to wait downstairs. Remember, not a word." Bergkamp put his hand up to his mouth and pretended to zip his lips. "Mum's the word." Nicole looked uneasy. She didn't like having to rely so much on someone who she didn't view as stable. But they didn't have any other choice. Bergkamp was their best option at the moment. "Okay, let's go," Bridge said. Bridge and Nicole left the room and walked down the hall to the elevator. "You think this idiot's actually going to do all this?" Nicole asked. Bridge wanted to instantly say yes without thinking about it. That he would be so sure of Bergkamp's abilities that he was positive there would be no issues, and he would come through just fine. But he couldn't. All he could muster was sort of a groan. "Well, I hope." "That's not reassuring," Nicole said. "It wasn't meant to be." "I have a feeling this isn't going to end well." "For who?" "All of us." "You never know. He might wind up being better than we think." "For his sake, I hope so." "For Ava's sake, I hope so."
Once they got downstairs, they exited the hotel and went to their car. Nicole went to her big bag of tricks that she usually traveled with and pulled out the GPS locator that she was going to attempt to place on Diego's car.
"How you want to work this?" Bridge asked.
"Split up? You stay in the lobby, I'll stay in the car. When they get here, I'll do my thing. If someone stays with the car, you provide the diversion."
Bridge nodded. "Sounds like a plan."
They put their earpieces in as Nicole hopped in the car, and Bridge went back to the hotel. He looked at the time once he got inside.
"They should be here in a few minutes," he said.
"Let's hope we can pull this off."
"We will. Whether we'll get the payoff we want is another story, but we'll nail this part down."
"And hopefully that idiot doesn't give us away."
Bridge coughed. "Yeah."
They waited 15 more minutes before they saw a maroon-colored car arrive. It parked in a regular spot, backing up in the spot to give a clear view of the hotel near the front entrance.
"Here it is," Nicole said. "I see it."
They both eagerly looked at the car, waiting for someone to get out. The front passenger door opened with Andahar getting out.
"That's Diego," Bridge said.
Andahar started walking toward the entrance. "Driver staying put," Nicole said.
"Can't tell who it is from here."
"Probably the same guy from the airport that nobody knows about."
"Probably."
As Andahar came inside the hotel, Bridge started walking in a different direction. Once he got to the far wall, he turned back around, seeing Andahar get inside the elevator. Once the elevator doors closed, Bridge walked outside.
"Andahar's on his way up."
"How are you working this?" Nicole asked.
"Start walking to the car now."
Nicole got out of the car. "On my way." Bridge stood near the entrance for a few moments, waiting until he got Nicole in his sights. He had to time it perfectly. Once she was in view, Bridge started walking to the maroon car. He quickly walked to the car, going right up to the driver's side door. The window was up, so Bridge knocked on it.
"You the Uber?" What? The Uber. Are you the Uber? Bridge kept an eye on Nicole, who was getting close. He then looked at the driver and motioned for him to roll the window down. The driver complied. Are you the Uber? I ain't no Uber, the tough-looking man said. Oh, you're not the Uber? I just said that. Oh, I thought you were. Bridge then showed him a glimpse of his phone. See, I asked for an Uber. They said it was a maroon-colored car that was showing up. I thought it was you. It's not. Nicole came by and quickly put the tracking device underneath the back bumper of the car. Bridge said. Wonder where it is. Not here. You're sure you're not it? 'Cause if it's a matter of money, I'm not the Uber, the man said testily. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll just go back inside the hotel and wait some more then. You do that. Bridge saw Nicole walking away from the car. Okay. You wouldn't be interested in giving me a lift or something, I guess? Bridge started shaking his head, seeing the guy giving him a nasty scowl. No, I guess not. Well, thanks for your time anyway. Sorry to bother you. Bridge started walking back to the hotel. How'd you make out? It's on, Nicole replied. Good. I'll wait inside here until they come out so that guy doesn't get suspicious. It wasn't Hatch, was it? No. Fit the same description Burkhamp gave us of the driver at the airport. Figured. Once Bridge was inside the lobby for a few minutes, he finally saw Endahar and Burkhamp step off the elevator. Bridge was sitting in the back of the lobby with a newspaper over his face, so neither man picked up on him being there. Our targets are on the move. Soon as they leave, I'll drive up and pick you up, Nicole said. As soon as the maroon-colored car drove away, Nicole drove up to the hotel entrance. She got out of the car and hopped into the passenger seat so she could focus on her tablet better. Bridge got behind the wheel and started driving. How is it? Working like a charm, Nicole answered. Now all we need is to keep a safe distance, and we should have them. Bridge smiled. See, told you this would work. Just needed a little patience. Uh-huh. Now we're cooking. Chapter 14. They'd been driving for over 35 minutes. They were starting to think that maybe Endahar knew he was being followed, and was just driving around in hopes of losing the tail. There was a considerable distance between the two cars, so much now that the maroon car was no longer even visible. Still, the bright light on Nicole's tablet that signified where the car was still going strong. Stopping yet? Bridge asked. Still going. Maybe they don't know where they're going either. Rather unlikely. They continued following the signal, though it was now heading into a more desolate area. After a few more minutes, it looked like the car had finally come to a stop. Bridge pulled over to the side of the road. They're definitely stopped, Nicole said. How far? We're still a few minutes away. Pick it back up again. Bridge pulled the car back onto the road and kept driving, though at a slower pace than before. Anything? No, it's parked. Guess this is it. They drove for 4 more minutes until they were just about on top of the tracker signal. We're here, Nicole said. Bridge looked around. He didn't see anything. Where? We're right on top of it. Bridge looked down. I don't think so. Nicole rolled her eyes and started looking around. Then she spotted a small dirt road nestled between some trees. She pointed to it. There. Should we drive in? That looks a little iffy to me. I'd say let's get out and walk. Easier for us to blend in than a car. Let's load up. They both got out of the car and made sure they were armed, loaded, and their backup weapons were loaded. Let's see what we got, Bridge said. They went into the wooded area, hoping that the trees and bushes would conceal their movements, though they still didn't know exactly where they were heading. Nicole took the lead and walked ahead of her partner. Should be just up here. They could see a little clearing not too far ahead of them. They went to the edge of the trees and saw a small cabin there. They both knelt down as they saw the maroon car parked at the side of the cabin. Bridge double-checked his weapon again, figuring it would be in use soon. Well, looks like that's it. Going in? Bridge looked at the distance between the trees and the cabin and didn't like how far it was. It was probably a good 30 yards. Not ideal for his tastes. Nicole didn't care much. Bridge continued looking at the surrounding area. Looks like it's a closer distance from the sides. Trees are closer. Not running out in the open as much. That's going to take longer, Nicole said. Better to be safe than sorry. Nicole sighed, wanting to just go ahead, but relented anyway. They moved around to the side of the cabin. It took a few extra minutes, but it was a closer distance from the trees than where they originally were.
Bridge looked at his girlfriend.
"You ready?"
"Is that a serious question?"
Bridge tilted his head. "I thought it was."
"When have I ever not been ready to go?"
"Good point. All right, let's move."
They emerged from the trees and ran toward the cabin as quickly as they could. Once they reached it, Bridge motioned to his partner that he'd take the front and she would take the back. They were just about to move when they suddenly heard a loud, booming sound. It was a gunshot, and it came from inside the cabin. They immediately ran to their positions at the front and back doors. There was a small window that Bridge came across. He peeked inside, making sure not to show too much of his face. He didn't see anything. He ducked under the window as he made his way to the door. He took a few deep breaths as he put his fingers on the handle. He then pulled on it, the door swinging wide open, with Bridge still kneeling by the frame, holding his gun out. Bridge stayed in his position for a few seconds, thinking it was strange that nobody was in sight. He'd definitely heard a gunshot coming from inside the cabin, and the maroon car was parked outside, so he knew they were there. At least, someone was. A few moments later, the big guy that drove the car suddenly appeared from another room. He didn't even notice Bridge at first, as his head was down, looking at his phone. Bridge put one hand out, keeping the other firmly on his gun, and pointed at the man.
"On the ground, buddy."
The man looked defiantly at Bridge, recognizing him from the hotel, and knowing he had been set up. He dropped his phone and went for the gun nestled in the waistband of his pants.
"No, no, no,"
Bridge shouted. As the man put his hand on his weapon, Bridge opened up, putting 2 rounds in the man's chest. As the man crumpled to the ground, Bridge mumbled to himself, not pleased at having to shoot him.
Why don't people just listen?
Bridge finally went inside the building fully and started checking the other rooms. He then heard another shot. It sounded as though it came from the back of the cabin. He started moving in that direction, though he kept his gun out in case there were any other surprises along the way. He found the kitchen area and went through it, making sure no one was hiding. He then went into a small hallway, which had a few doors on each side of it. He could also see the back door from there. He was hesitant about proceeding. He touched his earpiece.
"Nick, you okay?"
"Took a shot at someone coming out through the back. Looked like Andahar."
"Get him?"
"Negative. The shot missed. He went back inside. What about you?"
"The big driver's down. Had to nail him."
"What about the others?"
"Don't know. Come inside. I'm holding down the hallway and can see you when you come in. There's 3 closed doors in there, though."
"Coming in." A few seconds later, Nicole appeared by the back door. Bridge motioned for her to open the nearest door to her, while he kept cover on the other ones. That way anyone who heard her open the first door, if they decided to come out of the other 2, Bridge had her back covered. Nicole put her hand on the knob of the door and twisted, slowly opening it. She stood back and pushed it open with her foot, making sure not to stand directly in the line of fire. With no gunfire, she tilted her head to look inside, still being cautious and not showing too much of it. With her arms extended with her gun out in front, she went inside. There wasn't much to check, though, considering it was the bathroom and the smallest room in the place. There was a shower curtain, but it wasn't fully shielding the tub from view, so Nicole could easily tell no one was in there. She came back out of the room and looked at Bridge, shaking her head. He motioned for her to watch the other closed door while he checked out the one nearest him. He put his hand on the door and turned the knob. He pushed it open slightly, then immediately took cover beside the door as several shots ripped through the other closed door behind him. He thought about returning fire and shooting through the closed door, but thought better of it, not wanting to possibly hit Ava if she was inside there. Knowing there was someone in the closed door, Bridge still had to check the one he'd just opened. He got down on the ground and pushed the door open all the way. He then slithered on the ground, going inside, and then rolling onto his back and then back to his feet as he got away from view of the open door. There was a bed and a small rocker, along with a nightstand. Bridge checked under the bed, then after he cleared that, went over to a small closet in the corner of the room. He peeked inside, seeing nothing but some hanging clothes. Bridge went back to the door, standing to the side of it, then getting down on his knees. He quickly rushed out of the room and back into the hall. He looked at Nicole and shook his head to let her know the other room was empty. They both looked at the last remaining closed door, knowing there was about to be some action. Bridge motioned for Nicole to stay put. He took a step back, then launched his foot at the door, kicking it open. Almost immediately, several more shots were unleashed in his direction. Bridge quickly took cover beside the door again. He took a couple of deep breaths before showing his face again.
Shots ripped into the door, and Bridge pulled his head back. "Okay, don't do that again."
"Get out, or we'll kill the girl,"
Andujar said. "You don't want to do that."
"Why not? She don't mean nothing to me."
"Because if you kill her, there's nothing stopping me from killing you. If she dies, I guarantee you'll be next."
Bridge poked his head in the door again, though this time there was no bullet flying toward it. He did see Andujar holding Ava in front of him, his arm wrapped around her neck, with a gun pointed to the side of her head. Bridge then showed his entire body, Nicole doing the same next to him, both of them having their guns pointed at the man.
"I'll kill her,"
Andujar said. Bridge quickly scanned the room, not seeing any sign of Hatch.
"Where's your partner?"
"Didn't you kill him already?"
"I mean your other partner, Derek Hatch."
"Don't know him."
"Let her go. Now."
"Can't. If I let her go, you'll kill me."
"I give you my word I won't."
"Then what? Prison? Nah, not gonna happen."
"Diego, we can't just let this go on indefinitely."
"Yeah, I know. So why don't you guys get out of here and give me enough space to leave?"
"Told you, we're not leaving without Ava."
"Let me go and I'll release her."
Bridge briefly glanced at Nicole. It was against his better judgment to make deals, but he was willing to do just about anything to make sure Ava was unharmed. The most important thing for them, especially after her father had been killed, was making sure she was safe. Though he wanted her kidnappers to pay, bringing them to justice wasn't necessarily his objective. Getting her back was. Even though her father was gone, he still felt obligated to bring the mission to a close.
"Fine, we'll do it this way. We'll let you go if you release her."
"What assurances do I have?"
"My word," Bridge replied.
Andujar laughed.
"No offense, but I don't really trust you."
"No offense, but I don't really trust you either. I'll give you enough space to get to the front door. Once you get there, you let Ava go, and I'll let you get to your car. I won't come after you."
"No, you let me get to my car. I don't really trust that I won't get a bullet in my back once I get out of here. And put your weapons down."
"Our weapons aren't going anywhere."
"Fine, you just let me get to my car and I'll release her."
Bridge glanced at Nicole again, who nodded.
"All right, you got a deal."
"Back up."
Bridge and Nicole slowly moved down the hallway, each going separate ways. Nicole went to the back door, while Bridge moved to the front. A few seconds later, Andujar appeared, still clutching Ava tightly. He saw Nicole standing to his left and started moving in the other direction, being careful not to give up too much of his back to give her a good target. As they went into the living room, he saw Bridge standing there, still pointing his gun at him. As Andujar got to the front door, Nicole went out the back door and came around to the side. Once Andujar backed his way out the front door, Bridge followed him. Andujar continued backing his way to the maroon car. As Bridge continued following him there, he was starting to worry about Hatch being around. It was strange that he wasn't there. At least, not that they could see. Maybe he was in the trees somewhere, though, waiting to pick them off.
"Nick, look around for Hatch."
"You see him?"
"No, but I just want to make sure they don't have this planned. And he's out there somewhere waiting for us."
Nicole started looking around to see if she could spot someone waiting and hiding amongst the trees. After several anxious and tense moments, Andujar finally reached the hood of his car.
"If you try to take her with you, I will open fire," Bridge said.
Andujar moved around the hood to the driver's side. Bridge smiled, knowing that he had a problem.
"Looks like your hands are full. How are you getting in?"
Andujar almost started to panic, knowing he was either going to have to take his hand off his gun, which could be suicidal, or release Ava sooner than he wanted to. Then he whispered in Ava's ear,
"Open the car door for me."
Ava did as he asked and opened it.
"I'm warning you," Bridge said.
Andujar still wasn't sure what he was going to do, but if he shoved Ava inside, there were going to be a few split seconds where he was exposed. He needed a diversion to give himself the time he needed to get in. He quickly took his arm off of Ava and pushed her down to the ground. As Bridge's eyes went to her, it gave Andujar enough time to get in his car. Bridge kept his weapon pointed at the car as it started. Andujar put the car in reverse and floored it, wanting to get out of there as fast as possible. Within a few seconds, the car was nowhere in sight. Bridge went over to Ava to make sure she was okay. It looked like she only had a few small bruises on her arm. Lucky considering everything she'd been through. Bridge helped her back to her feet.
Thank you. Thank you so much."
"No problem," Bridge replied. He then looked at Nicole, who was walking around the cabin.
"Anything?"
"I don't see any signs of anyone else," Nicole answered. Bridge put his arms around Ava's shoulders.
"Come on, let's get you out of here."
Before they left, Nicole put her hand on Bridge's arm to stop him. "There was a shot before we went in." Bridge had almost forgotten about it.
"I didn't see anything."
"Maybe we should take another look inside. I don't see Bergkamp anywhere, do you?" Bridge had definitely forgotten about him. He nodded and brought Ava over by the steps to the porch and sat her down.
"Just sit tight here for a second, okay? Why don't you stay with her and I'll check inside again, just in case we have a friend wandering around out there."
Nicole nodded and stood next to Ava, still looking around for signs of trouble. Bridge went inside the cabin and looked around. There was nothing in the living room other than the body of the big guy he took out when he first got there. He checked through the kitchen again. With that being empty, he knew the bathroom and one bedroom were clear, since he and Nicole had checked them out already. But he hadn't gotten a good look at that second bedroom, since Andahar and Ava were already in it. He only saw that there wasn't another person standing there with a gun. Bridge went into the bedroom, his eyes immediately drawn to the floor. There was nothing there that looked out of the ordinary. He pushed the door open all the way and walked into the middle of the room. He turned to his right, seeing the bed pushed up against the wall. There appeared to be a big lump on it, with sheets, pillows, and blankets all piled up in the center of it. Bridge walked over to the bed and started pulling some of the bedding off. Almost immediately, as he pulled off a few pillows, a leg draped over the edge of the bed. The pants looked like the same ones that Bergkamp had on earlier. Bridge continued taking off all the items, already knowing what he was going to find when it was all off. After a few more seconds, there was nothing left to pull off. Bergkamp's body was lying there in plain sight, with a bullet hole in his chest. Looked like it was fired at point-blank range. Bridge checked his pulse just to be sure, but it was of no matter. He was gone. Bridge took a deep breath, then left the room. While he wasn't especially sad at Bergkamp's death, he did try to help them after all. Bridge was never happy about someone being killed. He knew that Bergkamp had gotten himself into that predicament by throwing in with the people he did to begin with. He walked outside and looked at Nicole and shook his head. "What's that mean? Not here or not living?"
"Dead," Bridge answered.
"What now?"
"Now we get out of here before someone else finds us."
Chapter 15. As Bridge and Nicole traveled back to their hotel, they tried to say as little as possible with Ava in the car. They definitely weren't going to tell her yet that her father was dead. After what she'd just been through, they didn't want to spring too much on her at once. They wanted her to catch her breath for a little while first. Plus, they were still on guard, keeping their eyes peeled in case they saw a maroon car in the rearview mirror. While they assumed they'd seen the last of Andahar and Hatch, they couldn't be positive of it. But they were fairly certain the pair were probably on the run. Once they were back in the hotel room, Nicole had Ava go into the bathroom so she could clean up a little and take a shower. While she was in there, Bridge and Nicole debated their strategy for when she came out. "We gotta tell her," Nicole said. Bridge knew she was right, but always hated being the one to deliver news like this. "I know." After 20 minutes, Ava came out of the bathroom. "Feel better?" Nicole asked. Ava nodded and forced a smile. "Yeah, a little, thanks."
"Ava, why don't you take a seat?" Bridge said.
Ava sat on the edge of the bed.
"So I'm afraid we have some bad news for you."
Ava looked at the two of them, confused, unsure of what she was about to hear.
"I'm sorry to tell you this, but your father is dead."
Ava continued looking at them. It looked like what she'd just heard hadn't sunk in yet. "What?"
"Your father was killed."
"What? When? How?"
"Well, we don't know for sure, but he was carrying money to exchange for you, and we're assuming the kidnappers took the money and killed him."
"What? No, no." Nicole sat down next to her and put her arm around her. "It's important to know that this isn't your fault." "They wouldn't do that." "Who wouldn't?" "They said nobody was going to get hurt."
"We're not sure of the circumstances," Bridge said. "Somebody must have said, did something to make what happened happen."
Ava put her hands over her face, looking like she was trying to hold back the tears. Eventually she couldn't hold them back any longer, and they started flowing. Nicole put her arms around the young woman and hugged her. Bridge went into the kitchen to get a drink. After 10 minutes, Ava was starting to get herself back together. Bridge laid out the plans for them.
"If you're tired, you can lie down, get some rest. We'll wake you up when it's time to go."
"Where are we going?" Ava asked.
"Back home. We'll start looking up flight information in a few minutes."
"Oh, okay."
"Ava, what happened with Bergkampf?"
"Who?"
"The dead guy in the room where we found you. He was on the bed."
"Oh, him. I really don't know. I wasn't in the room when it happened."
"Hear any shouting, talking, anything?"
"No, not really. They really didn't say much in front of me."
"These past couple of weeks that you've been with them, have they done anything to you? Anything inappropriate?"
Ava shook her head. "No, they never laid a hand on me."
"Never? Not once?"
"No, not at all. They treated me fine. I mean, other than keeping me locked up and all."
"How'd you wind up with them to begin with?" Nicole asked.
I met Derek in Miami, and he seemed like a nice guy. We started hanging out. Then, I don't know, one thing led to another, and I'm not really sure how it got to this point. I'm sorry, everything's just kind of a blur right now. It's all, really, I don't know. I'm sorry."
"It's okay. It's been a trying time for you. Just sit back and relax. It's over now. We'll get you home." Nicole then got up. "I'll check on those flight times." Ava sat back on the bed and started watching TV. With Nicole in the kitchen on her computer, Bridge followed her in there. He sat down next to her and started talking in a low voice so Ava couldn't hear him.
"Something about this seems strange to you."
Nicole also kept her voice low. "Like what?"
"Like the fact that a bunch of kidnappers are keeping a pretty girl for weeks and they don't do a thing to her."
"She's probably just too embarrassed to talk about it right now. That's not something that's easy to talk about for most people."
"Maybe."
"Looks like we can get a flight in 3 hours."
"Sounds good to me," Bridge said. "The sooner the better."
He got up and went into the other room to tell Ava. He then went over to the window and looked outside, having a partial view of the parking lot. There was nothing that looked interesting or out of the ordinary. Over the next hour, Bridge and Nicole tried to pull a few more things out of Ava while trying not to be too invasive and give her space. They really didn't learn much.
"Is there anything you can tell us about the people who took you?" Bridge asked.
"I don't really know too much, just that it was Derek, then Diego, Anson, then a couple other guys that I didn't know who they were."
"And did they tell you anything about their plans?"
"No, sorry, like I said, they didn't talk too much in front of me."
"Where did they have you?"
"Usually in a bedroom. We moved around a couple of times, so I don't really know the area too well or anything."
They tried prying more out of her, but without having much luck, Bridge and Nicole went into the kitchen again. It was just before they had to leave for the airport.
"Something's funny about this," Bridge said.
"Oh, stop."
"No, I'm serious."
"Luke, you need to stop overanalyzing everything."
"Doesn't strike you as strange that she referred to each of the kidnappers by their first names, like they were friends?"
"Maybe she didn't know their last names."
"Uh-huh."
"Stop. What are you even suggesting? That she what?"
"I don't know. Just seems like she's not as broken up about anything as she should be."
"She cried over losing her father. What else do you want her to do?"
"Cry longer."
Nicole scoffed. "Luke, they weren't even that close."
Bridge shrugged. "I don't care how close you are. Someone tells me I just lost my remaining parent. I'm going to be shook up about it for a while. A lot longer than 5 minutes, that's for sure."
"Everybody grieves in their own way.
And if someone kidnaps me, I'm sure not going to call them by their first names and talk about them like we're friends."
"She probably wants to put it all behind her. She's been through an ordeal. Show some compassion for her." Bridge still wasn't sure about everything, but he wasn't going to keep nagging about it. He just nodded as Nicole went back into the other room. He still had a feeling deep down in his stomach that not everything met the eye here. Once the time came to leave, they all gathered their belongings. Not that Ava had much, and they checked out of the hotel room. Nicole and Ava stood near the front door as Bridge got the car and drove it up. Ava got in the back seat as the others put their gear into the trunk. As they were doing so, Nicole's eyes glanced elsewhere for a second. Something caught her attention. She stared at it for a few seconds before nudging her partner. She went back to their bags, pretending she was fixing their placement in the trunk. "Don't look now, but we've got company." Bridge also pretended to be doing something with the bags.
"What you got?"
"I got a familiar car in sight."
"Seriously?"
"It's parked in a spot."
"Same one?"
"Looks like it to me."
"What are they doing here?"
"Give you one guess."
"Well, I know that, but how did they find us?"
"Search me."
"Why would they still want her?" Bridge asked. "If her father's gone, they're not getting any more money. What would they still want with her?"
"What if they don't know her father's gone?"
"What?"
"No, what if they really aren't the ones who killed him?"
"Seems pretty far-fetched to me."
What other reason could there be? Bridge glanced at the back of Ava's head.
Unless her relationship with him isn't as casual as it seems.
Oh, don't start that again. They finished pretending to fix the bags in the trunk and finally closed it. Bridge got in the driver's seat, while Nicole got in the back seat next to Ava. Bridge turned around to hopefully get a few more answers from their new passenger.
Okay, we need the truth from you, and we need it now, Bridge said.
With what?
Ava asked. We've spotted that maroon car that Andahar got in earlier. Why would he be here?
How would I know?
I can't think of any reason why he would be here, can you?
No.
With your father gone, they can't hope to get any more money, so there's no other reason they would still need you for anything.
I don't know.
Are you sure you didn't have more of a relationship with one of them than you're saying?
What? No, of course not. They must have followed us here.
But why? What do they still need you for?
I don't know. I really don't know. I told you they never talked in front of me about anything. Bridge stared at her for a few seconds. He still wasn't sure he was getting the right answers. It still felt like she was holding something back. He just didn't know what. He looked at Nicole, who gave him a non-committal face. She was more trusting of Ava than her partner was.
Okay, if they're following us, there's a good bet that they'll try something before we get to the airport, Bridge said.
Why?
Ava asked. Airport is busy, too many people, too many witnesses. If they're after something, they'll make their move before that. So get ready.
For what?
I don't know, but it's probably going to be a bumpy ride.
Chapter 16. Considering it wasn't a long drive to the airport, Bridge was fairly certain that whatever was being planned, it wouldn't take long to find out what it was. They pulled out of the parking lot and got onto the highway. Bridge kept an eye in the mirror, and the maroon car was following, though not very closely. It was a few cars behind them. Bridge thought it was funny that they were giving a loose tail. Considering how close they were to the airport, he really expected them to almost be on their bumper.
I wonder what they're waiting for, Bridge said.
Don't complain, Nicole replied.
Not complaining, just...
Bridge started thinking. If they weren't planning on pulling him over by brute force, they must have had another plan in mind. It took only a few more seconds to find out what that was. The maroon car sped up, coming up alongside their car. Then another car sped around both of them, getting in the right lane ahead of Bridge. Bridge looked in the mirror, about to stop suddenly, and hit it in reverse when he noticed another car speeding up behind them. They, too, kept pace with the others.
They're boxing us in, Bridge said.
They kept pace with their car for a minute or two. What's the plan? Nicole asked. Shoot our way out? Want me to get out the RPGs?
We're not in Iraq, Nick.
Bridge looked at the signs coming up ahead. There was an exit for an industrial park. It was their best bet, unless they wanted to get involved in either bumper cars or a shootout on the highway, and neither option was appealing. What's going on? Ava asked.
Just hang tight, Bridge replied. Told you it was going to get bumpy.
Bridge took the next exit for the industrial park. The car ahead of them kept on driving. It was too late for them to follow. But the other two did. The car behind them was easily able to keep up, and the maroon car next to them suddenly swerved in order to stay within distance.
Well, got rid of one, Bridge said.
The plan really started coming into play once they hit the dirt road. Bridge heard a noise. He started moving his head all around to figure out what it was. Then the steering wheel started pulling to one side. Now he knew what was going on.
Son of a...
What? Nicole asked.
We're getting a flat.
Seriously? Now? Bridge kept driving, though they were getting slower.
I have a feeling this isn't some random nail in the road we went over.
They put it in there before we got in the car? This was their plan all along?
Yep. They didn't need to do anything on the road. It had already been done. They just wanted to get us here.
Why here? Bridge surveyed his surroundings. It was a pretty isolated spot.
Look around. We're not near any buildings yet.
Are they going to kill us? Ava asked.
Nobody's killing anybody.
Bridge thought about it.
Well, not us anyway.
After another minute or two, the car finally came to a stop. Bridge couldn't push it anymore. It felt like there was more than one flat. In reality, all 4 tires had puncture holes in them. It was just the front 2 that went first. The back 2 wouldn't have made it another couple of minutes anyway. With the car stopped, the other 2 cars stopped behind them. Nobody was getting out yet, though. What's the plan? Nicole asked.
You don't suppose we could hitch a ride with them, do you? Bridge replied.
I'm thinking not,
Looks like we're on foot.
On foot? Ava said. We'll never make it.
Well, it's the only chance we've got right now.
Nicole scrambled over the back seat and into the trunk so she could pull their bags of weapons and equipment over to take with them. There was silence for a minute. There is another way, Ava said. Bridge and Nicole looked at each other, surprised that she had something in mind.
Yes?
Bridge asked. You could save yourselves by turning me back over to them. Bridge and Nicole looked at each other again, thinking it was an odd thing for her to say. Most kidnapped victims would never ask to be turned back over to their kidnappers under any circumstances.
Why would you want to do that?
Bridge asked. Because I don't want you guys to get hurt. I mean, you guys have already risked your lives for me. If they want me this much, there's no need for anyone else to get hurt.
That's the risk we take.
But I don't want anyone else to get hurt. I'll be okay. Like I said, they never touched me, so I'll be fine. They won't hurt me if you let me go.
Bridge stared at her for a second. He knew there was something else going on. He was sure of it now. He was seriously considering letting her go. But he looked at Nicole, who gave a small shake of her head. He really wanted to have a private conversation with his girlfriend at the moment, but considering they couldn't just step outside, it was hard to figure out why she was so intent on believing this young woman. Bridge squinted his eyes as he looked at Nicole, trying to get inside her mind.
Remember the shack, Nicole said, not wanting to say too many details.
Bridge knew she was referring to the place they'd found Ava Dermott. He nodded. He understood that she wasn't shaking her head because she believed in Ava and didn't want to hand her over. She was shaking her head because she didn't think handing Ava over would get them out of their current predicament. The kidnappers had killed Ava's father. Even if they handed Ava over, they would probably attempt to do the same to them. It was doubtful they'd just go on their way and leave them alive, especially if they thought they might come looking for Ava again. No, they were there to kill them. The only thing stopping them from attempting to do that now was Ava. For whatever reason, they wanted her, and they wanted her alive. Her safety was the only thing preventing the kidnappers from attacking them. "Thank you for the offer, Ava, but we can't do that," Bridge said.
"Why not?"
"Because your father paid us to do a job, and that was finding you and bringing you home, and that's what we're going to do."
"But if he's dead, you don't even work for him anymore."
"He paid us in advance. We always finish the job, no matter what."
"That's crazy. You guys are going to get yourselves killed over me."
"Part of the job."
I don't want anyone else dying for me."
"We accept that risk with every assignment we're on."
"What are you guys, like some kind of military mercenaries?"
Bridge smiled. "We're highly skilled ex-government agents who are now working in the private sector."
"So you were spies?"
"Well, I guess if you want to be blunt about it."
"So you're spies and you can't handle a bunch of people who barely graduated high school?"
Bridge gave her a look. Now he not only didn't trust her, but he was really starting to dislike her, too.
"Well, we can't sit here all day. What are we going to do?" Ava asked.
"Why don't you tell us why they want you so much?"
"I've already told you, I don't know."
"And I don't believe that."
Ava shrugged.
"Why are you so willing to go back to them?"
"I told you to save your life."
"Sorry for being so blunt, but that seems very unlike you. Out of character."
"How so?"
"Because your father painted you as a spoiled rich girl who was self-centered and only really cared about money and shopping. And now you're just going to be a hero and offer yourself up to people who kidnapped you in order to save us?"
"People change."
"Not like that. We've been sitting in here for a few minutes now, and they haven't fired one shot in our direction. Why do you think that is?"
Ava shrugged, an arrogant look on her face. "I guess they like me?"
"Maybe too much."
Bridge's head turned toward the window again, seeing another car drive up. It looked like the same car that was ahead of them on the highway. They parked in front. Now they had 2 cars behind them and 1 in front. "We can't just sit here all day, Luke," Nicole said.
"She's right," Ava said. "Nobody asked you," Bridge replied.
"We gotta make a move," Nicole said.
"Let them make the first one."
"I'd prefer to do that."
"I know. Let's just see what they got up their sleeve."
"Let me toss a grenade or something."
Bridge thought about it. He took a deep breath before agreeing. "Okay. But only if they haven't done anything in the next few minutes. Just give them a couple of minutes to make the first move. If not—"
Nicole smiled. "Then it's my turn." Ava looked at her kind of weird. "You like blowing things up?"
"Some people knit,
play video games, or do crossword puzzles. I make things explode." "Wow, interesting point of view." Less than a minute later, the door opened from the car that pulled up in front of them. The driver stepped out.
"Here we go,"
Bridge said. "Oh, man," Nicole said, disappointed she didn't get to make the first move.
"That's Hatch."
Hatch walked about halfway between the two cars and stopped. Assuming he was about to talk, Bridge rolled down his window, though he was careful not to stick his head out and risk getting it blown off.
"Hey, Luke? Is that your name? Luke?"
Bridge turned and looked at Nicole, surprised that he knew his name.
"How's he know that?"
"Trust me, he's smarter than he looks," Ava said. Bridge looked back at Hatch and yelled out the window.
"Yeah? Listen, nobody has to get hurt here," Hatch said. "All we want is Ava. Just let her out of the car, I'll take her with me, then we'll be on our way. Then you can get to the airport and go home."
"Afraid I can't do that."
"Why not?"
"I was hired to bring her home."
"By who, her father? He's dead. I don't think he cares anymore."
"So why'd you kill him?"
"I didn't."
"Yeah, like I believe that."
"Why would I kill him?"
Hatch asked.
"I wanted to get a few more payments out of him. I didn't want him dead. I wanted more money."
"So who did then? Maybe Diego?"
Hatch shook his head. "No, Diego's a little hot-headed at times, but he wouldn't do that without my okay."
"Well, somebody did."
"Maybe he just ran into the wrong person. Anyway, enough about him. How about you let Ava go so we can all go on our merry way?"
"I already gave you my answer."
"Why? Why you gotta be like that? I mean, you're not going anywhere. We got you surrounded. You can't escape. The only chance you've got is to turn her over."
"Why do you want her so bad? With her father gone, it's obvious you can't get any more payments for her." It now occurred to Nicole what was going on. She tapped Bridge on the shoulder.
"Luke, it's not about payments anymore."
She then looked at Ava, knowing they'd been scammed.
"What?"
"I'll tell you later." Nicole sat back and kept a close eye on Ava as Bridge continued negotiating.
"Maybe I've just become fond of her," Hatch said.
"Well, you can't have her," Bridge replied.
"Well, I guess I can wait as long as you can. Only thing is, eventually you'll get tired, fall asleep, get thirsty, get hungry. Eventually. And I'll get her anyway. So why not just do the smart thing and save yourself at the same time?"
"If you want her, come get her."
"Guys, it's obvious we're not getting out of here unless they have me," Ava said. "So I'll just offer myself up, and you guys can go. Really, I'll be okay. I've been with them a couple weeks now. I'm not afraid of them anymore. Let's just get it over with." "You're not going anywhere," Nicole said.
Ava sighed and shook her head.
"Are we just going to sit here all day?"
"Nope," Bridge said. "Nick, you ready?"
Nicole smiled. "Aren't I always?"
She started reaching into her bag and removed a couple of grenades. Ava looked startled.
"Wait, you're going to blow them up? Something wrong with that?" No, not at all. It's just, I'd hate to see anyone else get hurt." "Admirable of you."
"Sure is," Bridge said. "But the time for talk is done. Now, it's time for action."
Chapter 17. Bridge took the rifle that Nicole passed him over the seat and held it in his lap as he got ready. Nicole put her hand on the grenade that she was about to throw through the window. "Who do you want me to get first?" Nicole asked. "You're actually going to kill these people?" Ava asked.
Nicole shrugged.
"They started it."
"Start with Hatch," Bridge said.
"No, you can't,"
Ava said. Bridge slowly turned his head and glared at her. "Why?"
Ava looked at both of them. I just don't want anyone else hurt because of me."
"It's their call, not ours."
"How about it, Luke?" Hatch yelled. "Do I get the girl?"
"Get ready, Nick." Bridge leaned toward the window without sticking his head out.
"No, but I'll give you something else."
Nicole quickly stuck her arm out the window and threw it in Hatch's direction. Hatch, recognizing what it was, ran and dove as far away from it as he could as it exploded. Ava leaned forward to look over the seat to see if Hatch was okay. Nicole then grabbed another grenade and tossed it at the two cars behind them. As she did that, Bridge sprang out of the car and started firing his weapon relentlessly. He split his concentration between the two cars in Hatch's direction, who had now gotten up and started running further away. He was no longer an issue for them.
"Come on, Nick."
To give her enough time to get out and find cover in front of the car, Bridge ran towards the back of the car and continued firing. Nicole and Ava hurried out of the car and ran in front of the hood. Nicole then grabbed her weapon and started firing towards the cars to give Bridge enough time to retreat back to the front. They stopped trying to figure out what to do next. They weren't getting any return fire, which somewhat surprised them. They either killed the others, or they weren't interested in getting into the type of fight they were now thrust into. They either didn't expect Bridge and Nicole to fight back the way they did, or they were unprepared for it.
"What's the plan now?" Nicole asked.
"Who said I had one?"
Bridge replied with a laugh. Bridge looked back and saw the car that Hatch had come in.
"Hey, you think you left the keys in there?"
"Couldn't you hotwire it anyway?"
"I'd rather do it the easy way."
They all ran to the car, with Nicole shoving Ava into the back seat. Nicole stood just outside it, ready to fire again if necessary. Bridge jumped into the driver's seat and looked for the key. They were in luck. It was still in the ignition.
"We're good, Nick."
Nicole hopped in the back seat as Bridge started the car. Then they sped off, with Nicole turning around to look through the back window. The other two cars were also on the move. Bridge was driving without a clear destination. While they were originally headed for the airport, he wasn't sure that was such a good idea at the moment. Some of Hatch's words stuck with him. They knew where they were going.
"Are we going to the airport?"
Nicole asked.
"I don't know."
"Why not?"
"They knew that's where we were going. He said then we can go to the airport."
"You think he's got people waiting there for us?"
"Wouldn't surprise me."
Bridge kept driving, eventually getting onto the main highway. After a few minutes, he drove right past the airport.
"Where are we going?"
Ava asked.
"You'll know when I do."
"Still behind us,"
Nicole said. As Bridge drove, he was doing a lot of thinking. He periodically looked in the mirror, seeing Ava's face. That nagging feeling he had that something wasn't right kept pestering him. Nobody other than Ava Dermott knew who they were. Bridge knew they weren't followed back to the hotel after rescuing Ava. He was on the lookout for it. And he knew a bunch of low-level criminals weren't going to be smarter than him or outmaneuver him. There was something else at play. And the more he looked at Ava in the mirror, the more he figured out that something was her. Outside of the brief crying spurt she'd shown at the hotel, she hadn't shown much emotion over the loss of her father. She did seem awfully concerned about Hatch not getting hurt, though. She also didn't have much of a problem going back to them, offering herself up to let them escape. As Bridge continued putting two and two together, he started coming to the conclusion that she was in on it. Everything. Maybe it was even her idea. He wasn't sure about that part, but he was becoming convinced that she was involved.
"Hang on," Bridge said.
"For what?"
Ava asked.
"It's about to get bumpy."
Bridge pushed the gas pedal almost to the floor as he started weaving in and out of traffic in hopes of losing their pursuers. After a few death-defying minutes of going over 90 on the highway, Bridge finally got off on one of the exits. He had opened up quite a lead over the other cars that were no longer in sight. Bridge wasn't yet satisfied, though, and kept speeding.
"Looks like we're good," Nicole said. "Don't see them."
"Where are we going?" Ava asked.
"You'll know when we get there,"
Bridge replied. Bridge still wasn't about to stop anywhere, wanting to put as much distance as he could between them. He didn't have any specific destination in mind yet. That mindset would change soon as he looked at how much gas was left in the tank.
"Oh, man."
"What?"
Nicole asked.
"We'll have to stop for gas soon. Our friend Derek apparently likes driving on a near-empty tank."
"Well, it still looks like we're all clear. Nobody in sight."
Bridge looked in the mirror at Ava.
"We'll see how long it takes for that to change."
"What?"
"Nothing. I'll tell you later."
Bridge pulled into the next gas station they came across and filled up. After leaving there, he drove to a nearby business and pulled into a parking lot where they could look out at the road and watch. After sitting there for 10 minutes, they didn't see the cars that were following them.
"Guess we did lose them for now,"
Bridge said. "You expect they'll find us again?" Nicole asked.
"I don't know. Maybe."
"How?"
"I don't know. Let's just take a minute and figure out our best options."
They pulled out their phones and started looking at their alternatives.
"Where's the next nearest airport from here?"
Nicole quickly tried to figure that out. "Looks like maybe Guanajuato International. But that's 8-9 hours away."
"There's nothing closer?"
"Mexico City, Mochis, they're all even further, maybe 10 hours or more." Bridge sighed.
"I really don't want to be on a 10-hour drive with these lunatics behind us."
Nicole continued looking at the map. "Why don't we just drive?"
"To where?"
"The border. It's a little over 3 hours from here to Laredo."
"We're going to have to stash the guns."
"Why don't we just call Eric and tell him what's going on? Then he can call someone and have them meet us there."
"Not a bad idea."
"Who's Eric?"
Ava asked. "I thought there were only the two of you." "Friend of ours," Nicole said. "Works with the FBI." "Now the FBI's in on this? Don't you think they should be?" "Well, I mean, yeah, of course. Hey, you think I could use the bathroom while we're here?" Bridge looked at Nicole and nodded.
"You go in with her and I'll call Eric."
"I can go myself. I don't need a bodyguard to use the restroom. Besides, they're not here, right?"
Bridge nodded at Nicole again. He wasn't letting Ava dictate anything to them, not with so many questions surrounding her. "Go with her."
"I really can go on my own?"
"No, you really can't."
"You're kind of a drag, you know that?"
"That's what I hear."
He looked at his partner, who had a smile on her face. "We'll be back," Nicole said. As Ava started walking to the building, Nicole got out of the car and stood near Bridge's window.
"Keep an eye on her."
"Why? What are you expecting?"
"I don't know, but I don't trust her."
"All right."
Once they were inside the building, Bridge got out his phone and called Hap. "Hey, picked up on the second ring. Missed me, huh?"
"Somehow I was just sitting here thinking sometime soon I was going to get a call from you. I don't know how, but I just knew."
"Here's the situation.
Before you start, I've gotten the Mexican government to put some alerts out on Diego Andujar."
"Yeah, I won't hold my breath. Anyway, we've got Ava."
"Good news."
"Yeah, we'll see." "It's not good news?" "I have a feeling she's involved somehow."
"Involved how?"
"Like, intricately involved."
"You mean she was in on it?"
Hap asked. "That's my suspicion. Haven't confirmed it yet. I need some time and space to grill her, and I haven't got it."
"Why not? What's the holdup?"
"The holdup is that the kidnappers are on our trail. They found our hotel room, put nails in our tires, and forced us off the road and had a showdown with us."
"Looks like you made it out okay."
"Yeah, but they knew we were heading to the airport, so now we got to make alternate plans."
"Think they had people there waiting for you?"
"I don't know, maybe. Can't really take the chance."
"So what are you doing?"
"We're too far away to keep driving to the other airports, so we're going to drive into Laredo. Should be about 3 hours."
"Okay."
"We got weapons in the car. Ava doesn't have her passport, which I didn't even think about with the plane anyway, but—"
"You're wondering if I have some connections with Border Patrol?"
Bridge laughed. "It sure would be helpful."
"I bet it would. You're on your way?"
"Should get there in 3, maybe 4 hours, depending on traffic and all, and whether we have any more issues."
Hap laughed. "Are you kidding? You're traveling with someone who was kidnapped, the kidnappers are on your trail, and you're actually thinking you won't have more issues?"
"Well,
it is you we're talking about."
Bridge couldn't really deny it. "Yeah, true."
"Trust me, you'll have issues."
"Hopefully I won't have any once I get to the border."
"I'll put a call into them and tell them to expect you. I'll tell them the situation and let them know you're working with us, so you won't get grief about anything you may have in the car."
"Thanks, I appreciate that."
"Can you tell me how you managed to travel the world without ever getting flagged on carrying that stuff?"
"Oh, there are tips and tricks to avoid detection. CIA-level stuff. Can't talk about it."
"Yeah, sure."
"If you could call me back when you have all that settled, I'd really appreciate it."
"Will do."
"Thanks. Guess I owe you another one."
"You know, if I had $1,000 for every favor I've given you—"
"You'd owe me money."
Hap laughed. "Yeah, not quite. If I'd been given money for every time I helped you out of a jam, I probably could have retired this year."
"Only this year? Maybe I need to request more."
"Don't even think about it. Where's your better half, anyway?"
"Oh, she's inside."
"Inside where?"
"Ava had to use the restroom, so I sent Nick in there with her."
"Really?"
"What? Is that a problem?"
"Luke, I'm really surprised at you."
"Why?"
"Dude, that's like the oldest trick in the book. I'm surprised you fell for it. You tell me you think Ava's in on it, then you let her use the bathroom? Don't tell me you actually think she's using the restroom, do you?"
Panic started setting in for Bridge, who looked in the rearview mirror. There wasn't a sign of them yet. They should have been out by now, he thought. "I'm going to go and check on them."
"Good idea," Hap said. "I'd say call me back if you need anything, but you do that anyway."
"Thanks." Bridge hung up and immediately got out of the car and looked at the building. He knew they were in trouble somehow. Uh-oh. Chapter 18. As Bridge stared at the building for a minute, he looked for some kind of trouble to be staring back at him. It wasn't there, though, but he had a feeling it should have been. Suddenly he heard wheels squealing to his right, and he saw the maroon car peeling into the parking lot. Instinctively, Bridge dropped to the ground, knowing what usually happened next in these types of instances. And he was right.
The windows to the maroon car were down, and then the barrels of different types of guns were sticking out of them. One was a rifle, one was a handgun. They started firing. Bridge knew he couldn't stand there and fight since he had no cover. He was already on the ground, so he rolled over underneath the SUV until he came out on the other side. The men in the car kept firing as they pulled in front of the building. One of the men went inside as the others kept Bridge busy and ducking. They didn't seem interested in killing him at the moment, as they weren't getting any closer. They just seemed to want to keep him busy and out of the way. Bridge eventually rolled back under the car, figuring that was the best place to take cover for the moment. A minute later, Bridge could hear Ava's voice. "Help! Help!" Bridge stuck his head out just enough to see Ava's legs getting pushed into the maroon car. Once the doors to the car closed, it took off again, squealing out of the parking lot, kicking up dust and smoke. Bridge rolled out from under the SUV, getting on one knee as he saw the maroon car fly down the road again, disappearing out of sight. Bridge's thoughts immediately turned to Nicole, and he ran inside as fast as he could, worried about what had happened to her. One of the workers, who turned out to actually be the only worker there, as it was a small business, pointed to the back of the building. Bridge rushed there, finding Nicole on the floor, holding the back of her head. Bridge slid on the tile floor as he got on his knees to see if she was okay. "Are you all right?" Nicole took her hand off her head and looked at it. There was no blood. "Well, I guess that's a good sign." "What happened?" "Well, she came in to use the bathroom, so she did. Then while I was waiting, I started looking at something on the shelf there." "Then you got walloped?" Nicole nodded and sighed. "Yeah, stupid rookie mistake. I took my eyes off her." Bridge smiled and kissed her on the forehead. "We all make them. Anything else wrong?" "Besides my pride? No." "You hurt anywhere else physically?" "No, I just got hit with something. Felt like a brick." Bridge grinned. "Pretty sure it wasn't a brick." "How do you know?" "Probably because you're still awake and talking and not bleeding to death." "Oh, good point." "You want an ambulance? Hospital?" "No, I want to get out of here." "You sure?" "Yes, I'm fine. Just let's go." "Go where?" "Ava's gone. Pretty sure we'll never find her again." "That little bitch," Nicole said, taking her partner's hand to help her get back to her feet. "I'm going to kill her. First I'm going to kill her for hitting me. Then I'm going to kill her again for putting us through this charade." "You're going to kill her twice?" "Yes." Bridge tried not to laugh. "Okay." They walked through the store, seeing the SUV shot full of holes. That included the tires, 2 of which were flat. "Really?" Nicole said. "Come on, let's get the stuff we need out of the car and find something else." "Like?" "I don't know. Not going to find it here, though." "What about when the police come and find the car?" "Who cares? It's not registered to us anyway. That's Hatch's problem. It's his." "Oh, yeah, I forgot." They went to the car and removed the bags that they usually carried around with them. Since Nicole was still a little banged up, Bridge put them both around each of his shoulders, crisscrossing the straps on his back. "What now?" "Now we find a car," Bridge replied. "Which is where?" Bridge shrugged. "Beats me. We're not too far from the airport. Maybe we'll go back there and grab a rental." "We gotta walk back there?" "We don't have to. If you want to wait here, I'll walk back and get one, then come back and pick you up." No, I'll walk." "You sure?"
Yeah, maybe it'll make me feel better.
I doubt that.
It might get some of my anger out.
I doubt that, too.
As they walked for a few minutes, they started talking about the case more, throwing some ideas into the air. What did we walk into here, Luke?
My guess? Ava didn't like her father cutting her off for the money, so she went to Miami, staged this kidnapping with Hatch, and tried to get more money out of him that way.
But why kill him?
I don't know. I have a feeling that wasn't part of the plan. At least hers, anyway. Not sure about the others.
But why do this rescue attempt from us? With her father dead, she's going to get the money anyway.
Bridge shook his head. He wasn't sure. Maybe it was just to keep up with the appearance. I mean, if she's connected to his death, which she would be if this was her plan, at least as an accomplice or whatever, then she wouldn't be eligible to inherit his money.
True.
What I can't figure out is how they knew where we were all the time. They found us at the hotel, we got away from them on the road, then found us at that place. It doesn't make sense.
Nicole's mind started replaying events, starting from when they first got to the hotel after rescuing Ava. Ava went into the bathroom for a while by herself. Then when Nicole accompanied Ava inside for the bathroom at that last building,
Nicole thought she noticed something in the back pocket of Ava's jeans. It was something rectangular with curved edges. It could have been a phone. Nicole looked up at the sky. "Oh, man."
"What is it? You okay?"
"That's how they did it."
"What?"
"She had a phone on her."
"A phone?"
"When we went back to the hotel, I bet she went into the bathroom and texted them where we were. Then at that store, she went into the bathroom and did the same. When we were walking inside, I thought I noticed something in her pocket. It was probably a phone."
Bridge sighed. "And we didn't search her either."
"Why would we? We assumed she was a victim."
"Are we getting sloppy, Nick?"
"Well, I can't say this is our best work. Maybe we were too trusting here."
"You know, when we get to the airport, maybe we should just forget about all this and go home."
"What?"
"Well, I mean, we have no client anymore. His daughter's well, you know what she is. I mean, why continue looking for them?"
"Because they've done something illegal with the fake kidnapping. They killed Ava Dermott. They made us look like fools. They tried to kill us. I got hit in the back of the head, and they're making us walk. All of which means I'm not leaving until we put them in jail or the ground."
"They're talking angry, Nick. We both agreed that we would never operate with anger. Anger makes bad decisions, gets people killed. If we go on, it's for the right reasons, and we do it smartly, not because we want revenge."
"Can revenge be second?" Bridge rolled his eyes. "Seriously, Luke, with all they've done, I'm not just walking away and letting them get away with it. They're going to pay for it, one way or another."
"Fine. But we aren't just going to go off half-cocked without a plan. This ain't the Wild West, and we're not Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday."
"Fine, as long as we get that little witch and put her in a cell." After they walked for a few more minutes, Nicole suddenly stopped.
"Something wrong?"
Nicole got a grin on her face. "No, nothing at all." Bridge looked at her strangely, thinking it was weird that she was smiling. He looked up at the sky to see if the sun was shining too brightly. Maybe she was getting delusional.
"You all right?"
"I just thought of something. They still have the tracker on their car."
"What?"
"The maroon car. The tracker's still underneath the bumper. I never took it off at the cabin."
"So it should still be giving off a signal?"
Nicole nodded. "It should, which means we should still be able to find them."
"Assuming they haven't ditched the car yet."
"Well, if they didn't ditch it after the cabin, they're probably not going to."
"With everything that's happened, they might change out everything. It would be in their best interest to do so."
"Well, like you said before, these aren't hardened career criminals or spies."
"Yeah, they're amateurs," Bridge said. "Amateurs that are getting the better of us."
"Not because they're smarter or brighter, but because they pulled a fast one. Now that we're onto them, they're on borrowed time."
"Let's just hope that time gets here soon."
After a few more minutes of walking, a car pulled over to the side of the road, offering them a lift. After speaking to the driver, Nicole waved at her boyfriend to hurry up, since he had fallen behind.
"Come on, he'll take us to the airport."
"You know I don't talk to strangers," Bridge said.
"Just get in."
"How do I know he's trustworthy?"
"Just get in."
"What if he's dangerous?"
"Who'd be more dangerous than us?"
Bridge tilted his head and made a face.
"Good point."
"Just get in, or I'll leave you here."
"Fine, let's just get in the car with strangers."
They got in the back seat of the car and drove to the airport.
"Besides, don't you want to catch up with them faster?"
Nicole asked. "I guess."
The driver of the car appeared to be in his late 60s, maybe even 70s. He was very thin and looked like he'd done a lot of hard work in his time. He wasn't much of a threat. Once they got to the airport, Bridge got out of the car and reached into his pocket to remove some money. He offered it to the driver, who refused.
"No, senor, it was my pleasure. I did not do it for money."
Bridge smiled.
"I know, but it looks like you might need some new tires soon. Please take it as a sign of my thanks and gratitude."
The man finally relented and took the money. They shook hands, and Bridge and Nicole went over to the rental car office. Nicole sat down with the bags to rest from her head injury at Bridge's insistence while he took care of the rental. He came back a few minutes later, SUV keys in hand.
"Time to load up."
"Why do we always rent SUVs?" Nicole asked. Bridge thought for a second.
"I don't know. It's just what we do."
"It's like your thing."
"It's not a thing."
"It is."
"It's not."
"Then what is it?"
"I don't know. We need a bigger car to put your bazooka in."
"I'll accept that." They quickly put their bags in the trunk with Nicole taking out her tablet. Then they hopped in the front seat. She turned it on and pulled up the app.
"It's still on? We're good."
"Question is whether it's still on the vehicle that they're in," Bridge said.
"It's moving."
Bridge was pleased to hear that. Guess we got some people to surprise then. Chapter 19. Bridge and Nicole were sitting in their rental, observing the building that their targets were supposed to be in. It was some kind of motel, though it didn't appear to be one of the nicer ones they'd seen. They had the maroon car in plain sight. "I'm kind of surprised Ava's staying in a place like this," Nicole said. "She doesn't strike me as the type of person who would stay here."
"Well, we interrupted their plans. This is probably just a temporary stop until they figure out what they're doing and where they're going from here."
"Are we going in? Or are we going to stay here and wait?"
"Well, they gotta come out sometime, don't they?"
"You know how I am with waiting."
"There's no need to go in right now, Nick. If we barge into that place, it will be a war zone, and who knows if the bullets will penetrate into adjoining rooms. They can't stay in there, so they'll have to come out sometime, and now time isn't of the essence. There's nobody in there that we're trying to rescue or save."
Nicole grunted. She knew he was right, but she still hated waiting. Though it was obviously the right thing to do, she always viewed waiting around as something that was taking away from other activities that she would rather be doing, things that were more enjoyable, like sex. She was way overdue on that front. It had been a couple of days since she'd last had it. "Hey, while we're waiting, how about we occupy the back seat?" Bridge dropped his shoulders as he looked at her.
"Really?"
"You did say we've got time on our side."
"Yeah, but
Luke, it's been 3 days, 17 hours, and 22 minutes since we've last done it."
you've been counting?"
"Maybe."
"Wait, do you always count between sessions?"
"Maybe."
"Seriously, who does that?"
"Okay, I don't really count much. It's just a general guide in that vicinity, give or take a minute or two." Bridge rolled his eyes and shook his head.
"No, we're not doing it now."
"Why not?"
"Because we've got business here."
"What if they don't come out for 5 hours? Think of all the things we could have done in that time."
"And what if they come out while we've got our pants down and drive away while we're stumbling around with no clothes on?"
Nicole shrugged, not seeing a problem. "So I'll jump into the driver's seat and quickly follow."
"Naked?"
"Is that a problem?"
"You would, too."
"So?"
"What if someone sees us and calls the police?"
Nicole looked around. "Luke, look at this place. You really think anyone's calling the police around here? I'm sure us having sex in the car isn't the worst thing that happens around here." Bridge sighed, knowing he was going to have a tough time talking her down on this.
"Can we just wait a bit?"
"For what?"
"Let's just see if they come out first."
"I'll give you 30 minutes.
"And then?"
"I'm ripping off your pants. And that doesn't mean you just sit there like a mannequin and get the rewards either." Bridge opened his eyes wide. He really hoped that their targets would come out of the room in the next half hour. Not that making love to his girlfriend was an issue, other than being out in public, but it wasn't exactly the surroundings that made him comfortable. But Nicole could be pushy when it came to sex, and she didn't often take no for an answer. And if she did, she didn't usually take the answer twice. She looked at her watch and started the countdown.
"You're really going to hold me to this 30 minutes, aren't you?"
Nicole smiled happily. "Yep, not a minute more."
"I didn't even agree to that. You're the one who said it."
"You didn't say no."
"Yes, I did."
"You said no initially, not to the 30 minutes.
"Well, now I say no."
"Too late. Statute of limitations has passed."
"What? That's not a thing."
"It's totally a thing."
"No, it's not."
"It is. I just passed it into my book of laws."
"You can't do that."
"I just did. I only need a majority of 1.
"Well, I object."
"Denied."
"What?"
"My courtroom's a dictatorship. You have no authority in it."
"How's this fair?"
"Didn't say it was."
"Well, I appeal."
"Denied. Next case." Bridge put his elbow on the door against the glass and put his hand on his head. He shook his head, wondering how he got to this point. Every few minutes he looked at the time, knowing he was that much closer to Nicole's wishes. Bridge stared at all the doors to the motel, hoping that one of them would open soon, revealing one of their targets. He had no such luck, though. 30 minutes came around, quietly, just as Nicole had hoped. She looked at her watch. "Oh, look at that. 30 minutes is up."
"Really?"
"Come on, Luke, please, just 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Please."
"I know I'm going to regret this."
"You'll regret making love to me?"
"You know that's not what I mean. I love you. You know that."
"Then please just do this for me. I promise I'll be good after this."
"For what, 15 minutes?"
"Stop, just 5 minutes. You can keep your head up and look out the window to make sure nobody comes out. I'll do all the work."
Bridge sighed. "Fine, 5 minutes.
But I swear, if they come out while we're back there, then I promise I'll make it up to you." It was still against his better judgment, but Bridge finally relented.
"Fine, 5 minutes."
Nicole smiled and clapped her hands together. "Yes!" Nicole quickly climbed into the back seat, where she promptly removed her pants. Bridge climbed into the back seat as well, though he was sure to keep an eye on the motel through the window. The quick 5-minute excursion turned into double the amount of time as they tried a couple of different positions. True to their word, though, Bridge did keep an eye on the building. Well, as much as he could focus on it. Nobody did come out, though. Once they were done, they quickly put their clothes back on and climbed back into the front seat. "Oh, my God, that felt so good," Nicole said.
"Are you good now?"
"Yes, thank you." She leaned over and gave Bridge a kiss. "I really appreciate it."
"You're welcome."
"That should hold me over for another 30 minutes.
"What?"
Nicole laughed. "I'm just kidding. I'm good."
"Okay.
I mean, unless you want to wait another 30 minutes, then—"
"No, we're good for now."
Nicole made a face. "You know, you're probably the only man in America who would turn down having sex right now."
"Why do we always have this discussion? I'm not turning down sex with you. I'm trying to maintain professional standards and focus on our job. Remember that?"
Yeah, but wasn't the stakeout more fun this way?"
"Only because we got away with it."
"You're such a stick in the mud."
"So you tell me."
"What are we going to do if they come out and go in different cars? Who do we follow?"
"I don't know."
Bridge thought about it a little more.
"I guess there's 2 ways to look at it."
"Which is?"
"We follow Ava or Hatch, since they seem to be the ringleaders, no matter where they go."
"And if they split up?"
"Well, I guess the other way to look at it is that we follow whoever doesn't get into the maroon car."
"Who doesn't get in it?"
"Yeah, I mean, we already have the tracker on it. We can find that whenever we want, right?"
"Yeah, I guess so. But what if Ava and Hatch split up and neither of them get into that car?"
"Then I guess we got a decision to make."
"I say we take Ava."
"Why?"
"This is her thing. She created this. She'll know all the answers. Besides, she'll be the easiest to take."
Bridge nodded. "Yeah, probably." They would have a long time to think and talk about it. Another hour passed without any sign of anybody anywhere.
"You know, I just had a terrible thought."
"Just one?" Bridge asked.
"Shush. What if we're sitting here all this time, and it turns out they're not even here? What if they dumped the car here and got into a different car and went somewhere else?"
Bridge knew it was possible, but he shrugged it off. "We really don't have anywhere else to go right now, do we?"
"No. I was just saying,
something will break.
I hate to say this and sound impatient,
but you will anyway."
"Yes. How long are we going to sit here and wait? I mean, if they did just dump the car here and split, we're going to be really behind the 8 ball. We're going to need to know if we need to pick up the trail elsewhere."
Bridge sighed, still not wanting to barge in somewhere. But he did understand her point. "We don't even know what room they might be in."
"I can fix that."
"How?"
"Just give me a few minutes." She started getting out of the car.
"Where are you going?"
"Rental office."
She closed the door and hurried over to the office. Bridge knew what she was going to do and kept his eyes focused on the motel, in case one of the doors opened. Nicole came back a few minutes later. He tried to read her face as she walked to the car, but was having trouble making out whether she had good news or bad. She got back in the car. "Well?" Bridge asked.
"It's just Andahar in there."
"How do you know?"
"The clerk told me."
"Maybe he's lying."
"No, said he's in room 206.
"No one else?"
"Nope. Disappointing. I was really hoping they all were here."
"But at least we got a room number now. How much did it cost you?"
"Not much. Cheaper than I figured it would be."
"Well, I'm sure they'll meet back up again."
"What if they don't?"
"Then we'll figure it out, just like we always do."
"We don't even know how many more people we're dealing with."
"Well, we got Hatch, Ava, Andahar, and there was at least one more that I remember seeing in the car behind us when we had the flat. And I'm pretty sure I remember seeing his face when they tried to gun me down in that parking lot when they took Ava again."
They kept talking for a few more minutes, Nicole not really paying attention to the motel.
Bridge had his eyes glued to the room number, though, and he saw the door open. He tapped Nicole on the forearm. Here we go." They observed Andahar walk out of the room. He locked the door, then walked across the balcony and down a small flight of stairs. At the bottom of the steps, he lit a cigarette and walked to the maroon car.
"He better be on his way to meeting them,"
Nicole said. "Or what?"
"Or else I'll blow a hole through that stupid car of his."
Bridge chuckled. They let Andahar pull out of the parking lot before starting to follow him.
Since he still had the tracker, they didn't need to be that close.
"Let's see where this takes us," Bridge said.
"He better be taking us to the rest of them, or I'll kill him right here."
Now, just relax."
"I am relaxed. Just imagine how uptight I'd be right now if we didn't have that little backseat session earlier."
"I shudder to think of it. Just keep the positive thoughts."
"Of what?"
"That he's taking us to Avon Hatch. Then we'll wrap this up."
Chapter 20. After driving for roughly 25 minutes, they came into a heavy residential area. The red dot for Andujar's car suddenly stopped. "I don't think this is a great area," Nicole said. Bridge kept driving until the maroon car was in sight. Once it was, he pulled over to the side of the road in front of a row of condos. There were houses and condos on both sides of the street. "We're going to have a hard time figuring out where he went," Nicole said.
"Just let it play out."
About 30 seconds later, the driver's side door opened up with Andujar stepping out.
"There he is,"
Bridge said. "Now the question is, where's he going?
And who's he seeing?"
They got out of the car and stood next to it, making sure they kept out of sight, as Andujar went into one of the condos. Once he was inside, Bridge and Nicole crossed the street and also went into the building. Almost immediately after entering, they were met with gunfire. Luckily, the shots ripped into the door as Bridge and Nicole ducked and eventually dropped to the floor. They both removed their pistols as they scurried to nearby items to get some semblance of cover. There was a staircase a few feet from them. Bridge leaned over to look up, but quickly thought better of it when the gunfire started again. As the bullets hit the floor, Bridge scurried back behind some type of tall table.
"Well, guess he knew we were coming,"
Bridge said, trying to catch his breath. "He must have seen us when he got out of the car."
"The good news is he's got nowhere to go."
"Unless there's a back door."
"Oh, yeah. I guess there's that."
"We have another possible problem," Nicole said.
"What's that?"
"If he lives here, he might have friends nearby. That means we might have company."
"What do you suggest?"
"We gotta get up there and subdue him as quickly as possible before we meet any more people."
"You know how I feel about that."
"We also aren't armed to the teeth here, Luke. We can't hold out on a firefight forever."
"True."
Bridge sighed, not wanting to give in to rushing before they were ready. He knew they really didn't have a choice, though. She was right. If Andujar had friends nearby, they'd be meeting them far sooner than they would have liked.
"Since you're the expert at rushing in, how'd you like to handle it?"
"We both go together. You get into position as I cover."
"On 3?"
Nicole counted. And as she reached 3, they both ran to the bottom of the stairs. Bridge dove and rolled along the concrete floor, as Nicole hopped to a knee, pointing her gun up, ready to fire. She kept her gun pointed to the top of the stairs as Bridge started climbing. Once Bridge got to the second floor, he stopped and provided cover as Nicole went up. "Did you see what floor he was on?" Nicole asked, looking into the hallway and seeing multiple doors.
"Looked like the 4th.
They continued their current path to the 4th floor, with one providing cover as the other one made it to the next floor. Once they got to the 4th floor, they stood there for a few moments, analyzing the situation. Every door on the floor looked closed. There were 4 doors on each side of the floor. "We just start knocking on doors?" Nicole asked.
"If we do, make sure you stand next to it. I have a feeling whoever answers won't do it by opening the door. They'll answer by putting bullets through it."
They were just about to move when more shots rang out. They were coming from above. Andujar had made it to the 5th floor. One of the shots hit the staircase railing that Bridge was standing next to. If the bullet hadn't hit the wood railing, it probably would have hit Bridge in the leg. Bridge and Nicole scattered to the floor, immediately looking up to see if they had a shot. They didn't. "Well, we messed this one up," Nicole said.
"At least now we know where he is."
"To a point." Bridge leaned over to get a better glimpse of the next floor, making sure he didn't do it too quickly and get his head blown off. As he saw the next floor fully, Andujar wasn't there. He motioned to Nicole to follow him. He rushed up the steps, not wanting to wait and take the risk of Andujar returning and pinning them down for a prolonged period of time. As Bridge went up, he kept his gun pointed in front in case Andujar popped into his view again. Once they got to the top floor, they looked down the hallway, finding the same setup as the last floor. 4 closed doors on each side. They stood there for a few seconds, determining how they wanted to work this, as well as waiting to see if one of the doors opened with Andujar's face on the other side of it. Suddenly, the first door to their right opened. Both Bridge and Nicole swung their guns around, ready to fire at the person opening it. They didn't pull the trigger, though, as an elderly woman opened it. As soon as she saw the 2 guns pointed at her,
She quickly shut the door. A second later, the same door opened a crack again. Bridge looked at it, seeing the woman's eye looking out. Bridge motioned for her to get back inside. The woman opened the door a little further and motioned for Bridge to come to her. He wasn't sure if this was some kind of trick and Andahar was actually inside, but he cautiously walked over to her anyway. As he started talking to the woman, Nicole kept a sharp lookout in case one of the other doors opened.
"Are you looking for Diego?"
she whispered in broken English. "Yes. Do you know him?"
"Everyone here knows Diego. He's bad news for everyone."
"Why is that?"
"He causes trouble, brings bad people here. People here are afraid to leave their homes sometimes."
"Why not call the police?"
"Here, sometimes the police are worse than the criminals."
Bridge nodded. He knew that all too well. "Do you know where he is?" The woman stepped out and pointed to the last door on the left.
"That one."
"You're sure?"
"Oh, yes. That's his apartment."
"Okay, thank you. You get inside and get down somewhere in case he starts shooting."
"Don't worry. Everyone here does that anyway as soon as we hear the shots."
"Except for coming out now."
"Well, someone has to tell you where he is."
Bridge smiled. "Thank you. Do you know the rest of the people on this floor?"
"Yes."
"Call them all real quick and tell them to get down or hide behind something in case bullets start flying."
"I will, but they're all probably doing that already."
"Good. You get in there now."
"Good luck."
The woman closed the door. Bridge turned back around to face Nicole. He put 4 fingers in the air, then pointed to the last door on their left. Nicole made a shaking motion with her hand, wanting to know if he was sure the information was good. He put a thumb up and nodded to indicate he thought it was. They quietly and slowly made their way down to the end of the hallway. They each set up on opposite sides of the door, Bridge to the right of it, Nicole to the left. Bridge then nodded at Nicole to make sure she was ready. She was. Bridge made a fist and then pounded the door 3 times and quickly got it out of the way. "Diego, we know you're in there." A few seconds passed. They were both somewhat surprised that no bullets came flying through the door. Bridge raised an eyebrow, then pounded on the door again, still making sure to stay to the side of it. "Diego, give yourself up now. Come out, and you won't get hurt." They waited a few more seconds. They both looked at each other, each a little surprised that they weren't getting any kind of response. They assumed they'd get something. Bullets were the first thing they thought they'd get, but at the very least they thought they'd get a no. There was nothing but silence. Nicole looked at some of the other doors, wondering if the woman gave them bad intel. She looked at Bridge and motioned toward the other doors, wondering if they should check them. Bridge shook his head. He didn't see the point of the woman intentionally giving them bad information. It wouldn't serve any purpose. Bridge took a few steps away from the wall. Nicole wasn't sure what he was up to. He pointed to his leg, then the door, letting her know he was about to kick it in. He then pointed to his eyes on the other doors, letting her know he wanted her to watch the other rooms just in case. He'd take care of what was in front of him. It was her job to watch his back. Bridge didn't want to stand in front of the door too long, in case Andahar started firing through it. He quickly got himself set, then pounded the door with a big kick, the door flying open. As soon as it opened, Bridge dropped to the ground, not wanting to make himself a target in case Andahar was waiting for him. At least if he was on the ground, Andahar would be expecting a taller target, allowing Bridge enough time to take him out. There were still no bullets flying, though. Bridge quickly got to one knee as he surveyed the room from his position. It was quiet. Not a noise or a voice or a cough or anything that sounded like someone was moving in there. Bridge got to both feet and went inside to check around. Nicole moved over to the door, standing within the frame to keep an eye on the hallway, trusting that her partner had her back as well. Bridge went into the kitchen, since that was the closest to him. From there he checked the bedroom and bathroom. He came back out into the living room a minute later. "He's not here." Nicole kept her focus on the hallway. He had to duck into one of these other doors then. Maybe. Why didn't he jump out and try to surprise us when we were standing outside of this one, though? Maybe he's hoping we think he somehow got away and that we'd leave. I kind of doubt he's that stupid, or that he thinks we're that stupid. Never know. Stay here. Where are you going? Another talk. Nicole stayed put, periodically looking at every door in case it opened. Bridge went back to the elderly woman's apartment and softly knocked on the door. There was no answer at first. Then he knocked a little harder. After a few seconds, the door finally opened.
"Did you get him?" "He's not there," Bridge replied.
"Oh."
The woman looked as confused as Bridge.
Where could he have gone?
"Is he friends with anyone else on this floor?"
On this floor? Oh, no. Everyone here hates him.
"Would someone have opened the door for him?"
I don't think so.
"Where else could he have gone if not in one of these apartments?" The woman rubbed her face for a second, then looked up at the ceiling at the far end of the hallway. Bridge noticed her looking there, and put his gaze at the same location. "What's that?" Bridge asked.
There are pull-down steps to go to the roof of the building. It's just used for maintenance workers.
Or people who don't want to be found. Okay, you get back inside. After the woman closed the door again, Bridge walked back down the hallway to Nicole and pointed up at the ceiling. "Roof access."
"How'd he get to it?"
"Probably the same way I'm about to." Bridge jumped up and put his hand on a piece of rope, pulling the steps down as he got back to the ground. As the steps came down, Bridge started walking up.
"Can he get down from there?"
"Don't know," Bridge replied, "but I guarantee he's been looking to see if we left yet."
"So he knows we're still here?"
"Most likely. Let's hope that nothing up here is so loud that it gives us away before we get there." They both ascended the steps, guns still out, knowing their target was likely not very far away. They eventually came across another door. This one was square and wooden, probably the hatch to the roof. Bridge looked down at his girlfriend. "This is it. Ready?"
"Go."
Bridge slowly opened the hatch, hoping to get an eye on Andujar before he showed himself fully. He wasn't so lucky. Andujar was nowhere in sight. Bridge opened the hatch a little more, hoping that the man he was looking for wasn't somewhere behind the door. That would have put him at an extreme disadvantage, especially if Andujar was watching him come up. Bridge opened the door all the way and stepped out onto the roof. "Stop right there!" Andujar yelled. Bridge's shoulders slumped, and he tilted his head up. The voice was coming from behind. "I knew it. Slowly turn around. One wrong move, and I'll kill you." Bridge slowly turned, keeping his arms out. "Aren't you going to do that anyway?" Andujar laughed. "Yeah. Call your girlfriend up here first, though." "Why?" "That way I can kill you together. If I kill you first, then she'll hear the shots and know I'm here. I'd rather do it the easy way." "Makes sense. So do it, or I will blow your head off." Bridge put his hands out. "Before you do that, one question." "What?" "Whose idea was all of this?" "What difference does it make?" "Well, if I'm gonna die, I'd at least like knowing what I died for. I'd at least like to get some answers. Going with unanswered questions is like bad or something, isn't it?" Andujar shrugged. "Maybe." "Was it all Ava's idea?" Andujar shrugged again. "I don't know whose idea it was. Either Ava's or Anson's." "They were in it together?" "Yeah. She said she was cut off from her father's money and wanted it back." "So they cooked up the kidnapping scheme?" "Yeah." "Where'd you fit in?" "They hired me to do stuff." "Stuff like killing her father?" Andujar smiled. "He'd outlived his usefulness." "But you could have gotten more money out of him. Why kill him now?" "Because we were done with the scheme. Extorting more money out of him was only going to create more issues. Eventually he was going to wise up and call the cops." "Why didn't Ava just go home?" "I don't know. I think she was planning to. After his death, all the money would go to her, right?" "In theory. You getting a bigger payday out of this?" Andujar smiled widely. "You know it." "So where'd Ava and Hatch go now? Why are they always leaving you to deal with things?" "Where they are now isn't your business. You won't need to know that where you're going." "I don't know about that." "All right, that's enough talk. Get your girlfriend up here." Bridge nodded. He looked at the hatch. "I'm not exactly sure where she is. You mind if I go down and check?" "Stay right there. Just call her." "Are you sure?" "Positive. Do it." "Well, if you insist." "Nicole, can you come up here?" Bridge looked at Andujar and smiled, wanting to keep his eyes on him instead of the hatch. "Should only be a minute or two." Nicole was on the top step and leaned over onto the roof, immediately getting eyes on Andujar. She opened up and fired 3 times before Andujar even knew what was happening. All 3 bullets found their mark in Andujar's chest. As he dropped to the ground, Bridge ran over to him to take his gun away, just in case he still had a few breaths of life left and wanted to try to wreak more havoc. It didn't matter, though. Andujar was gone. Nicole hopped up on the roof fully and walked over to the dead body and stood over him. Well, I guess I'll be able to remove the tracker now.
Bridge nodded. Seems like.
What now?
One's down, now we go for the rest.
How?
Bridge started going through Andujar's pockets. He eventually got hands on his phone and removed it. He held it up in the air and smiled. It worked once, it can work again.
I don't know about that, Nicole said.
If we play it right, it will.
Bridge couldn't get into the phone yet, as it was protected by a passcode or a fingerprint. Instead of fooling around with it, he simply looked down at Andujar's body. He knelt down and took Andujar's finger and put it on the phone to unlock it. He looked at Nicole, proud of himself.
Easy as pie.
Assuming there's something interesting in there.
Bridge got another big smile on his face as he scrolled through the contacts.
There was Hatch's name. He showed it to his girlfriend.
I'd say that qualifies as something big, wouldn't you?
Nicole rolled her eyes. They won't fall for this again.
Sure they will. They just need something convincing enough.
And what will that be? Bridge thought for a second. Then another huge grin came across his face.
I got it.
What?
One of us is dead.
What?
He just killed one of us.
Which one?
Let's make it you.
Why's it got to be me?
'Cause I'm in charge and I have the phone.
Nicole groaned. Uh-huh.
So I'll just text him that I killed you. And when I say I mean Diego.
I kind of figured. Bridge couldn't wipe the smile off his face.
And let's just see where this goes.
Can't wait.
I'm feeling better already.
Chapter 21. Bridge and Nicole got back to the car, not wanting to stay around dead bodies for too long, especially in Mexico. Bridge was always fearful of getting roped into something there, even if he was the one responsible for it. Bridge and Nicole debated what he should text Hatch when Bridge's phone rang.
Hey, it's the Hapster. Bridge answered the phone. What's up, Eric?
Just wanted to see how you were making out on that timeline to Laredo.
Yeah, there's been a small issue. No, not an issue, just a small issue. Delay.
I knew I didn't have to get anyone rolling towards there yet. See, I told you there's always something.
It's under control.
Well, considering you're talking, I assume things at that last place you were worked out fine.
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
Hap thought for a moment, then started laughing. You lost her, didn't you?
What?
Ava. You don't have her anymore, do you?
Well, that's kind of a fluid situation at the moment. I wouldn't say you lost her. She just temporarily slipped from our grasp. But it's only a temporary situation.
She gave you the slip.
No, nobody slipped away.
Then what?
Well, she may have hit Nicole over the back of the head when she wasn't looking, and there may have been a car that pulled up and started shooting at me.
So you lost her?
I mean, I guess maybe something sort of, kind of like that.
Is Nicole okay?
Yeah, just a pretty big headache and a pretty big anger problem to go with it.
Well, thank God for that. You still gonna head out to Laredo?
Yeah, but I'm not exactly sure what the time frame of that's gonna be yet. We've got a new lead to check out.
What's that?
Well, you can tell your Mexican government friends they can stop looking for Diego Andujar.
Why?
He's dead.
I'm not telling them that.
Why not?
Because then they'll start asking how I know that, and then I'll either have to lie to them or have to tell them about you being down there.
Well, definitely don't do the second option.
I'm not doing any option.
Is not telling them also a form of lying?
No, it's just not sharing all the information that I have at the present time due to security concerns.
Bridge laughed. Spoken like a true... Anyway, I've got Andujar's phone.
So?
So I'm going to send Hatch a message and set up a meet. Then I grab him, Ava, and whoever else is there and wrap this thing up.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that.
What makes you think he'll answer?
It'll work. I've done it before with him. He'll answer.
Okay, Sherlock. Even if you do get him to answer, and you do happen to throw the net around all these characters, how are you going to bring them all in? Going to go on a road trip with all of them?
Well,
you might have to drop one or two of them off at the local station down there.
No, that's not happening.
So what are you going to do if you've got 4 of them wrapped up?
I'm only interested in Hatch and Ava at this point. Anyone else they've contracted to help is beyond my scope right now.
I'm sure they feel the same way.
Listen, if I have to, anyone else who gets in my way, I'll tie them up and throw them in a closet until I'm long gone.
And Ava and Hatch? You think they'll just blindly accept you taking them back here so they can get arrested?
Well, listen, they're coming back one way or another. They can either do it willingly, or they can do it in a body bag.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
If I have to, I'll tie them up too, put gags in their mouths, and leave them in the trunk of the car until we get to the border. Don't matter to me, and it's a 3-hour trip, not 20. I think we'll be okay." "As long as you're sure." "I am. Don't worry, once I get them in this car again, they ain't getting out." "But once you have everyone in hand again, call me so I can get someone to the border to meet you. But I'm not doing it until I know for sure that you're on the way." "Do they at least know I'm coming yet?" "They're aware of the situation and will cooperate, but the welcoming party won't get there until you're on the way." "Sounds good. Good luck." Bridge hung up and looked at his girlfriend. "Everything's still on track, once we have them."
"Well, that's kind of the biggie, isn't it?"
Bridge raised his eyebrows. "I suppose. Let's get back to making it happen, then." He picked up Andujar's phone and scrolled to Hatch's name, beginning to text him. "Anything different from what we agreed on already?"
Nicole shook her head. "No, I think that should do it. If that doesn't, then nothing will."
Bridge began texting. "Hey, just ran into our friends again. This time I killed one of them, the woman. She's out of the picture." Bridge thought for a second before continuing. "I'm on the run from the guy. You able to pick me up?" Bridge let out a sigh. "Let's see how this goes."
He then hit send. "You wouldn't think it would take too long with news like that," Nicole said.
"Unless he's setting Andujar up to be the fall guy and doesn't even care about him anymore."
"Well, if that's true, then—" Nicole was interrupted by the sound of Andujar's text ringer going off.
Bridge looked at it. "It's him, Hatch."
"What'd he say?"
Bridge leaned over and showed Nicole so they could both read it together. "That's awesome, man. I knew you could do it. Is the guy still following you?" Bridge texted back. "Not sure. Had to get out of the apartment real fast." "You in your car?" "Nah, had to ditch it. I don't know how they would have found me at my apartment unless they tracked me somehow. Might have planted something on it to follow me. I don't know. Not taking chances now. Probably better if we just split up for good now. Too many risks."
"There it is," Nicole said. "We're losing him."
"No, we're not," Bridge replied. "I'll get him back."
Bridge thought for a moment, then started texting again.
"Yo, you're not cutting me out of this. I want my money. You'll get it. Sorry if I don't exactly believe you, but you and your GF could split and stiff me. I did a lot of work for you on this. I just killed one of the people on your trail. You're not gonna get stiffed. I'm not waiting for a payment 6 months from now. I want the money now. Then we can go our separate ways." "I'm not sure I want to take that risk right now."
Bridge smiled. He seemed to be enjoying himself. "Having fun?" Nicole asked.
"It's always fun to pretend you're someone else. You can say or do things you wouldn't normally."
"How about you just say something to get Hatch to tell us where he is?"
"I'm working on it. Relax. I'm getting there."
Bridge then started texting again.
"Listen, dude, you're in my country now. You think I don't know people around here? You think you can hide from me? You either tell me where you are right now so I can get paid, or I'll make sure you both wind up in a box. Or maybe I'll just talk to that other guy that's been on us." "You really don't need to freak out over this. After all we've done so far, you really think I'd stiff you?" "There's a lot of money on the table here. I think people get greedy."
"It's a good thing he hasn't decided to just call you instead," Nicole said. "Can you sound like Diego, too?"
"No worries," Bridge answered. "This is the younger generation. Nobody calls each other on the phone anymore. It's all texting or commenting on social media posts or emailing and things like that. Phone calls between friends or acquaintances or business partners are so for people over 30.
And that might even be pushing it."
"Might be."
Bridge looked down at the phone and saw another message coming through.
"Here we go."
"Fine. We'll meet now if you're so worried about it. You just need to make sure you're not followed again."
"Don't worry. I've already lost him."
"You better, because if I see anybody other than you, we're splitting right away, and then I'll get the money to you somewhere down the line, and that's just the way it is."
"I'm good, dude. I won't be followed."
"How are you going to get here?"
"Depends on where here is."
Hatch then texted the address. "You've got 30 minutes to get here. If it gets to 35 or 40, we're gone. Not taking any chances."
I'll be there. How are you going to get here without your wheels? I'll steal one. No biggie. Fine. Don't be late. I'm good. See ya.
Bridge put down the phone in the center console and took a deep breath.
Well, that's it.
Nicole plugged the address into her phone. Looks like it'll take us about 25 minutes, right around there.
Not giving us much time to spare.
I'm sure he knew that.
He did.
We still don't know how many people we might be going up against, though.
Well, he said we, Bridge said. So I'm assuming that meant him and Ava.
There could have been more, though. Should have asked about having anyone else there.
I thought that might be pushing it. He might have figured that's something that Andahar should have known already. If I asked that, he might have assumed that it wasn't really Andahar he was talking to and cut it short.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, either way, we don't have time to worry about it. We gotta hightail it. No time to spare. Can't be late.
Bridge started the car and began driving. You thought of a plan yet for when we actually get there? I mean, the minute he sees you, he's going to know Andahar's not there and that it's a trap. And what about me? I'm supposed to be dead now.
Bridge thought about it. I think all we can do is try to surround them.
There's only 2 of us.
I mean, once we get there, you circle around to the back and hold them up. Because as soon as they see me, you're right. They're going to try to duck out the back. And as soon as they try that, you let them know it's a bad idea. Then they've got nowhere to go.
You hope?
Bridge nodded. Yeah, I hope.
And if Hatch has a bunch more helpers?
Easy. You've got your bazooka with you, right? You start mowing them down.
Nicole smiled. Now that's the part I like best. Chapter 22. When Bridge and Nicole finally got to the location Hatch had given them, they couldn't see a house yet. They pulled over to the side of the road in front of a bunch of trees. Bridge looked at the time.
We still got 6 minutes.
Nicole looked at the trees and sighed. We're going to need every one of them if I'm going to get in the back of wherever it is that I'm going. Bridge pointed to a small opening in the trees, where a patch of dirt appeared to lead inside.
Looks like a driveway there. What is it with these guys in shacks and secluded areas?
What, you thought they'd hide right in the middle of the city? Nicole asked.
Didn't they ever hear of disappearing in plain sight?
Apparently not. Nicole got out of the car and went to the back and opened the trunk, pulling out her bag. She put a communication device in her ear and checked to make sure it was operating normally.
Let me know when you're back there.
Will do.
I'll give you as much time as I can.
Would it make sense for me to drive in with you and drop me off at some point before you reach the place?
What if they have someone watching the path? Bridge asked. If they do, then it's over. We'd have blown it right there. Then there's nothing preventing them from escaping.
Yeah. I'll let you know when I'm in position. Good thing I have my running shoes on. Bridge smiled. He watched Nicole for a minute or two until she finally disappeared into the trees. He looked at the time. He wasn't going to start pulling in until a minute before he was supposed to be there. Hatch did say 35 or 40 minutes, so he didn't say he couldn't be late. Just not too late. And Bridge would use every minute he could to their advantage. It took Nicole about 5 minutes until she got to a point where the trees thinned out and she could see the cabin that she assumed their targets were waiting in. She took a few seconds to look around, making sure there were no lookouts, booby traps, or other devices that would alert someone of her presence. After catching her breath and taking a few seconds, she let Bridge know of her status. Luke, I'm at the cabin now. I see it. It's going to take me another 3 or 4 minutes until I'm able to get around to the back.
Okay. I'll wait 3 more minutes before starting my drive-in. Then when I get there, I'll try to pause and wait for another minute or 2.
That should be good. I'll let you know when I'm there.
While he was waiting, Bridge double-checked his weapons and made sure he had enough ammunition in case the fight lasted an extended amount of time. He had a pistol on his side, one strapped to his leg, and an assault rifle on the passenger seat. He hoped he wouldn't have to use any of them, and that Hatch and Ava would just give themselves up, realizing that it was a lost cause. But he wasn't confident that would end up being the case. He rarely came across people in their cases who willingly gave themselves up. He was sure this would be no different. Of course, Ava wasn't a hardened criminal, at least not yet, so maybe that would be the difference. He wasn't counting on it, though. After waiting 3 more minutes, Bridge put the car in motion and started driving on the dirt pathway that led through the trees. He only went about 50 feet in before stopping again. He wanted to give Nicole as much time as possible in order for her to get into position. He sat there and waited for 2 more minutes. Then he heard her.
"Hey, I'm here,"
Nicole said, breathing heavily. It sounded like she'd had a good run. "You ready for me?"
"As ready as I'll ever be."
Okay, coming in now."
Bridge started driving again, going down the small, narrow path that weaved around several tall trees. It only took a couple of minutes of slow driving to get to the end of the tree line where the cabin was in sight. Bridge stopped the car and sat there observing the building. There was smoke coming out of the chimney. There was a black car parked along the side of the house. Someone was there. Bridge continued driving, pulling up in front of the house, though not too close to it for when he assumed the shooting would start. He sat there again, quietly, being still, hoping someone would come out of the cabin to welcome him. He didn't want to be the one to make the first move. After 2 minutes, though, it appeared he wasn't going to get his wish. He was going to have to show himself. He slowly opened the door, though he didn't get out yet. He wanted to see if that would start something. It didn't. Then he finally got out and stood behind the door, hoping that would stop or deflect the bullet should one come his way.
"Hatch! Ava! I know you're in there."
Bridge waited a few seconds for a reply, but none came.
"Come on, I know you're there. Let's talk."
A double-hung window opened up.
"We got nothing to talk about."
It was Hatch's voice.
"Sure we do. Diego killed my partner. Then I killed Diego, but not before he told me that you were here." "So?" "So it's over. The game's up. I know it all. I know everything that happened. I know Ava's behind it all. She's not the victim. I know Diego killed her father. It's all over." "That doesn't mean anything." "It means you can't profit anymore. Ava's involved in her father's death. That means she can't inherit his money. She's now effectively broke, and she's going to jail, and so will you." "I think you're missing something." "And what's that?" "If we kill you, then nobody else knows anything." "Not true," Bridge said. "I've already talked to the FBI about it. They know it all. Even if you were to kill me, they're placing a hold on all of Bodie Dermott's assets. Money, real estate, everything. It's all going to be frozen." "You're lying." "I'm not. You guys are going to wind up doing all of this for nothing. It is truly over." "Not for me."
Hatch then opened up and fired, several rounds from his rifle hitting the door to Bridge's car. The window shattered, bullet holes formed in the door, and Bridge quickly retreated to the back of the vehicle.
"Come on, Hatch. This isn't really how you want to play this out, is it?"
Hatch's response was firing his gun again.
"Sure is." "Listen, the Mexican police are on their way here. All I have to do is keep you busy long enough for them to get here. So you got two choices. You can either put your guns down and come with me, and I'll take you back to the U.S., or you can stay here and wind up in a Mexican prison. I can't guarantee what'll happen to you after that, but from what I hear, Mexican prisons aren't as nice as the ones back home." "You forgot the third choice." "What's that?"
Hatch fired his weapon again, Bridge still taking cover.
"I can just get out of here and not wait for anybody."
Hatch fired again, keeping Bridge ducking. Bridge assumed that meant that Hatch, and whoever else was in there, were finally going to try to escape through the back. An eerie quiet filled the air for a few moments as Bridge peeked his head around to the back of his car. Suddenly it wasn't so quiet. Gunshots came from the rear of the cabin. Bridge knew that was Nicole's weapon firing. He knew the sound it made. She shot 3 times, then a couple from what sounded like the same rifle Hatch was using.
"Nick, you okay back there?"
"Oh, good. A few of them just started coming outside."
"A few? How many are in there?"
4 that I saw. Hatch, Ava, then there were 2 guys in front of them."
"How many did you get?"
"I got 1, then the rest scooted back inside."
"So there's 3.
"That I saw. Who knows if they got 1 or more people roaming around in there."
"I'd assume we'd know it by now."
Their conversation was cut short by the sound of more gunfire. This time it was coming at both of them. Hatch continued shooting at Bridge, while the other guy took aim at Nicole. They kept it up for about 20 seconds.
"Well, if we keep letting them do that, eventually they'll run out of ammunition," Bridge said. "Right?"
"Assuming they haven't stockpiled a big amount in there, and I wouldn't give you good odds on that."
"Yeah."
"You know, if this goes on a while, they're going to know you were lying about the police coming."
"I know. Doesn't really matter, though. I only said it to get them moving, which it did. At least we got one of them out of the way from it."
"Yeah, but if they're heavily armed, this could go on all day. I mean, there's a clear opening on both sides of the cabin. We're not getting there in one piece. They'll cut us down long before we get there."
"I know. We'll either have to wait them out or hope something breaks."
"Other than us, you mean?" Bridge sighed.
"Yeah."
Bridge took another peek around the back of his car, which was now shot full of holes. He got an idea about getting in the car and driving it into the cabin, just like they do in the movies. Everyone inside would be distracted and disoriented.
Then he could get out and get the drop on them all. Then he looked at the front of the car. The smoke rising out of the hood told him that was not going to happen. With all the shots that had been fired in his direction, several had found their way through the engine block. His car wasn't going anywhere. That led to a new problem of how he was going to get his prisoners out of there. But he'd worry about that when the time came. First he had to get them to begin with, and that seemed rather unlikely at the moment. As Bridge was sitting there, thinking of an alternate plan, he thought he heard a noise behind him. It almost sounded like a twig snapping in half underneath someone's foot. He turned around only to see a man coming at him, trying to walk slowly to avoid being detected. The snapping of the branch gave him away, though. The man fired, just as Bridge dropped to the ground and rolled over a couple of times. The bullets flew over Bridge's falling head and lodged into the back of the vehicle as Bridge returned fire. 4 bullets to the man's stomach were enough to cause him to drop his rifle and clutch his stomach as the blood started pouring out of it. Then he dropped to his knees, and a second later, to his stomach as he perished. "You okay over there?" Nicole asked. Bridge got to a knee and looked around for any more visitors. "Yeah, just had a surprise guest come from nowhere." "You all right?" Bridge took a few deep breaths and looked down. "Yeah, no holes." "Hope there's not any more of them lurking out there." "Yeah, that was a little close for comfort. Lucky for me, I had big feet." "What?" "Nothing. The car's shot. Getting out of here is not going to be easy either." "First things first." Bridge peeked around the car again, trying to think of a few alternatives to their current situation. "Hey, Hatch." "Yeah?" "Got any more surprises for me out here? Because that last one didn't work out so well for you." "Maybe I do. Keep looking around." "Come on, let's end this. We're not coming in and you're not coming out. Looks like we're at a standstill." "Works for me." "Except the police are coming soon. I can't help you after that." "You ain't trying to help me anyway. And I don't think the police are coming. If they were, I think they'd have been here by now." Nicole continued looking through the scope of her rifle. "Luke, somebody's going to have to make a move soon. We can't just sit here in a tiebreaker all day." "I'm honestly at a loss," Bridge replied. "I'm pinned down here. If I make a run for it somewhere, I don't think I can make the trees without them seeing me." Nicole looked down at her bag, getting an idea. "Hey, I have 2 cans of tear gas." "You'll never make it. You're too far away to throw it through a window, and you don't have a gun to launch it that far." "I don't need to. I just have to get in front of the doors and windows to disguise my movements." "What movements?" "With all the smoke in the air, I can get in close without them seeing me." "No, that's too dangerous. They could start firing back and nail you." "No." "Luke, it can work." "It can also fail miserably. I'm not taking that chance." "I'm taking the chance." "I'm not risking your life on this."
"It's my call."
"Nick, please just listen to me for once."
"I listen to you all the time."
"I know you're impatient and you want to end this quickly, but sometimes it just can't work out that way. If we wait them out, eventually they'll get tired."
"Or we will. Then they'll wait until night and slip past us or kill one of us because we can't see them."
"Nick, there are too many things that can go wrong here."
"But there are also things that can go right."
"Please don't do it. I'm asking you, please don't."
"It's my call."
"Nick, hold off. Hold off, and I'll give you sex 4 times a night for a week after this is all over."
"Really?"
"Yes, really."
"That's very tempting."
"It was meant to be."
"I can probably get it anyway."
"Nick."
Bridge continued calling his girlfriend's name over the next minute without getting a response. She either took her earpiece out, turned it off, or was completely ignoring him. It all worked out to the same thing, though. She was going through with it, whether he agreed with it or not. He just hoped it would work. "Hey."
"Hey, did you turn me off?"
"No, just ignoring you,"
Nicole answered. "Why would you do that? Do you know if—"
"Just shush for a second and let me talk. I'm going to throw these grenades at the back of the house. Once you start seeing smoke, start firing to give me some additional cover."
"Nick."
"It's already decided, Luke. You can either sit there babbling away, or you can try to help me by laying down some cover fire and keeping them busy."
"Fine, fine. But if you get killed, I'm going to kill you myself."
Yeah. Anyway, you ready?"
Bridge sighed, but got his weapon ready. "No, I'm not ready. But I guess I am anyway."
"Okay, going in now."
Nicole threw 1 can at the back of the house, landing only a few feet from the back door. She then launched the second one in the same direction, landing a couple of feet from the first one. As soon as Bridge started seeing the smoke, he lunged from the side of the car and fired at the house. He didn't stop until he had run out of ammunition in his magazine. He was peppering that house with bullets, shattering windows, ripping up the wood siding, just to create as much damage and chaos as he could to give Nicole the time and space she needed to get to the house.
Bridge stopped and got behind the car again to reload. As he did, he heard more gunfire, sounding as though it was coming from the back of the house. It wasn't Nicole's weapon.
"Nick, you okay?"
He waited a few seconds before trying again. He didn't get a response.
"Nick, you okay?"
Still nothing. His heart started racing, hoping he hadn't lost her. He wiped a small tear from his eye.
"Nick?"
"I'm here." Bridge closed his eyes and tapped the back of his head against the car.
"You okay?"
"Yeah, I just got to the house."
"You inside?"
"Negative, just outside. Going silent." Bridge peeked around the side of the car again. He didn't want to fire at the house anymore, in case one of his bullets went through and struck Nicole by accident. He couldn't take that chance. There was nothing else he could do at that moment. Nothing except waiting, and hope, and pray. A few seconds later, Bridge heard more gunfire. It sounded like Nicole's weapon. Nicole was now inside the house, and had just taken out the remaining guard that Hatch had hired. Now it was just Hatch and Ava left. Hearing the commotion from the back of the house, Hatch turned and started firing in that direction, not even having a clear target. He just kept firing, and hoping that he'd hit something. But he knew his enemies were in the house. They were getting closer, and his help had dwindled. Bridge, continuing to peer around the car, saw Hatch moving through the shot-out window. His back was moving away. That was Bridge's chance to move. He was taking a risk that Ava didn't have a weapon fixed on him, but Bridge was assuming that either she wasn't armed or she was a bad shot. There was nothing in her background that indicated she knew anything about guns. He just had to hope that was still the case. Bridge sprinted to the front door, thankful for not having to duck any bullets on the way there. He got there without incident. He stood to the side of the door for a moment, listening to gunfire. It was back and forth, Nicole and Hatch taking turns. Bridge put his hand on the knob of the door and slowly turned it, hoping it would open, but it was locked. He knew if he barged in, he was likely going to be on the receiving end of gunfire right away. But it was going to have to be another chance he had to take. Bridge took a few more deep breaths and waited until Hatch started firing. If Hatch was firing at the time Bridge broke through, it would give him an extra second or two to locate Hatch before he could do the same to him. Bridge listened closely, hearing Nicole fire. Then as Hatch returned fire, Bridge took a step back and kicked the door open. As soon as he did, he saw Hatch at the corner of the room, firing into the hallway. Hatch immediately turned around to shoot at Bridge. Bridge dropped to his stomach and fired several rounds at Hatch, 4 out of the 5 shots finding their mark. Hatch dropped to the ground immediately.
"Nick!"
He heard her voice from the back of the house.
"I'm good."
"Hatch is down."
"I know, I see him."
Bridge stayed on the ground, keeping his rifle pointed in the air in case he had to use it again.
"How are we looking?"
He then saw Nicole's pretty face step over Hatch's body. She had Ava walking in front of her, pushing her along.
"Looks like we're good."
Bridge let out a sigh, thankful it was finally over. He stood up and walked over to them. Before saying anything, he looked around, seeing Hatch's lifeless body on the floor.
"Look around. Was it all worth it?"
Ava looked down, refusing to meet his gaze.
"It was all my father's fault. If he would have just left me alone."
Bridge snickered and shook his head.
"Well, where you're going, you're going to have a lot of time to think about it."
"What about the car issue?"
Nicole asked.
"They got one on the side. We'll have to make do."
Nicole pushed Ava out of the house into the car, with Bridge following them. Nicole went and got her bag of stuff, then took out a few things they'd need for the long drive back home. She put tape over Ava's mouth, and tied her hands and feet behind her. Then she and Bridge put Ava on the floor of the back seat of the car.
"Think we might be overdoing it here?"
Bridge asked. Nicole looked down at their prisoner, remembering the shot she took to the back of her head at Ava's hands.
"No, I don't think so. She deserves it."
Bridge smiled, then took out his phone and called Hap.
"Hey, just wanted to let you know we're on the way if you can let everyone know we're coming."
"You sure this time?"
Hap replied. "Of course I'm sure. When have I ever led you wrong?"